Chapter 101, For God's Sake. 4. His power made him broken, but it also set a lot of limits on him. Studying how to break those limits was the most fun he ever had since arriving in this world, and his research was already seeing results. Within the lab, Ian stood before two colossal glass tanks. It was made of special glass that can keep what's within them inside. Ian spread his hands, each palm touching a different glass tank. He turned the switch on and let his life force flow into the tanks. He was not only working on increasing the energies within the tanks, but he was also working on his control of his life force, making it flow in different precise ways. That went on for a few hours before his attention turned to something else, his staff, which was floating silently in the void of his dimension. He lifted his left hand, and caught the manifested staff's handle with perfect accuracy, his eyes landing directly on its crown, specifically the vessels within. His life force was already flowing into the staff. In fact, he made sure to never stop giving his life force away, either to his dimension rings, angel wings, or the staff itself. Let's continue. Ian murmured before taking a seat on a couch on the far side of the room. He was in a meditating position with the staff held sideways. His eyes were focused on the Kryptonian vessel. However, there is something strange about the staff, specifically its vessels. It previously only had energies in the first vessel, the Kryptonian energies. Now, it has something new. In the second vessel, one can faintly notice an odd cluster of energy. Its oddness comes from its constantly changing color, between yellow and red. In contrast to the first vessel, however, the energy in the second vessel was tiny, barely detectable. The energy seemed to be in constant war with itself. The Kryptonian energies, on the other hand, were peaceful. They are two different energies after all, while this particular energy was one, trying to find its true identity. Sometimes it does find itself. If by chance little of Ian's life force slip into the second vessel, just for a second that energy becomes vastly different, becoming darkish orange but just as ferocious, moving about in the vessel. Most of his life force though was pumped into the first vessel, leading a peculiarity to happen within. A part of the red and green energies converged together at the edge of the vessel, seemingly fusing into something else. Alas, he tried for more than an hour to no avail, but he knew that the success rate was low from the start. The speed force and kryptonite energies are entirely different from each other, so while he found the former to be easy to fuse, the latter was extremely difficult. Still, he never gave up because he wasn't only relying on that small possibility of success, he was also enhancing his control of the staff and its vessels. Ian let out a long breath after a while, his eyes eyeing the staff closely, appreciating every colorless line on its form. It shouldn't be long, right? I can feel my control over it reaching a critical state. I'm very much looking forward to what's going to happen. The peculiarity of his life force was still a mystery to him, so he hopes to get some answers when he take full control of something. Even his dimension was getting contaminated by his life force, colorless lines could be seen swimming within all the time. What's even crazier is that even Lucifer's wings were getting contaminated by it. He first thought that he could focus on transferring his life force to the two metallic slits in his back, but controlling the wings was obviously a better option. For now, all I know is that it works based on some sort of give and take process. I give them my life force, and they give me. No, I take away their absolute ownership. He had to stop his musing at some point, or it will never end. He put out the staff and went ahead and picked up a certain tool in the lab, an ear-piercing gun. He used the device exactly for what it was made for and brought out a small black box from his dimension. You two aren't done just yet, but I might as well put you on. He opened the box, giving a view of two ring-like objects, looking quite similar to the Black Rose rings. They were actually just that. They are the Black Rose dimension rings, though he modified them to function as earrings. He now has only 3 rings on his fingers, but 2 new earrings. Ian went to his closet room and changed his clothes. This time his clothing was simpler than before. He put on a set of white pants, a long-sleeved shirt, grey shoes, and a grey robe as the upper garment. He left the manor and made his way toward the most recognizable structure in the city, the Palace of Ramakrishna, the guardian of the city. It was a magnificent building, befitting the word palace. The ancient Chinese style only went on to make its significance more prominent. Ian wasn't really interested in touring the place, nor was he interested in meeting the guardian. His destination was the roof of the palace, a place he was allowed to go to. At the forefront of the roof, there was a small wooden platform branching out from the top, giving a view of the entirety of the city, a marvelous scenery but equally as dangerous of a situation because the height at which he stood reached nearly 400 meters. Still undisturbed by the danger, Ian went ahead and took a comfortable seat on the very edge of the platform, his staff appearing in his hand again. He gently closed his eyes, feeling the clear breeze brush his skin and hair, somehow helping him reach a state of pure focus. It was icy and snowy outside, but not within. The place seemed perfectly made to bring peace and focus to all of its inhabitants. Ian made use of that to clear his head, and get control over his emotions which he once thought to be dead, or numb might be a better word to describe his situation. He always liked to come here at dawn, and he stays for quite a while, all in peace. His undying nature made him odd among his peers, isolated from the normality of his previous world. He was certainly still an odd existence even in this world, but he was much less so. It has only been a month since he arrived here, yet his current appearance, the air around him, it all told a story of tranquility. Now, take that otherworldly scene, and move the clock for a while until a full year pass, and you'll find out that a lot has changed. Even after a year, he still followed the same schedule. It all became a habit to him, so it wasn't strange to find him at the same time a year later in the same place. His clothes didn't look that much different, but what did was his hair. He allowed it to grow, doing very little trimming to it, and the result was long silky hair falling down to his waist like a waterfall. He didn't seem to be interested in growing a beard though. Quite odd. Ralph would surely be disappointed at this heresy. He didn't look much different, yet a lot has changed. The proof of such a thing was what was hovering before him. A staff of supreme beauty, having a somewhat dark aura due to its grayish color but also possessing the luster of diamonds due to the colorless lines racing through it. His eyes were closed, and he was still, not flinching for even a moment, yet the staff was floating before him, slowly rotating on itself. Not just that, the staff itself looked much different. It. Distinguished guest. A soft voice disturbed his peace, but he wasn't annoyed, he just listened. Are you expecting visitors? 2 individuals are waiting for you at the gate. The monk answered, and explained further, I'm sorry, but they aren't allowed to come in. I understand. Ian stood up just as the staff vanished, seemingly on its own accord. He didn't bother saying anything else, he just allowed himself to fall from the roof as a pair of vast wings flashed into existence on his back. He landed at the front of the gate not a second later, eyeing the 2 visitors for a splitting second before extending his hand, expecting something. Ah. Yeah, AJ. Everyone in the city treated Ian like air, even his wings didn't get a second look from them, so he might have forgotten how much of a shock they could be to the uninformed of beings. The 2 still got their bearing back quickly and handed him 2 letters. Ian took them and flew away instantly. The 2 were but messengers from the Roses, so he didn't need to say anything to them. He just made sure to remember their faces. Giving them a small gift when he goes back doesn't sound like a bad idea. After all, it wasn't easy for normal individuals like them to climb the mountains, and reach the place, and there was no signal anywhere near here to communicate in any other way. Selena, Ivy, you 2 will have to go back. Ian spoke those words the moment he landed in the manor. He must have read something grim in the letters to drive such a decision out of him. Mike was 107, for God's sake. V. 30 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 102, for God's sake. V. Selena, Ivy, you 2 will have to go back. Ian spoke those words the moment he landed in the manor. He must have read something grim in the letters to drive such a decision out of him. Mike was badly injured. Ivy, I need you to go back and watch over Gotham. We worked on a lot of new plants in the past year, so we need to construct a production line for them. Ivy's garden is basically yours, so you should go back to business anyway. Well, Ivy's garden is basically the property of the Roses, though Ivy does have a lot of shares in it. I won't be able to see you for a month. The first on Ivy's mind was him, which was strange considering it was not the first time they spent that amount of time away from each other. Her obsession for him has only grown, especially since they're lovers now, and the year they spent with each other wasn't for nothing. After all, Ian didn't spend all the time in training. He did take the girls out for strolls sometimes. Ian went ahead and pulled her into a hug, caressing her fabulous red hair. It will pass in the blink of an eye, all right? And remember what I taught you a lot for the past year, don't let your emotions run wild. I have to go back too? Why? Selena was also resistant to the idea, though for a different reason. Will you be able to handle staying away from me for a whole year? The time dilation in the area dictates that while only a month will pass before he goes back to Gotham, for him, it will be a year. What is it that we focused most on for the past year? Emotions, the state of mind. How can I handle immortality if I can't even handle a year alone? Right, all of that immortal mind stuff you're always preaching. Selena shook her head at his antics and also embraced him. He still doesn't remember who told him those words, but he contemplated them and learned a lot from them. His goal was to have an immortal mind, a mysterious state he still doesn't know anything about. He doesn't want to be immortal in an immortal's clothing. That would be embarrassing, and he wants his answers, just who told him the quote. Ivy will take care of Gotham's troubles. You, on the other hand, I have a mission for you, and perhaps an opportunity. Ian led the girls to sit down as he explained the intricacies. First, Ivy's goal is to be defensive, but you can cut down the threat if possible. The enemy is Deathstroke. He cut off Mike's hands both, leaving him on the brink of death. Deathstroke. Ivy frowned, isn't that the pig that hurt you back then? How is he still alive? The League of Shadows has its methods. And I kinda allowed him to live as to lead us to those methods. Unfortunately, they were cautious. His goal seems to be me. He wants to challenge me for some reason. You can let him know that I'll be back in a month if he can wait, if not. He wants to challenge you? That's odd. Selena remarked. It's indeed odd. I don't think his emotions led him to such a decision, just because he is so bad and I am so good shouldn't be the problem. He must have another purpose. Ian seriously agreed and continued, if possible, since your power's range should be able to envelop a significant portion of Gotham, try to find Lazarus Pit. It should be the thing responsible for his survival. Okay. Ivy nodded with all seriousness, I will definitely kill him slowly. That's no. Ian wanted to explain to her the clear words he just said, but in the end, never mind, just do what you want. Just don't cause trouble. He hesitated for a moment, but still said, also, it's better if you leave him alive. I want Mike to do it. A vibrant smile instantly surfaced on Selena's face, ah, you're so sweet, and how is Mike by the way? Ian didn't change his expression as he answered, he's perfectly fine. The project Victor is working on has a preliminary success, so he was saved at least. Now for you Selena. I got good news. There is a way to steal the Hope Diamond. Let me guess, by distractions. Hey? How did you know? Everyone knows, and do you still not think I can steal it myself even with my current strength? Selena curiously wondered. Yeah, the Hope Diamond resides in the capital city, in the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History in the Harry Winston Gallery. The place has a guardian that you cannot contend with at all. Selena let out a pout, looking a bit downcast, but Ian's next words lifted her spirit a bit. This would be one of our greater heists. The plans were already set in motion a while ago, I just needed to confirm a few things. Still, you'll play the biggest role in it, and you'll need to push yourself a lot, so. And before he finished, she already jumped at him, clutching to him tightly like a cat as she sealed his mouth for a while, cool, it's time to show my cat powers. Her happiness was written all over her green eyes, her vertical pupils gaining an odd luster as she gave his neck a long lick, much to his dismay, your powers are influencing you. She shook her head, taking in his scent before answering, nope, I'm allowing them to influence me. I like it. You were really destined to be a cat, hey? You still pass out first though. Ivy always tools the opportunity to make fun of her, becoming a habit by this point. Oh wow, says the one who passes out a second later. I do not you meowing bitch. Ah, meow, I will gladly sing it like a bird for him, not like you masochist bitch who can only scream. Alright, stop it you two. After numerous tries, Selena acquired a superpower Ian deemed to be feline physiology, and well, her naughtiness only heightened since then. It's kinda amusing. Humph. He shook his head and pulled Selena close to him again, whispering in her ear, I need you to do something for me. It's very important, so focus for me. A target of mine was recently found Jason Blood. Before he continued, he handed her a letter, in the letter, you'll find 3 folded pieces of paper. You must never read them, not even a look. I want them delivered to him on 3 separate occasions. That's it? Selena asked, confused. Ian was not done as his next words solved her doubts, there is a catch. He must never see you, and he must find the papers naturally without it seeming suspicious. You'll know how to do the job better than me, so expect good news soon. Selena was confused, but still got the gist of the situation, can he read minds or something like that? Something like that. Ian's answer remains ambiguous, making her understand that the least she knows, the better. I may have to extend my stay here for another month depending on how long it takes you to complete the job, but the most important thing is to be careful. Your safety comes first. He then pulled her into a passionate kiss, doing the same for Ivy lest she floods the city with venom. After explaining several things to them, they left, leaving Ian all alone. Raven was nowhere to be seen, isolated doing her own thing, something about a breakthrough in her studies. Ian walked back into his lab. Since he decided to make a deal with Jason Blood, he naturally has to set his plans in motion. Such is the way of the kind. The things I do for the greater good. He stood before one of the glass tanks. Within it was a condensation of energy, so concentrated it looked to be turning solid. It was magic energy. He was planning on sacrificing it for the greater good, and he always stays true to his word, so that must be true. 108, for God's sake. 6. 30 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 103, for God's sake. 6. It was all white, just snow and ice all around, but with immaculate vision, one would see a golden city far away, isolated between the mountains. On the far top of one of those mountains sat 2 people. Amidst the falling snow and cold breeze, they had their backs to each other, comfortably sitting in an environment where no human can survive. He arrived, Raven stated, cancelling the purple brilliance in her hands and preparing to stand up. She was adorned in casual black clothing with a purple coat on top. I know, Ian responded as he stood up. Another year passing allowed his hair to become even longer, reaching beneath his waist. The strange thing about him though is the little facial hair on his face. Ralph would be proud. You do? How? Raven curiously asked. She has only exited her isolation about 4 months ago, and he didn't show her much of his progress in anything. I have my ways. Ian shrugged. Raven let a pout of dissatisfaction though one could faintly notice her good mood. It's been like that since her resurgence. She must have achieved something notable. She extended her right hand, taking his hand into hers before vanishing a moment later. She has indeed become incredibly powerful, seemingly tapping into her limitless potential. They appeared almost instantly in an isolated area with no one in sight, still in the middle of snow. Everything was already set in motion, so Raven did as planned and released an outburst of magical energy. Soon enough, a magical portal appeared before them, a man coming out of it without a shred of cautiousness in his eyes. He was a middle-aged man with smooth dark hair, several white hairs testified to his age, or perhaps experience in life. The man eyed Raven with a frown. The demon is in her, right? That was a rhetorical question as he continued right away. But I have to say, the way you invited me is quite interesting, a test for someone like me? I do want the knowledge you're providing though, so I didn't mind. The man stood right before Ian, his hands still in his brown coat pockets. All the good mood Raven had seemed to have vanished long ago as she looked very depressed and down. Just get it over with. The man shook his head in dismay. Children these days, right? I'm curious though, how did you attain such knowledge even I don't have? Ian released a brilliant smile, seemingly about to state words of the gospel, charity. Hey! Raven on the other hand just rolled her eyes, looking elsewhere in what appeared to be dissatisfaction. Sometimes, the solution to everything is thinking in reverse. Anyway, let's hug, shall we? Ian further added much to the man's confusion, but the former didn't give him chance to respond as he pulled him into a hug. That was a distraction. The art of distraction has yet to disappoint Ian because as the man was in confusion, Raven crouched down, her palm touching the ground, initiating something considered dangerous by the man, or by the thing within him. Her other palm went to touch something else that suddenly manifested beside her, a massive glass tank with a concentrated stone of pure magic. Things were happening too fast, but not fast enough for the thing within the man to not respond. The man started looking a bit distorted, his face seemingly transforming into something else, something dark. Stoob! The man screamed, not at Ian but at the demon within him much to the latter's confusion. The man's resistance allowed the magic circle to take effect as something akin to a three-dimensional structure manifested around them, mostly concentrated around their target though. It's gonna be okay, so trust me, Ian whispered in the man's ears, still holding him in his place. It wasn't okay as the staff of all things manifested in Ian's hand, going directly through the man's stomach. Yet the man just smiled at Ian, seemingly feeling no pain, no woe. Ahem. He was barely able to speak as he coughed blood, weakness spreading all over his body. No worry, yes. If we then feel no responsibility. He seemed dazed by the end, seemingly on the brink of losing consciousness as his hair turned completely white. The staff was doing what it does best, devouring life force as if it's in constant starvation. Well, Jason Blood, if we fail, then I'll bring you back to life sometime in the future. If Jason wasn't so dazed he heard nothing, he would have certainly passed away in shock. No. A hoarse voice reverberated throughout the entire mountain, a vile voice speaking of wrath. You'll regret this. An illusionary figure manifested above the duo, a horrifying demon with unbelievable rage written on his face in clear alphabet. Perfect, Ian murmured as he leaped back, and despite his immaculate martial arts and nimbleness, he found himself stumbling back slightly on a clump of snow. As a result, he narrowly avoided a horrifying punch from the illusionary demon. Hey! The demon wasn't confused for long as his mouth puffed for a split second, seemingly in the motion of releasing something. Not just that, hellfire manifested itself on the palm of his hands, annihilating every speck of snow just with its mere presence. The demon's power was terrifying, but a bit weak for one of his stature. Well, how can he release his powers when his host is practically dying? Hanging by a thread? Moreover, most of his power was focused on separating from his host, with the intention of escaping. His illusionary form was in distortion, seeming in pieces. Something else Ian was counting on was the fact that the demon cannot stay far from the host. There seemed to be a specific area where he can move. Despite the danger, Ian's eyes brightened as he murmured, now. Raven, whose palms were still on the ground, reacted instantly, and the spell finally took effect. All the magical force within seemed to produce sparkling blasts of energy, and what seemed to be magical lightning surrounded the demon, binding him for a single second, but that was more than enough for Ian. In what seemed to be like an instant, Ian vanished and appeared behind the demon with his staff in hand. It sparkled with orange flickers as it moved at a dazzling speed, instantly coming in contact with the illusionary figure. Ian didn't have the speed to move the staff that fast, it just moved under his conscious control, his life force continuously flowing into it just as the staff started devouring all of the demon's energies. Ian's bizarre plan just started to unfold itself as space around him started to experience several twists, several things appearing all at the same time. The first, a cup of water. Ian used his other hand to hold and pour on the demon. The second was a crucifix that was controlled remotely by Raven the moment it appeared, making sure it always stays in contact with the demon. The third was a phone connected to a pair of speakers. The latter released an ear-piercing high-pitched voice the moment they appeared, though they were a bit far away from the demon. It all happened in an instant, in the moment of the demon's vulnerability. The collective effect of the three things only went on to paralysis the demon further, earning a deafening scream out of him. Ian flashed his vast wings from his back, instantly enveloping the demon in their embrace, keeping him in place. That was followed by orange lightning constantly spurting from the staff, traveling through the demon like a current. The spear-like staff was already stabbing deep in the illusionary but solid body, a testament to its unbelievable powers. It was already incredibly strong due to the charity of demons, but with Ian constantly giving it his life force, it has become something else entirely. Unfortunately, all of his methods only gave him a minute. He used it fully, and it was more than enough to acquire what he wanted considering the prowess of the demon before him. The demon's scream stopped in an instant, and Ian could feel burning heat starting to radiate from the demon. An air of chillness instantly surrounded the area despite the demon's body seemingly burning with hellfire, slowly melting into nothingness. Before he vanished though, his deformed head twisted, his horns contorting with it. His demonic eyes gazed directly into Ian's. "I, Etrigan, son of Belial, hereby swear with my demonic blood that I shall hunt you to the end of the earth." Ian narrowed his eyes, horror surfacing on his face as his angelic wings were retracted, enveloping him instead just in time to protect him against the incoming blast. It was a devastating burst that went on to annihilate the entire area, creating a vacant space of hundreds of meters in the mountain. Even the snow far far away melted just due to the heat that overwhelmed the entire mountain. Raven had it easy as she just teleported away, but Ian was sent way back, rambling through the ground like a ball, though strangely the burst had little effect on the wings, remaining intact and just as spotless. "Damn it, Constantine! This is not how you told me it's gonna go." Ian's shout resounded throughout the area as landed on the ground, gasping for breath with anger on his face. His eyes could catch the little specks of fire remaining in the area quickly fading. Raven instantly appeared before him and teleported him away, and the first thing he said was, "God, Constantine is such a good friend, isn't he?" 109, For God's Sake. 7. 30 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 104, For God's Sake. 7. Raven instantly appeared before him and teleported him away, and the first thing he said was, "God, Constantine is such a good friend, isn't he? He should be hating his life right now," Raven remarked. "Nah, I'm sure he'll make the best out of the situation." Ian frowned soon after. "Am I forgetting something?" "Oh, right." He waved his hand, bringing something, or this time someone, out of his dimension. It was Jason's blood, a thin line between the man and death. Since Ian planned the whole thing, then of course he wouldn't let Jason die, he is one of his goals after all. He even went as far as to construct a small area in the back row's dimension where there is oxygen lest the man ends up dying due to him. Ian acted quick, crouching down beside the man who has become an old man. He brought one of his hands to Jason's head and started giving away his life force. Another portion of his life force was delivered to his staff, focusing specifically on the third vessel. From it burst a blinding golden radiance, enveloping Jason. "Is that magic?" Raven curiously asked, eyeing the fourth vessel where odd chaotic energy was swimming about. "You really got it?" "Of course. Etrigan is that much of a monster that absorbing his energy for such a short time granted me what I want. Such a monster was played by you like nothing. He was weak." Raven noted, seemingly comprehending a certain truth of the universe. "Everything is relative. Everything is circumstantial. If we face him in hell or under different conditions, we'd certainly lose. We won't even have a chance." Ian nodded with a smile as if what he had just achieved wouldn't astound even the greatest of magicians and demons. "Not just that, you gained more than you gave away." Raven's eyes traveled to another vessel. There lie two faint energies, one he was using right now. The energy of light which he gained a sample of from Imogen, and after a lot of time of multiplying it, he was able to assimilate it into the staff. The other was a cloud of darkness, a strange energy that Raven could clearly sense reeks of evil. Yet, demons are very generous. Ian chuckled with clear appreciation in his eyes. Etrigan would have been seething if heard his words. Hell, he would have had a heart attack. "I still have so many questions. You told me you'd show me a live example of all of your advice, but I still don't understand many things. Then let me solve your doubts. Ian signaled to her to take a seat, and he began explaining without stopping the healing and age reversal process. He did take Jason's life force away, so it only makes sense for him to return it. At least, the wound was healing quickly, and Jason was no longer in a dangerous state. It all started a long time ago. Ian wanted to find Jason Blood long ago, not only to learn magic, demonology, and plenty of other knowledge from him, but also to make a deal with Etrigan. Etrigan, a demon prince of hell who was bound to a mortal, Jason Blood. They have walked the earth, and the depths of hell together for over a millennium. As a demon prince of hell, he was naturally one of Ian's friends, with the latter seeking him for charity. Unfortunately, Jason wasn't found for a while. The letters delivered by the Rose's messengers told him of Jason's location. The Rose's network information never sleeps, it's always working on finding something or someone. And Ian was waiting for just that. He changed his plans from making a deal with Etrigan to allowing the latter to deliver himself to his doorsteps for charitable purposes. Ian's understanding of magic despite not being able to use it was astounding, horrifying even. That was why he was able to converge several spells into one grand spell personally constructed by Raven, and powered by the magic tank. It was a sacrifice he was willing to make for the greater good, and is there a greater good than sending a demon prince back to his lair? Of course, there is, and Ian plans to achieve them all. He could have assimilated the fully condensed magical energy into the staff there and then, but he didn't. Instead, he assimilated light energy and initiated the plan. Etrigan is a master of deception, no doubt. He was an intelligent demon, and he lived within Jason, bound to his soul by Merlin himself, so how can Ian deceive such a demon? Well, Ian didn't, he deceived Jason Blood instead. The pieces of papers delivered to the man were encrypted and mostly written in the demonic language. They were all combined to state a bizarre message, parts of which insinuated the location, another spoke of the rewards, and the last told the task, though the latter was much more mysterious and obscure than the rest. Still, Jason figured something out to the effect of they want the darkness within someone to leave, permanently. It warned of the danger, and the great possibility of death, but freedom was very much the focus of the message. The reward was something Jason couldn't refuse because it might just give him exactly what he wants, freedom. Jason just wanted release from his misery, especially after he recently found the truth. The payment was the Book of Eternity and all the knowledge held by the task giver. Jason had no reason to not trust the letters because all the signs led him to believe the task to be legit. He was obviously trying to separate from the demon within him, and the latter didn't seem to mind, allowing him to reach out for a possible solution, just like he had done many times before. Etrigan wanted him to try. If he succeeds, then good for both of them, if not, then he can have some entertainment for himself, laughing at the amusing despair of mortals. It was not just Jason who wants freedom, Etrigan also desire it. He wasn't counting on the Book of Eternity though, he was more counting on the being who can acquire such a magical book. Things weren't too hard from there as Jason walked into the hidden trap on his own accord. Ian's studies were focused on several specific fields just to make sure everything goes well, and things don't fail before they even start, making sure Etrigan won't be able to sense the trap. Raven had plenty of darkness in her, a distraction so that they can assume her to be the task target. A few confusing and distracting words were spoken before Ian further speaking the keywords and hugging Jason. All the latter had to do was to think things in reverse, and everything became clear to him. The darkness to be solved was the darkness within him, not the one within Raven. The price was something Jason will have to pay, either by the Book of Eternity or his knowledge of spells and occultism. The process was dangerous because banishing Etrigan off him can lead to his death among other things, but the word freedom was reverberating within his mind, and he was willing to clutch to that sliver of hope, entrusting his life to a stranger. The pragmatic side of him told him that Ian wants his knowledge, so he should keep his word. That side of him also got a gist of Ian's plans when the latter stabbed him with the staff. He realized why Ian didn't tell him anything about the plan. This type of separating method was something Jason attempted many times, but Etrigan never allowed it to go through one way or another. The reason being is the state of the demon after the process. Losing some of their powers was the least of their concern. In the end, the demons will be the ones to suffer with permanent effects. It's just never worth it for any demon, unless it's a last result of course. Ian basically forced the demon to voluntarily leave after devouring much of his powers. The cost was naturally terrifying for demons, so Ian can be sure that he just became Etrigan's most hated being by far. Ian's last words were just to make Constantine share bits of that hatred. You. Hey. Raven just sat there, her mind boggled, stalling like never before. The gears and the cogs were turning, but the clock was still. Ian has just achieved a form of time manipulation with words alone. 110, for God's sake. 8. 30 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 105, for God's sake. 8. Die. 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 You cockroach! Ivy was a bit snarky, to say the least. Numerous small and big vines were gliding about, surrounding a tiny figure. Yet, try as she might, she was barely able to hit him a few times. He was slippery, and most importantly, he was dangerous. They were fighting in Gotham, but luckily for its people, it was a very isolated area close to the lower docks in the middle of the night. If they were in a popular area, it would have been a massacre, not just because of the numerous wings and dangerous plants all around, but because of the poisonous air in the area. Ivy did everything she can to eliminate him. She still remembers that day clearly, the day Ian fought, how much he suffered, coming victorious in the end but still got hurt. However, the enemy was prepared. He seemed to be immune to her poison and pheromones one way or another, presumably his armor. The most annoying thing about him though was the two golden swords in his hands. Their grip was dark gold, and the blade was brilliant golden, looking exquisite with numerous odd engravings. It was a fabulous piece of art, something seeming to be constructed by the gods themselves because only their fine hands can come up with such a miracle. That miracle is largely what's keeping him alive. That and his experience, his superhuman physique, sense, etc. The two golden blades swept through the plants and vines like butter, causing Ivy to wince in pain. This has never happened before, she could feel pain in her soul the moment those blades cut her plants. It wasn't emotional pain, but real pain. It was as if those swords can harm her soul through her plants. She was confident after training with Ian for a year and making so much progress, and she has indeed become stronger and very destructive. Unfortunately, she has come to face the swords because the most troublesome thing about them is that they seem to have a mind of their own, and numerous eyes. No matter how sneaky and deceitful she was, they always respond instantly. Moreover, they can transform into many things, much to Ivy's dismay. From their original form which seems to be the sword to a shield, lance, axes, hammers, daggers, and even scythes. They also turn into chains that fly about, always managing to save the holder from danger, extremely fast. The weapons even seem to have a burning effect on all of the plants, akin to the effect of holy water on demons. Should I use it? Ivy gritted her teeth, her emotions running wild for a second before she calmed down in a second. Quite the odd thing, no, Ian would hate that, and it will cause the death of every plant in the city. Her concerns weren't about the people of the city, but about her plants. Whatever trump card she's hiding is certainly something to be feared. She took a deep breath, her thoughts becoming more rational by the second. I need to remain calm. Only with tranquility can I see the road to squash bugs. That was certainly an interesting analogy, but what's astonishing more than anything else is Ivy regaining her calm. A year ago, she would have gone crazy watching a bug slice through all of her dear plants. Now, however, she was able to regain her composure pretty quickly without losing herself. That was a miracle, as that means she was slowly starting to gain resistance against the source of her powers. Her fighting style was adjusted completely in a moment, changing from offense to a mix of both offense and defense. She had almost forgotten that her goal was to keep him from making trouble, so all she had to do was to stall until he tires himself out. Perhaps killing him would be possible then, unless the swords have something else in store. The only reason this fight is happening in the first place was because of Ian. He was late. Ivy first set to solve the problem in a peaceful way, promising Deathstroke that Ian will arrive in a month, but a week has passed on top of that, and the assassin didn't seem to have any patience, seeking to get Ian out of whatever hole he's holding himself in. Deathstroke switched to full offensiveness, showing his monstrous nature as ran on the large vines, jumping from one to another to reach Ivy. His divine weapon was acting as chain hooks, keeping him from falling down, and helping him reach his target. His jumps were a dozen meters high with a speed that appeared like teleportation. His swings and reaction time were downright horrifying, something that should be impossible for a human being. He was certainly much stronger than he was the time he faced Ian, perhaps it was all due to training, or the divine weapon, or something else. All that mattered at the moment is the insane danger threatening Ivy as Deathstroke moved like he was in a grappling simulator. In the end, his claws came so close to reaching Ivy, but all she had to do was to murmur, "Bamboo shield." And a shield of bamboo formed before her, stalling Deathstroke for a split second, but his weapon still sliced through without much resistance. His vision of Ivy was obstructed, but as if he has a third eye, he spun mid-air, his diving weapon forming into a chain sword that went on to perform a full circle around the obstructions, reaching its target in the blink of an eye. Her wings were already out, flying backward from him, yet his bizarre weapon proved to be a headache once again. Ivy, remember that every good plan requires a few backup alternatives to be perfect. That or you can use the way of distractions, about 10 distractions will never fail you. The best option would be to be me, but... Ian's words reverberated through her mind as a vine that was already wrapped around her waist pulled her back with tremendous force to the point she winced in pain. But she was still clear-headed enough to manipulate her plans to overwhelm the opponent, becoming much more cautious. Much to her dismay, however, she felt herself colliding with someone. Without her knowledge, someone appeared behind her, making it seem as if her perfect sense of life force was useless. Ah, this smell, she remained just as defenseless, leaning back into the man. I missed you. Ian wrapped his arms around her, bringing her closer. Strangely, his wings were nowhere to be seen, yet he was floating with her in his arms. The only thing that could be responsible for that would be the staff hovering behind him. You did well. You even surpassed my expectation. Ian ruffled her red hair, and a hint of pride could be seen in his eyes. She had truly outdone herself. Ian didn't think she'd be able to resist the green's influence, but here she is. Ivy's mouth outlined a sweet smile as she turned to him, wrapping her arms around his neck, and with that innocent smile, she spoke, then what's my reward? What do you have in mind? I've just thought of a new project. I want you to give me your all and help me finish it as soon as possible. Please, dear. Her innocent smile was a stark contrast to her actions, bold seductive moves to get what she wants. Her breasts were squashed against his chest, and her hands were reaching out for dangerous territories. Her sweet breath was tickling his ear as she whispered words of seduction. Euphoric, hey? It's summer after all. Ian noted in the past year Ivy's mood swings. It had something to do with her powers, making her more susceptible to feeling certain emotions in specific seasons. Your exceptional and unnecessary seduction was successful, happy now. Ivy rested her head on his chest, hugging him tighter, too happy. I'm tired, can we stay like this a while more, dear? Deathstroke just stood there, a bit away from them, somewhat stunned. The vile woman who spoke only of venomous words was nowhere to be seen. He was speechless. Sure. I kinda can do everything without moving. Ian remarked as his staff levitated further above him. Beams of blue energy were being unleashed at Deathstroke, eldritch blasts. Not just that, several magical balls continued to manifest before the staff, and swim their way to their target. Deathstroke instantly found himself bombarded by numerous magical spells, all devastating attacks. He would have been dead in an instant if not for the divine weapon in his hands. God Killer Hui, a weapon capable of killing gods, forged by Hephaestus, god of fire. A weapon of near indestructible qualities, but... Ian eyed the golden shield surrounding Deathstroke before stretching his right hand, grasping his staff. A torrent of life force was unleashed upon it, causing it to light up in rays of myriad colors, orange being the most noticeable. I've never used this before, but... Please survive, that'll make things so much easier for both of us. 111, for God's sake. 9. 30 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 106, for God's sake. 9. A torrent of life force was unleashed upon it, causing it to light up in rays of myriad colors, orange being the most noticeable. I've never used this before, but... Please survive, that'll make things so much easier for both of us. And thus it was unleashed, the staff flew away from his hands, sparkling with a collection of orange, golden, and blue energies. Time stood still, allowing the staff to pass by it, flying on its own accord, or perhaps adhering to Ian's instructions. Not even the God Killer was able to react. Ian would later note to himself how charitable the conscious divine weapon was, allowing the spear to go right through it, absolutely shredding everything on its way. Just that brief collision with the God Killer created a blast of dozens of meters around. The damage would have been greater, oh so much greater, if Ian didn't control the staff perfectly. All it had to do was to destroy the God Killer cocoon, and it stopped right behind Deathstroke. Surprisingly, he wasn't too injured, he just had a very big hole in the majority of his chest, reaching even his neck. The staff had gone through the cocoon like a knife slicing through butter, leaving a lasting effect of turning the divine weapon into a malformed liquid, seemingly unsure of what to do. It does have consciousness after all, and perhaps that consciousness was responsible for the next scene, the scene of a golden letter manifesting itself before the God Killer, then flying to Ian, who easily caught it, his staff returning to his side with it. Ian didn't seem surprised. He just opened the letter and started reading through it while slowly drifting towards Deathstroke. Ah, of course, charity again. Yup. I see. I'm glad there are many gods. That way, the phrase God is generous can take effect, leading to plenty of charity. It was about this point he landed before the kneeling Deathstroke. He was still, unmoving, and not even flinching. He looked dead. Blood was flowing out of his chest. Strike that, he had no chest anymore. A puddle of blood was already formed beneath him, quickly spreading through the ground. What remains of his remain was crumbling. He looked pitiful. The first thing Ian did was move the sleepy Ivy to his back, blue energy flowing from the staff, facilitating the process. Ian crouched to Deathstroke's level, getting a bit too close to someone like Deathstroke. One can never know if he's pretending or not. One can also never know if such a fatal injury is able to stop him. Still, Ian reduced the distance between them, defenselessly whispering something in his ears. He then stood up again. Come here. He spoke, seemingly to no one, but the god killer instantly formed into golden swords and landed in Ian's hands. Not bad. Everything seemed to be perfectly planned, Deathstroke acting more as a messenger, delivering the letter and the divine weapon. Well, Hephaestus, have it your war. For now. Ian murmured before taking better hold of Ivy, flying with her back home, leaving Deathstroke possibly alive again. With the League of Shadows methods, they'll surely be able to save him, yet Ian didn't seem to care. In fact, he planned before to let Mike kill him, but since he was here, and Deathstroke is still alive, he made changes in his plan. Finally back. Yup. Ian faintly responded. On his way home, he decided to contact Zaydna after noticing several missing calls from her. It does seem that she knows something about where he was though, perhaps the girls told her? You went too far. Her tone was serious but also amused at the same time. Which action are we talking about? Ian was a tad bit confused. He goes too far a lot of times, so it's understandable. Zaydna let out a sigh. Constantine is in hell. Oh. Well shit. What did you do exactly? Numerous demons started targeting him suddenly in our world, making his life like hell. Not long ago, he went to hell on his own accord though he didn't tell me anything. She seemed more curious than concerned. In fact, she didn't seem worried at all. Hey, I see. I didn't really go too far, I just used his assistance without his permission. Ian contemplated his words for a while before responding casually like the innocent person he is. Ha 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 ha, yeah sure, I totally believe you. Her sarcasm was obvious. Nat, it's actually true. He just took it upon himself to share my burden. Ian shrugged unconcerned, getting a laugh out of Zaydna. It's easier to kill God than to permanently get rid of Constantine. That may be an exaggeration, but that's how confident they were in Constantine's cockroach skills. He didn't ask for help, so I'll leave it at that for now. However, be careful, Constantine is a bit vengeful. Also, I might need your help soon. The chances are extremely low, nearly zero, but it's possible. That's confusing, Ian noted. Is it? You should know me very well, I'm the best, so how can I not succeed in what I desire? She hung up right away. Sure. I totally believe you. Ian observed the changes in the city along the way, and he didn't seem much. The city was slowly getting more prosperous though. A lot of people still have apprehension about Gotham, but things are slowly turning around, especially with Ian investing in numerous projects, mostly on the legal side of things. He landed directly in front of his mansion, walking past the guards casually though they didn't seem to notice him. He only cancelled whatever spell he was using when inside. Boss. A surprised voice sounded the moment he entered, followed by someone throwing himself at him, wanting to hug him only to remain hovering in the air. You live here now. Ian eyed her, signaling to her not to disrupt Ivy's nap. Harley was adorned in red pajamas, looking to be in her own house. Yup. And what is this? So cool, and you look so cool. Also wanna wear clothes like that. Also, why do you have hair longer than me? Harley tried moving around in the air, but she was barely successful. Fly me around please. I swear, God could appear before her and evaporate reality with a snap, and she would still say the same thing. Calm down, and call Layla and Ralph here now. He instructed before letting her free, then he went on to put Ivy in bed. Ian went back to his room and changed back to his crime lord uniform. His steps led him to the guest room where he took a seat. After calling them, Harley sat by his side bombarding him with questions until she noticed he was in no mood to respond, so she strangely stayed silent. The moment Layla and Ralph arrived, Ian spoke calmly, so Selena vanished, and the Roses cannot find any traces of her. Ralph seemed nervous, scratching his head, unsure of what to do. Layla on the other hand was more decisive as she performed a full bow. I failed you. That's it, that's all she said as she remained in her subservient pose, seemingly awaiting him to set her destiny in stone. I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming any of you. Ian shook his head before gazing at Ralph. Give me the report. And Ralph hastily complied, giving him written words of what happened, so she did come back with the Hope Diamond, but she vanished soon after with it without saying anything. Very interesting. Ian threw the report to the side. Layla, you're doing well, so continue. It's easy for anyone to hold the helm when the sea is calm, but it's nothing but that when in chaos. We turned the chaotic Gotham into a calm sea, and that's what we'll continue to do unless chaos is needed. He signaled for her to stand strong and continued, I won't be available much from now on. I won't be involved in the Roses too deeply. My footsteps should take me all around the world, so I have to leave everything to you too. The serious atmosphere made them gulp their words. All they could do is to nod and show their determination. Perfect. You can go, and call Mike here. Ian further stated before zoning out, his fingers slightly tapping the table beside him in contemplation. That was kinda badass, Harley mused in her mind, scanning him carefully from top to bottom. He still doesn't seem like a god though, so why does Layla think so? Harley has never been more rational since her transformation than now. Her psychiatrist mind working full-time to figure him out, something she's been doing since joining the Roses, just not to this degree. What is God anyway? Harley questioned out loud, accidentally getting Ian's attention. God, hey? Someone or something of many of which there is a lot. A thing relative to human understanding because they cannot gauge what a god feels. Or if it can feel in the first place. Harley was a bit confused, but still asked the most important question, can you? Do you understand God? Me? Ian shook his head with a laugh, I cannot understand myself, so how can I truly understand God? I'm sure we'll meet soon enough, it's just a shame it cannot be now. I'm still very confused. I feel like you're giving me non-answers? You're just being unresponsive. Harley frowned, and Ian eyed her in surprise, but he still didn't point out her odd behavior. Just think of God as anything but God. Think of it as a thing, and imagine a sea of things. Ian shook his head, somewhat amused by his own words. Why do I know this when I have never paid much thought to what God is? Where does this occasional odd knowledge come from? A sigh escaped his mouth, more questions than answers. Such is the way of nature. 112, for God's sake. X. 30 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 107, for God's sake. X. Ah, for God's sake. I knew we should have thrown him in jail the first time I saw him. Nightwing brought both his hands up, face-palming himself with undeniable exasperation. I don't know what to say anymore. Batgirl besides him also added in dismay. They were in the Batcave, standing in the central command chamber. In front of them was Batman who was intensely watching something on a large monitor. The place looked quite advanced, filled with a variety of technologies, including the supercomputer before them with several monitors, one of which was playing a video. Batman's eyes traced every movement in the video, again and again. He continued to replay it as if he wants to go back in time and see it for himself. The two behind him waited and waited until he finally paid attention to them, specifically Nightwing. He escaped again even though you were there. Indeed, Nightwing was the only one in the area of the incident. He watched it happen, but couldn't get close. He even lost Deathstroke's body. There were too many, Nightwing frowned, they were strong. They had more numbers, and they were stronger than the last time. Batman glanced at him before going back to his contemplation. Why did Ian leave him alive? He already faced such a scenario before, so being the person he is, he will definitely do something extreme. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. I even saw him whispering something in Deathstroke's ears despite the latter looking dead. Nightwing explained, stroking his chin before shaking his head, unfortunately, I will have to go. I will be going back to Birmingham. Batman nodded before focusing on the video again. His sidekicks already dispersed, leaving him alone, until Alfred entered the Batcave that is. Master Bruce, the guests have arrived. Alfred respectfully spoke, faintly peeking at the video playing on the monitor, showing the absolute destructiveness of Deathstroke, Ivy, and most importantly, Ian. The Justice League heroes do not yet know who Batman is, so of course he wouldn't bring them to his base which is right below the Wayne Manor. The place of the meeting was a monitored place in the city. Batman nodded and made his way there discreetly. The meeting place was a simple room with a large table in it and several chairs, two of which were filled. Batman on the other hand remained standing, working something out on a laptop. Everyone else is busy. The Bat frowned. He was even willing to have a remote video communication, but only two showed up. To each their own. They're either busy with something personal, or they're fighting for what they believe in. They didn't ask for help, so they should be okay. The one who spoke was a noticeably tall and fair-skinned woman with straight waist-length black hair, blue eyes, and broad shoulders. She was absolutely gorgeous in appearance, sporting a slender and athletic frame with a well-toned yet muscular build. It wasn't just her body that made her the center of all attention, it was above all her demeanor, her overwhelming presence. A warrior at heart, confident, but seems to be quite outgoing. Batman didn't show any weakness or annoyance, he kept looking through the laptop though this time for something different altogether. I will warn them all later lest they fall into his clutches, but for now, let's talk about the incident. Why am I here? I mean, didn't I tell you everything about my interaction with him? The last person in the room finally saw the opportunity to speak, it was the Flash himself. Because of this video. Batman didn't explain further, but let them see it for themselves. It wasn't long before the Flash's eyes widened as he stood up, vanishing from his place only to appear with his eyes next to the laptop screen. His eyes were moving at such miraculous speed that they looked white as if he had no iris or pupil. Speed Force. But it's orange? Not red. What is happening? Confusion was written all over his face as he eyed Batman. This. How? Much to his disappointment, however, Batman shook his head. I do not know, but it must have something to do with the strange staff-like weapon, and Ian himself. I have never heard of such a weapon. It looks complex and dangerous. Too dangerous. Diana also remarked with a frown, so he is the one. Yeah, I'm nearly 100% certain he's the one. He should be responsible for the Hope Diamond heist. Batman affirmed. You seem too certain. I'm certain. I studied the clues you sent me meticulously. The number of distractions in the heist and the way they're done. It is definitely him. I've been studying his behavior since long ago, so trust me on this. I do trust you. I'm just wondering why someone like him would target the Hope Diamond when he can target more valuable stuff. Does he know about the curse? Diana revealed her doubts. I don't know. Flash, I think you should already know how he acquired the Speed Force, right? Batman already deduced the reason, so the Flash should have too by now. I just don't know why it's orange. Flash, instead of answering, gave a question of his own. I don't have as much data about the Speed Force, but I can make an assumption based on the visible spectrum. He either did something to increase its wavelength, thus producing the orange light. I can also assume based on that, the possible power increase in the Force. Batman narrowed his eyes, glancing at the Flash. The other option would be. The Flash's eyes widened, many possibilities running through his mind, red and yellow. The combination of the two colors makes orange. Pretty much. I don't know exactly how the Speed Force works, or if it has any relation with the visible spectrum, but that's the best I can do with the information I have. Batman was too much of a Guinness. His deduction skills were out of the world, especially considering how little he knows, yet how much he can figure out. Where is he? I have to meet him. The Flash's emotions were in turmoil. The possibility of Ian knowing something about the Red Flash, the killing of his Monday, was something he couldn't ignore. However, Batman was unmoved. Let go. In the Flash's defense, Batman was quite intimidating to most people, so it was only natural he complied. We need to plan it out. You saw the staff. It's obviously capable of absorbing powers, more likely energies. The way he used it in the footage shows that he doesn't have many limits in using the staff's powers. The good thing, for now, is that he doesn't seem to be able to use the Speed Force like you, only his staff seem affected by it. The bad news is that he can use magic. He noticed Diana trying to say something, but he wasn't done just yet. Most importantly, there seem to be 10 closed vessels on the staff. I can only assume the energies are held within. I can also assume that a vessel can only hold one energy, otherwise, it will simply be a disaster. I can only wonder how many types of energies he acquired, but what I'm sure of is that he'll want to acquire more. Ian is a collector, he likes to take stuff for himself. I can see where this will lead. He. What kind of person is he? Diana asked, a bit apprehensive. He is. Opportunist, odd, successful, wise, willing to sacrifice others for what he believes in or for what he wants. That wasn't the end, Batman continued with a more detailed and personal evaluation, so in depth even Diana and Flash looked at him strangely. When he said he studied Ian, he really meant it. He is certainly not crazy, but he refers to himself as such. I don't think he truly thinks that. He may be looking at it from a human perspective because he could be considered crazy with normal evaluations. I think he's incredibly rational and logical, but he chooses to throw logic away sometimes for fun. Why? Diana finally got the chance to speak, raising her voice. Why is someone like that a crime lord in Gotham? You're even allowing it. When I heard about it, I thought you chose someone of your own, but... Why? Ian is incredibly dangerous, perhaps the most dangerous person I've met to date. He could be our greatest enemy, but also our greatest aid. The problem is his randomness, so... Batman eyed both people in the room with a serious look. He's a crime lord because he can do what I cannot. And because I didn't see too far into the future. I didn't foresee his quick advancement, nor did I see to depth into him at that moment. I've made a mistake, but perhaps it's not a mistake. Diana frowned, understanding dawning on her. I see. You didn't want us to follow in your footsteps. You didn't want anyone in the team to make a similar mistake. And I've already made a mistake. The Flash murmured to himself. If only Ian knew how much of a headache he's becoming to the inhabitants of Earth and Hell alike. Stay silent for a while. The Bat instructed before making a call and putting it on speaker. Soon Ian's voice rang from the phone, sounding a bit unclear. It seemed to be too windy on his side. Hello? Bats? Doing any charity work recently? I'm quite interested in your Batmobile. Like imagine, we can hold a charity event, and I can buy it for tens of millions. It will all go to the charity of course, so it's all for the greater good. Great idea, is it not? How should it be said? Ian stole the show in an instant. The two superheroes were naturally speechless while Batman remained unfazed. I want to meet. Hey? Nat, I'm like somewhere in the Pacific right now. I think I'm lost? Not sure. Anyway, I'm doing charity work here, so I can't go back anytime soon. That was certainly bad news, and everyone in the room knew it, so Batman pressed further, what kind of charity are we talking about? SUS. Ian remarked but still answered nonetheless, but let me think about how should I say it. Oh, yeah, hunting a giant harmless animal for the sake of a charity related to gods. The charity is also very charitable as they gave me tools for the harvest. Oh wait, I found it. Anyway, goodbye stingy bat. Wait. Albeit, despite Batman's shout, Ian still hung up. Gods? Pacific. Diana murmured with a strange look on her face. Batman heard her. The gears in his mind turned quickly, and all he could say was, oh for God's sake. 113, Welcome to Hell I. 30 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 108, Welcome to Hell I. Hey. Ian scratched his head, looking around. He could swear he heard a faint yell from somewhere, well, whatever. He shrugged and eyed the island far away before him, swimming around is lovely, but I have business to attend to. His staff appeared before him, and its magic was immediately activated under his meticulous control, allowing him to fly through the water like a fish. Ian gently landed on the shore, soaking wet. He looked like he was on a holiday, adorned solely in white shorts, showing his perfectly tuned muscles, seemingly crafted by the same gods that he spoke of before. There was however something strange on his body. It was what looked like an incomplete black tattoo on his middle upper back. The black dots were no more, or perhaps they formed into this tattoo. It seemed to be like the petal of a flower, an inky black petal, exquisite and finely crafted. Ian's hair was styled in the form of a braid, akin to the ancient style of Vikings though he didn't go too far, he just combed it backward, forming into a long braid, reaching his waist. Ian being the courteous person he is, remained standing on the shore, waiting for someone to welcome him. Soon, Ian heard the faint ringing of bells, followed by tens of people approaching him on horses. Each of them had pretty much the same ancient style of attire, complemented by the swords, bows and shields they carry. What a nice cosplay, Ian remarked, eyeing the crowd. It was certainly a sight to behold. Tens of Amazonian women lined up before him, looking cautious with their weapons out. They appeared even more cautious, looking at the staff hovering behind him, but not one of them thought of retreat, their determination was clear as day. Ian still waited without saying anything until their queen finally showed herself. They made way for her, entering in grandeur with her long fluffy black hair, her attire fitting her stature, especially her golden crown. She had a very similar demeanor to Diana. Speak of your name. Why are you here? Where did you come from? She was much calmer than the rest. That much was for her certain. Ian performed an elegant bow, getting into character. Ian rose, sent by the gods of course, specifically Hephaestus. Prove. The Amazonian queen Hippolyta frowned, still unsure. It's extremely hard to reach Paradise Island after all, so she wasn't too resistant to his words. Ian seemed to be performing a show as he clapped his hands together before pulling them apart, except now there was a letter in his hand. He then threw the letter to Hippolyta, the magic trick not ending just yet as the letter flew gently to her hands. The letter looked normal, but Hippolyta could sense something from it, the divine energy of the gods. It was very faint, but it was there. I still don't understand. Why are you here? Oh, right, it's not written in there. The Titan is somewhere on this island. Still, I will not just permit you to do what you want just like that, I need time to think. Also, wear some clothes. Well, she was a bit intelligent, Ian noted as brought Weil shirt from his dimension and put it on, something he didn't mind doing considering some of the Amazonians were staring at him a bit too long. It's like they want to throw themselves on me for some reason. It must be because they're very kind and charitable. Ian nodded to himself and followed after the queen. The first thing she did was to lead him to a small cottage at the side of the island, not that far away from their main area of residence. Do not leave the area, or there will be consequences. I will make a decision soon. Sure, Ian shrugged as he entered the wooden cottage, it's okay I guess. But they're still watching me, huh? Is this a test of sorts or perhaps she wants to do some research on my target? Well. His attention soon diverted to the house. Alright, let's make some changes. They weren't just some changes, it was a reconstruction of reality otherwise, Hippolyta wouldn't so stunned when she came back. She found Ian lying on a sofa with popcorn, watching some kind of movie on a laptop. Many accessories were on the once vacant cottage, it looked somewhat cozy, wanna join? Hey? No. She shook her head, getting her composure back. Of course someone sent by the gods wouldn't be a normal person, but she suspects otherwise because she can sense no divine energy from him at all. I have a few questions. She started asking without waiting for affirmation, mostly things about the contract and his identity. So is the staff hovering behind you granted to you by the gods? She questioned. No, that's the result of charity from the kind demons of hell. What? The more she questioned, the more confused she became until she finally had it with his odd answers. Somehow, he found a way to include the word charity in his every answer. Your target is a mad titan, Lepetus. Can you truly defeat him? My concerns lie in my people, so I cannot allow such danger here. Yet, it shouldn't be hard. Moreover, the danger is already within. Are you willing to leave it here, giving it a chance to spread later, or will you take this opportunity? Ian's words were very meticulous. His deals with the demons made him learn a lot about the true nature of the devil's ways. Hippolyta grimaced in hesitation, but alas, she wasn't the Amazonian queen for centuries, even millennium for nothing as determination shone in her eyes. Face me. Defeat me, and I shall aid you the best way that I can in facing the threat. No. Why? His refusal made her confused. Well, I can be sure that I'm not as physically strong as you are, but my other methods. They're too potent, I'll basically just embarrass you. Ian contemplated his words for a bit, articulating them so as to not sound offensive. Will you now? Let's go. Hippolyta bit her lips, holding her anger from coming out. She turned around, not taking a no for an answer. Well, don't say I didn't tell you. Ian shook his head in dismay. He was truly too kind. What an audience. This is even worse. Are you sure you want to do this? Ian asked, eyeing the many Amazonians surrounding the area. Be silent, and let us start at once. She wasn't in the mood for words as she pulled her sword out of her belt, leaping at Ian decisively. However, much to her dismay, Ian just jumped up, soaring into the sky. His staff was suddenly in his hand as he began constructing magic balls one after another, abusing his endless life force, and spamming magic. The end product was a sky filled with magic spheres with Ian in their midst, his voice somehow reaching the dazed queen. Should I launch them, Lady Hippolyta? And no. Thi. This is cheating. She murmured incoherently, and Ian heard her as he slowly landed before her. Is it? Then I can use other method. No, no need. Just. I'll cooperate. Spamming was always a horrifying ability, abused whenever possible, so her anxiousness was natural, just now discovering the frightening capabilities of the man before her. No need. Just stay far away from the location I'll point out to. As Ian spoke, he brought out the god killer from his dimension. It was actually in the form of a bat due to Harley messing around with it many times for the past week since his return. So where is it? And don't destroy it, or I'll destroy you, all right. Ian gently caressed the bat with a sweet smile and showed his kindness to the bat who seemed to shake in fright. Ian then let it go, and it flew in a certain direction. Perfect. You all go in the opposite direction. He didn't wait for any of them to respond as he flew into the sky before following after the god killer. The dozens of magical spheres also followed after him, looking like an army marching to war. Ian was soon suspended in the air, looking down at a massive statue at the far end of the island, right next to a mountain. The god killer was floating right next to the statue, faintly vibrating as if it cannot wait to destroy it, and that it did the moment it was given permission. Do it. The golden bat swung around in an instant, colliding with the statue with incredible force, breaking it with ease. It then hastily flew back to Ian. The statue of Apollo has fallen, and it's time for me to rise. It's time for vengeance. Lepetus. Hey. 114, welcome to Hell 2. 30 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 109, welcome to Hell 2. The golden bat swung around in an instant, colliding with the statue with incredible force, breaking it with ease. It then hastily flew back to Ian. The statue of Apollo has fallen, and it's time for me to rise. It's time for vengeance. Lepetus. Hey. The one to speak, released from a seal sentencing him into eternal damnation was Lepetus. He was a mad titan, a threat banished to Tartarus, and elements of his body were spread around Themyscira. The only thing keeping them from assembling again was Apollo's statue which has just fallen. The mad titan had risen from the depths of the ground as if climbing from the clutches of hell. Following behind him were his army of blue demon-like creatures. They were however ants in comparison to him as he stood mounting above trees with his intimidating posture, his skin similarly blue albeit a bit darker. Yet such an intimidating foe halted his words once he comprehended the scenery before him. In the sky, there was a man. In his hand, there was a staff. Behind the man, there was magic. The magic was a sea of magic, a variety of pure destructive magic. I love magic. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Ian murmured, a bit overwhelmed by the extent of what magic can do with his infinite life force. I've once hated it. Now I love it because I can use it. Enjoy. The magic fell upon the army like falling meteors. Magic spears, arrows, spheres, blasts. Think of it, he had mastered it. Very well done. Ian murmured, noticing something interesting, just in case. Magic armor. He spoke an incantation, forming an illusionary blue armor around him. The god killer appeared in his hand, forming into a golden spear. The sea of magic did fall on the army, and it nearly exterminated every one of them except the Mad Titan himself. He looked to be in a sorry state, not too injured, but his emotional state certainly was as he stared in a daze at the thing that protected him, a pale blue spear, radiating a faint white glow, and no. The Mad Titan was truly going mad, his rage manifesting around him. The weapon must have meant a lot to him. Not for long though, as just as he was about to unleash his wrath, he saw a blue figure with vast white wings descending at him with a speed not many could react to. The golden spear in the attacker's hand reeked of danger. Lepidus really did his best, but there wasn't much he could do besides gazing at his crumbling spear and the hole in his chest. A breath was his last move before falling to his knees dead. So easy, Ian murmured before eyeing the mountain beside the area. It was shaking, seemingly triggered by the unsealing of Lepidus, yet, Murphy is such a good friend. Ian then hit his wings again and flew solely with magic towards the mountain. With his current state, a volcano is a better word for it. Yet he just focused his life force on the staff, specifically, the vessel of magic and mysticism. His meticulous control of magic gave birth to several blasts of ice magic, one after another as floated down the volcano unaffected by melting heat. It's a problem though. My life force input per second doesn't allow me to cast immense spells in short amounts of time. The obvious solution is to increase my life force output, and my most powerful magic spell, Magic Spam, is already broken on its own, so it's more than enough for now. Casting immense magical spells usually take him several minutes, which is a lot of time in battle. Some of the high-end spells may even take dozen minutes and more, but as he stated, Magic Spam is a broken spell. The volcano was soon frozen cold, not bad at all. Ian nodded before continuing with a few mysterious words. This was perfection, wasn't it? Anyway, I expect what I want to be delivered to my doorsteps. He then brought a piece of paper from his dimension and let it fall on the ice before vanishing into the distance. The air pressure and every problem that comes with fast flight speeds were no longer a problem, and his love for magic was only growing. It wasn't long after he flew away that a set of footsteps reverberated throughout the icy mountain. A short odd-looking man with what looked like a yellow glass on his left eye, walked towards the piece of paper. Perfection it was not. Monstrous it was. When did humans come so far? I can only hope his steps don't land him on Olympus. It was Hephaestus who vanished soon after. That was followed by the Amazonians finally arriving at the incident location, looking aghast at the destruction before them. Not just that, a black plane soon landed on the island, from which Wonder Woman appeared, followed by Batman. The jet was his Batplane, named Batwing. Oh, for God's sake! Batman just observed everything from afar as Diana reunited with the Amazonians before performing a thorough scan of the area. The immense destruction around was certainly not to Batman's liking, because if it proved something, it would be the danger Ian can prove to be, and the cautious person Batman is, he wouldn't remain unprepared. I know his weakness, but it's very troublesome to exploit it. I have to work harder, so much harder to create it. The headache of many. The menace of hell was already on his way back to Gotham. This has been a quick job he took that has additional future benefits, a bit of charity. He has been away for only a few days, but now he needs to get back to business. He was on the verge of launching a mother company to all of his other companies, Ivy's Garden and Cat's Rest. The new company will be the legal side of the Roses, the only side most people will ever see. Ignorance can be bliss after all. He called it Rose Corporation for a very specific purpose, so that the Roses can hide behind it, to be the mask that cannot be seen through. It was nothing revolutionary, but the new company rising under Ian's care it was called Rose Pharmacy, and its first product was named the Golden Rose. The Golden Rose was a golden liquid that if taken can heal almost anything with no side effects. It can regrow limbs, cure cancer, and most things that aren't supernatural. How was such a miraculous product even remotely possible to make? Well, it was the work of Ian and Victor, formerly known as Mr. Freeze. The latter did most of the work, but Ian provided the source of the liquid, holy energy. Victor somehow found a way to convert that illusionary energy into a drinkable liquid with miraculous nature. Since the third vessel of his staff has already assimilated holy, he can just pump his life force into it and continuously make it. His focus in staying in Gotham at the moment was on studying the process so he can do the same thing himself without the need for Victor's method. That, and creating a variety of new plant life with Ivy while waiting for a guest to arrive. 115, Welcome to Hell 3. 30 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 110, Welcome to Hell 3. Selena, aka Catwoman, has vanished, and the Roses couldn't find even a shadow of her, though Ian seems strangely sure she's alive and well. That didn't stop him from looking for her though, and to do that, he called someone who also wanted to contact him. They both wanted something from each other, so they made a deal. On that note, Ian was left pretty much alone with Harley and Ivy as Raven also left on a self-exploration trip of sorts, though Ian knows exactly what's on her mind, and he's looking forward to what she can achieve on her own. He taught her a lot, and showed her many ways she could face an enemy such as Trigon, so of course he's looking forward to what she'll do. Will she go with such methods, or will she use a better method of her own? It was almost like an entertaining show for him. It's been a while. Ian smiled and greeted his guest without leaving his place. He was seated on a large cushion in the guest room, awaiting her with a golden bat in his hands, the God Killer. He did send it away to his dimension instantly after. I see that you're alive and well. His guest, Lady Xanadu, sized him up from top to bottom. She has already talked to him on the phone, so she knows he's alive, but you know what they say, seeing is believing. And she had to see it and truly appreciate how much he changed. He looked like a different person entirely, as if years passed. He was already handsome, but now he was more. He was appealing to her, someone who had wandered the earth for thousands of years. Yet, I still can't believe it. I thought I was dead for sure. Ian chuckled. She was however having none of it. I felt like you didn't believe in my prophecy at the time, and now I'm sure you never believed in it in the first place. Why wouldn't I believe in one of the best prophets in the world? That I wonder as well. Xanadu smiled as she took an already prepared seat close to him. Well, I will be generous and let you read my future again. Perhaps you can see something accurate this time. Ian lifted his palm on his own accord, even taunting her. Why do I feel like that's exactly what you want? And my hunches are usually correct. Xanadu remarked, crossing her legs together. Yet you will still take the bait. Ian smiled still, and she indeed did without a word. Her hands found themselves all over his, looking at every nook and cranny of his palm. A frown soon emerged on her beautiful mature face as she murmured, you know. I didn't see much last time, a rare case, but it happens. I've dealt with cases similar where I just feel that the connection will be severed at a specific point of time which I consider to be death. Her eyes met Ian's, seeming confused as she continued, I've never been wrong, not since I reached my level, and I still didn't fail because your connection was indeed severed. That same day I spoke of, something happened that severed the connection, and it's still in that state because even now, I can see nothing. Hey, I see. Ian took his hand back, bringing his staff out and feeding it his life force like usual while contemplating her words. How? She couldn't help but ask, curious because he obviously seems to know something, as if he just needed a confirmation. I wonder. Ian shrugged. Of course he knew, but he wouldn't tell her. He couldn't tell her that, as expected. It all comes back to the energy I call my life force. It never happened before, but that day, giving away my life force healed my wounds and even my old scars. I had many doubts about that, and many assumptions. Now, I'm almost certain that what she saw as my death was actually the transformation of my life force which has cut off that connection. The transformations didn't stop there, but they continued until today. I can clearly sense the gorgeous petal tattoo on my back on the verge of completion, and that should declare another transformation. Ian sensed many things through his life force. It was long ago that he started sensing anything within the area of it. The give and take process further allowed him to slowly gain more control over things such as his staff and rings, to the point where he can now do something akin to telekinesis. It all started when the tattoo on his back started becoming clearer. He felt a faint connection with the staff which continued to deepen with him feeding it his life force until he became able to control it from afar. He was even more sure of an assumption of his once he discovered that this sensing and controlling transformation does take the energy, but it goes into the tattoo. It was as if the tattoo was medium to all that he controls, and he also verified that. It got to the point that Ian had to wonder, is my life force truly a life force? Or is life force just a part of it? Do I even have a life force? Does this energy I produce just function similarly to life force, but it's not actually that? He had so many questions but so few answers, like always, and it was killing him. Still, he found himself somewhat entertained. He found himself to be like a book, slowly unfolding before him. The question is, how much effect can he have on the process? Can he accelerate it significantly, even more than he was doing now? I guess you have your troubles yourself. Xanadu softly remarked. I guess I do. Anyway, let's get to business. I will help you recover your magical abilities in return for your occasional help with your precognition. Xanadu smiled, and nodded, starting from now. You do seem to have great trust in my ability to help you though. Did Zaydna tell you something? Ian wondered. Ah? As I thought. Zaydna is the one that reserved a spot in your team. She saw no reaction from his still, so letting out a small sensual laugh, she continued. I guess I missed my shot. My only regret is that I trusted myself too much at the time, thinking you were as good as dead, so I didn't bother investigating your strangeness, and that odd energy you release. Her smile turned a bit quirky. I'm honestly tempted to make someone disappear under mysterious circumstances to get what I believe to be the best future for me. She was methodical and logical, mostly thinking about benefits than feelings, as Ian noted. I mean, we already have a deal, so we're in some kind of partnership, but you can if you can. Unfortunately, I cannot. She shook her head before she continued, now, about your girl. It was extremely hard to do so as if veiled by something of darkness, but I found her. In Egypt. Ian narrowed his eyes. That was something even the roses couldn't find. She must have been taken there by some supernatural force then, because there were no traces of her going there. Exact location. Temple of Bastet. Hey? That's interesting, but odd at the same time. He had many doubts about the mysterious circumstances, but he still has to go. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Well. Welcome to hell. How did this happen? How did it come to this? Most importantly, is this for charity? 116, Welcome to Hell 4. 30 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 111, Welcome to Hell 4. Why did you bring her with you? She's weak. Xanadu remarked, eyeing the figure jumping around on the golden sand of the desert. Hey! I had you, and I'm not weak at all. All the luck in the world is with me. Harley snarled back. You mean insanity? Ian corrected. Insanity? Do you think I'm actually insane? I'm disappointed. Harley instantly slumped down on the sand. It was as if she was trying to be as comical as possible. Insanity is relative, just like everything is relative to something else. Strangely, Ian answered seriously as he started making his way down the temple, followed by the two. Then what do you think? Harley questioned with apparent curiosity. I think of you as a free soul. Sometimes a lost soul. A spontaneous soul. They were getting deeper into the temple by now, to some dangerous areas, places not explorable without some necessary equipment. They were in the darkness of caves. I love magic. Indeed, Ian has grown very fond of magic. How could he not? Magic is the bright sphere floating beside him, giving vision to the blind. Magic is the faint energy surrounding him, Harley, and Xanadu, allowing them to fly. A lost soul. It was a long while before Harley said something, seemingly lost in thought. Sometimes. That's what it feels like sometimes. Not entirely sure why though. Ian shrugged, reaching a dead end, only rocks all around, no exit, nothing except the entrance where they came from. Not entirely. Harley further questioned, a little perplexed until she came to an understanding, making her frown. He wants me to find out myself. Ian ignored her, instead, turning his attention to Xanadu. He can do it himself, but she's just better, so much better than him at magic, especially the magic required in this situation. Xanadu was extremely strong, and that's with most of her magical abilities lost. It's definitely here. It's either a hidden compartment or some kind of magic, unlikely to be an illusion. As she spoke, she got to work walking around the rocky area with her fingers sometimes tracing alongside them. She then waved her hand, sending several tarot cards flying around. Gravity didn't exist for her as they hovered around her, slowly heading in certain directions. Her steps led her to a certain wall, her hands waving slightly at it, somehow triggering something. Nothing happened for a while, but there came a time when they heard a sound. The ground shook, and the entire area seemed to shake as Ian used his magic to control Harley, allowing her to fly next to him. Madame Xanadu was able to fly on her own, though she didn't appear to be in a good mood as she looked at the ground beneath them. Something feels off, and I can't quite put my hand on it. I feel kinda similar. Be ready to teleport away if need be. Ian also felt like the course of events that led him here was odd. He pulled Harley towards him as the shaking intensified until the ground beneath them cracked, revealing nothing but darkness, a seemingly bottomless hollow. They floated down for quite a while, the sphere of light beside them radiating brilliance, allowing them to see that they had reached a hallway, the start of a hallway leading somewhere. Ian let go of Harley and approached Xanadu, whispering something in her ears. He then started making his way through the hallway without saying a word. The same was for Xanadu, as she didn't have any change in her expression. What did you tell her? Harley's curiosity got the better of her as always. Doesn't matter. Just ready the benevolent bat. The benevolent bat was the name Harley gave to the god killer. It has pretty much become her personal weapon since Ian doesn't use it except when feeding it his life force. Ah, okay? Why? What's happening? I sense no skulls to be crushed. Harley wondered, not seeing much, the hallway seemingly having no end. SHH. That was Ian's response as he calmly walked forward with unnerving calmness. The staff of all things was already in his hand. It was a long while before the hallway led them anywhere, and they certainly wouldn't risk directly teleporting there lest they fall right into a trap, They can however scan the area and even survey where the hallway led before reaching it, and that they did, yet Ian didn't stop. He walked into a vast hall, skin to a throne hall but much greater, almost as if it's the Hall of Gods. The area was relatively dark despite the many spheres of light now surrounding them. It was also silent, ominously so, yet Ian didn't stop. Harley already noticed something wrong with his behavior as if he saw something unseen by her, but she remained silent, unwilling to be a liability. She had always hated being a weakness. They all walked toward the most conspicuous thing in the hall. Selena. She was resting on the floor, seemingly unconscious. Floating above her was a black gem, a diamond. The diamond was bizarre, to say the least, as it was releasing inky energy of sorts, enveloping a good area around it, forming a barrier of sorts. Yet, Ian just walked into it, not affected in the slightest. It was however a different story for Madame Xanadu and Harley as they felt a force akin to gravity pushing them away. The closer they got, the stronger the force. Ian stood before Selena with a frown. She was attired in her cat uniform, and she looked healthy, evidently unaffected except for the superpower granted to her by Ian showing itself. The superpower suited her quite well. She basically became a cat girl, with cute black cat ears and a cat tail. It gave her feline physiology, making her basically a superhuman, especially focused on her senses. Other than that, she looked normal, but the statue right next to her was not. It was a small exquisite statue of a black cat, looking ancient but gorgeous, time not leaving its traces on it in the slightest. Ian felt like it was watching him. He felt like those perfectly carved eyes were looking right at him with alarming intensity. He gently picked Selena up, the black diamond following after her as he turned around, finding himself faced with a slow show. Are we in trouble or is this just a gift? You know, my daily dose of skull crushing. Harley wondered, already swinging her bat in anticipation. Nah, it was suicide because before her very eyes, demons started emerging from the ground, climbing from hell. It was truly a clown show. The diversity level of demons is something that has never been seen before and likely never will. The hall was so large it accommodated thousands of them, and more were coming, causing a mess. It's like, if you can imagine it, then you're bound to find a demon that looks like it. Most of them though have something very similar to each other. They're fucking repulsive. Contempt was reeking from their eyes as they eyed the group. Ian, space movement is restricted to a certain extent, Xanadu informed, feeling a bit pressured, something she wouldn't have felt if she had her full magical abilities. I seem to be. Ian halted his words, his eyes landing on a specific demon that seemed to be in constant deformation, and continuous pain until he hissed with wrath, "Welcome to hell. Teleport from there as I told you and wait for me home," Ian instructed as he waved his hand. Wait. Want an STA? Whatever space restrictions there were didn't seem to work on him, his rings, or his life force as Harley vanished with Xanadu and the unconscious Selena. Madame Fortune Teller would have certainly been able to teleport away. She's quite strong despite the circumstances. It would have just taken time, a time they didn't have. But within the Rose dimension, the restrictions were no longer applicable as she hastily teleported away, leaving Ian all alone much to the demon's dismay. Their plans were already going awry, and Ian was confused as he scratched his head. I don't think I went too far, did I? Nothing made sense to him. Like, why be mad if you gave someone too much charity? It was on this day that Ian discovered one of the demon's sins. They are very stingy for no reason. 117, Welcome to Hell v. 30 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 112, Welcome to Hell v. Their plans were already going awry, and Ian was confused as he scratched his head. I don't think I went too far, did I? Nothing made sense to him. Like, why be mad if you gave someone too much charity? It was on this day that Ian discovered one of the demon's sins. They are very stingy for no reason. Ian looked around, finding the scenery changing completely. He felt a sudden shock, one people feel when they suddenly fall fast. All it took was a tug for him to find himself in a different place. He has fallen to hell. Ian doesn't exactly know how, but one thing he was sure of, things such as these take a price, and the demons hunting him must have paid a severe price just to get him here. The ground beneath his feet was reddish but not hot on its own, the air however was hot. It was rocky like Vegas desert, cracks everywhere, some of which were pits of hellfire. Ian could see massive boulders floating high above in the air, almost like floating islands. Those weren't things hovering in the air as numerous winged demons could be seen looming, their eyes never leaving Ian. None of them moved. Not one demon moved except for the deformed demon closest to Ian as it slowly morphed into something else, a more frightening look. This certain demon was colossal, standing far above Ian, looking down at him with eyes filled with unbelievable wrath and hate. The demon's skin was golden, something Ian noted to be unique among the demons around. Its eyes were radiant red. Its ears were like fish fins, massive and golden. His wrath however soon turned into laughter of undeniable glee as he ominously eyed Ian. I told you I'll find you, but I did better. I brought you to my lair where I'll torture you for eternity. So human, welcome to hell. You knew home. I see. Ian let out a sigh, eyeing the surroundings one more time, noticing the strongest demon around is none other than the one before him. That didn't make much sense for Ian. Etrigan, hey, Ian murmured, puffing his cheeks in a contemplative look, you're too high on your emotions now. No, this is likely the calmest you've been since you gave me charity, so excuse my wondering. Who planned all of this? The hateful human was too calm for Etrigan's liking, and his words only drove the demon to lose his cool even more as he spoke while pulling out a gigantic curved sword. Ah, it's unfortunate. I wanted to torture all of those close to you, but they escaped somehow. So hateful. But in due time, I'll make you watch as I tear them to pieces and put them together back again. Etrigan started walking slowly towards Ian as he waved his sword. Not towards Ian though but at the demons next to him. The slice seemed to cut through space as hundreds of demons fell one after another with that single swing. Etrigan saw no fault in his actions for he is their master, and their life was his, is, and will always be in his hands, but he at least wept for them as he roared, useless bunch. Hundreds? Even thousands wouldn't matter because Ian can accurately speculate the number of demons around him, a number reaching tens of thousands. With each step he took, the ground shook. With each step he took, the very core of space shuddered under his fury, intensifying as he growled yet again. Oh, trust me human. A day will never pass where you do not hear their cries of pain, their despair, and your weeping shall be notes to my songs. Much to his dismay, however, Ian seemed dazed, barely paying any attention to him as the man murmured to himself, honestly. This is it. I can I not? His words were a mystery to anyone but himself as he felt the space around him shake. A massive punch colliding with an illusionary barrier. Cracks were running a speed run throughout the magical barrier. The magic barrier didn't stop the punch from sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Even a simple punch from Etrigan was no joke. Let it be then, Ian mumbled as he swung his staff, quickly stabilizing himself in the middle of the air before swinging it again, creating a destructive shockwave, disintegrating the demons launching at him, and blasting some away. I've never expected Harley to be so considerate in times such as these. I for sure thought she'd want me dead, but perhaps she is changing? Perhaps, Layla's training is slowly taking effect. He mused for a second before bringing out the God Killer. Indeed, Harley left it in the Black Rose dimension before Xanadu forcefully teleported her away. Transform. The God Killer obliged, morphing into a long curved sword. Ian never stopped attacking and flying around. How could he stop when thousands of demons were hurling at him in hunger for his meat? That sounded a bit. Magic armor. Magic barrier. Silks of ice. Spheres of ice. Ice spears. Eldritch blast. An unending barrage of magic. Ian seemingly had infinite magical energy as he absolutely dominated the battlefield. Few demons were able to reach him, but there was still no harm done to him. Etrigan on the other hand just watched much to Ian's surprise. He didn't seem to have any intention to participate though his eyes couldn't help but narrow at the sight of the God Killer. It's dangerous. In fact, the God Killer was a significant cause as to why Ian remained intact even after an hour of constant combat. It functions like a sword and a shield at the same time, sometimes moving on its own to protect Ian. Ian's swordplay was nearly perfect, but it was still within the spectrum of normality. His current fighting style was certainly not his best as he didn't have to do better with a bunch of cannon fodder, but it was his finest. He finally cut through the demon's innards, vital organs, and heads, leaving a trail of bodies behind him. The ground by this time seemed to be burning with blood. It was a sight that could scare even the strongest of minds. He's playing with me, isn't he? Like watching ants move about unaware that even a slight breath could breathe their entire settlement down. He isn't aware. Ian could already see signs of a conspiracy, but now he was even more sure. The demons before him were weak, and for someone of his level who put a lot of time into studying magic and refining it into what it is today, no amount of cannon fodder could even hope to scratch him. Etrigan naturally noted that as he ordered, Hell Knights. Arise. Destroy. From the cracks of hell, they indeed arose, bringing with them the deep red flames of hell. The Hell Knights as he called them were a different breed altogether. They were nearly as colossal as him, wearing dark armors, each having certain similarities to an animal. They were monsters whose bodies emit the very excruciating flames of hell and the darkness beneath it. Here we go. Ian let out a long breath, as he teleported away. Teleportation in the area still seems to be restricted, for magic teleportation that is. For life force teleportation that's not the case. Ian teleporting into his own dimension seemed to be a loophole, or perhaps the way his life force has to monopolize an area before he can teleport to it was the loophole. He got so good at it that it appeared instantaneousness to the human eye, but not to Etrigan or the Hell Knights. Ian however had no desire to escape as he hovered high in the air. His face has never been more stern than now as he spelled the incantation for his most powerful spell, Magic Spam. 118, Death Force I. 30 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 113, Death Force I. Ian however had no desire to escape as he hovered high in the air. His face has never been more stern than now as he spelled the incantation for his most powerful spell, Magic Spam. It's an actual spell, one that automates the creation of magic spells at an accelerated rate using his infinite life force. The few moments it took for the spell to take effect was enough for the Hell Knights to reach him, their fish-like wings facilitating the process. They were definitely leagues above any of the other demons in here. Yet Ian just vanished again. All the magical spells already prepared, overwhelming the dark sky, acted on their own, some targeting the still-living cannon fodders. The 4 Hell Knights weren't interested in protecting the bugs as a barrier of hellish flames formed around them, the magic spam barely affecting them, especially with the protection of not only their wings but also their massive javelin. They flew around, looking about while evading the magic spam. They were seemingly emotionless, perfectly trained killing machines because as Ian appeared next to one of them, already swinging the God Killer, the Hell Knight instantly responded, almost as if he had precognition. The demon swung his javelin with abnormal swiftness, far surpassing Ian's, deflecting the attack, and all it took was a second for the other Hell Knights to arrive as if they'd been expecting this beforehand. Ian's physique was at the very possible peak of humans, but reacting to them was incredibly hard. In fact, it was challenging to react to the cannon fodders let alone these monsters. Even the lower demon have superhuman physiques, so he naturally had trouble reacting to their speed, but his insane defensive abilities were the core of his survival. Well, not getting hurt to be exact. Since Ian knows his limits, he was of course prepared as he vanished a moment later, barely evading the incoming Hell Spear. He was really sure if his magic armor can defend against it, but perhaps God Killer can. It became a game of cat and mouse. Ian was the ghost instead of the opposite, that mouse that can never be caught. He just vanished and appeared again in a non-stop attack sequence. The Hell Knight's weapons served well as means of defense as well, especially against something as monstrous as God Killer. There was however something odd Etrigan noticed. Ian was taking this too lightly. He didn't really seem to be going for the kill, but more so taking the situation as a training camp in hell. Etrigan's crimson eyes could easily detect Ian pushing himself, and he was in constant improvement. It was frightening even to Etrigan's demonic mind. To the Prince of Hell, it was like all Ian needed was a long unending fight to the death. A one-sided death, it's almost like charity, kinda. He was unlocking something or pushing himself to unlock something, is it the vague energy I sense around him? It's very vague, and I cannot affect it at all. I first assumed it to be a special kind of life force but whatever it was, Etrigan wouldn't let Ian be at ease for long as he began approaching the decimated fight zone, a place overwhelmed with hellish fire and magical ice. So soon. Fuck, demons are not as charitable as I thought they were. Ian cursed in his mind, sensing the approaching Hell Prince. Wait, isn't this just better charity? Battling the Demon Prince of Hell should help me understand it further. Perhaps even complete it, but to do so would mean letting go of all reservations. Ian appeared again, very close to the Hell Knights. He eyed them, seemingly waiting for them to approach as he murmured, so be it. He held the staff with both hands, pumping his life force into it at a rate never done by him before. He squeezed it tightly as it started to shine brilliant gold. The Hell Knights were almost near him as the third vessel opened, radiating a holy radiance upon them. Screeches of pain were the result, followed directly by the staff and the God Killer both flying towards the stunned Hell Knights. It all happened in a second, not giving anyone a chance to act, especially Etrigan who was stunned feeling the holy energy radiating from the staff. He was most definitely certain that it was Angel's energy, light. Eldritch blasts! Ian shouted as he flew directly to one of the remaining Hell Knights while his magic absolutely annihilated the other one. Its source was his staff as he was able to cast magic through it without touching it since long ago. The Kryptonian sword appeared in Ian's hand as he sliced the defenseless demon's head off. The energy of light was so pure and unexpected that it left them defenseless, seemingly offsetting their hellfire, and leaving them paralyzed. Ian however knew he doesn't have time to even breathe as he found himself faced with another colossal fist. This fist was different though as it was shrouded in a blob of darkness and hellfire. The most interesting thing about that darkness was its ability to counteract Ian's light. It was a battle of light and darkness, and whose winning was obvious. As if by instinct, a pair of vast wings flashed around Ian, just in time to protect him from the frightening punch, sending him rumbling on Hell's reddish land. What are you? Etrigan snarled in confusion, his eyes wide at the holy white wings. You are no angel. Of that I'm sure, so what the fuck are you? No, never mind, it doesn't matter because even if you're the son of God, you will fall today. He let out a breath of dark fire as his curved sword stirred in dark energy, a magic circle forming around him just as Ian vanished yet again. Your measly tricks won't work against me. As he spoke, he opened his mouth wide, aiming at an area close to where Ian vanished. A blast of darkness erupted from his mouth, followed by a rain of magical arrows blasting from the magical circle. Their target was strangely everything in the surroundings despite Ian not being in sight. What's even stranger was that Etrigan's move forced him out of his hiding as Ian emerged with his wings enveloping him completely, acting as one of the most unbreakable shields. They aren't Lucifer's wings for nothing. Ian's quick teleportation works in peculiar ways which Etrigan deciphered to a certain extent. He wasn't observing Ian for so long for nothing. No, he was learning via seeing through all of his moves. When Ian enters his dimension, he is forced to leave one of the black rose rings behind, acting as a medium to the world. That makes the ring an obvious target, so Ian thought that by applying several magical spells to the ring, such as invisibility, stealth, and defensive magic. Etrigan however was a master of magic. He was the son of Belial himself, and the latter was not only the Archduke of Hell but also the creator of the Eternity Book, one of the most desirable books of magic. Most interestingly, Belial is the son of Trigon, inheriting many of his powers, especially his authority over darkness, something Etrigan also inherited. Etrigan instantly emerged above Ian, already swinging down his curved sword, leaving a trail of darkness behind. Yet Ian vanished again. He certainly didn't react to the attack, he just programmed himself to teleport back into his dimension once he got his ring out of harm's way. But that is no solution. Ian knew that, so he was never interested in playing a game of cat and mouse. Well, kinda. He emerged far away, his staff hovering beside him, aimed at Etrigan. Ian's life force was running wild, swiftness has to be his best friend in this situation where even a split second of hesitation can lead to a loss. So activating the vessels of his staff as fast as possible was something he has to do. He kept reminding himself that a single mistake would lead to him being caught. He was forcing his mind into thoroughly believing this situation was so much more dangerous than it was. Who knows though, perhaps the situation is that bad, especially with the mysterious circumstances that led him here. Flashes of orange lightning sparkled throughout the staff as it vanished, moving at such a speed that it seemed to be ignoring the concept of space. All of that was done while Ian shrouded himself in his wings, seeking to vanish again. However, hey! He felt it clearly as he dived into his dimension, 2 of his fingers were missing, and he absolutely had no idea how. 119, Death Force 2. 30 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 114, Death Force 2. All of that was done while Ian shrouded himself in his wings, seeking to vanish again. However, hey! He felt it clearly as he dived into his dimension, 2 of his fingers were missing, and he absolutely had no idea how. How? Ian wondered, but he didn't have much time to muse as his ring was at risk yet again. His force was always spreading outside, sensing most things about. And well, how was Etrigan able to evade his staff which was powered by the speed force? Let's just say that Ian isn't the only one with teleportation capabilities. Moreover, Etrigan's reaction time was more than monstrous. It was unbelievable, and that's with the demon's loss of power. Ian was certain what he did to Etrigan before, harmed the demon significantly, and not much time passed since then, so he was sure he was clashing with a wounded Etrigan. The Prince of Hell emerged instantly in a vacant area, swinging his sword at seemingly nothing, but he can sense the invisible ring clearly, and his overwhelming dark hellfire will surely be able to destroy it. The ring teleported again appearing with Ian far away with his staff again hovering beside him, unleashing magic spam before flying towards the demon using the speed force again. This time, Ian emerged with his wings already protecting him, even the God-Killer was acting as a shield, yet. 2 other fingers. Ian looked at his left hand left with only 1 finger, his other fingers were sliced cleanly. He felt no pain, more so bafflement eyeing the blood dripping from his hand. The fight wouldn't be nearly as hard if the speed force was complete because to this day Ian still feels it to be incomplete, or not as strong as it should be. The staff's speed reaches a measly 10 Mach at the moment. The speed is steadily rising as Ian feeds the staff and the speed force his life force, but he still feels like something is missing. Whatever it was, Ian had to leave his dimension again though this time he took a different series of actions. This time he emerged right beside Etrigan, his staff already flickering with immense power, going right through the demon's chest in an instant as a golden radiance shone through it. That was followed by a deafening thud of Etrigan's colossal blade clashing with Ian's wings. A shockwave thundered throughout the area, creating a massive tremor as a result of the collision. Not just that, Ian found himself going right through the ground as if it was butter, the lands around them shrieking in pain as he formed a deep pit right into the volcano of hell. Only to vanish yet again. Ian emerged again far away, much further from their previous battlegrounds. That had nothing to do with it crumbling down, but more to do with his sliced-off left arm. He looked to be in a sorry state, all bloody. In fact, the sound of dripping blood was very clear to all hearing ears because a fountain of blood was being made around his feet. He seemed pale and messy, but strangely not tired. He just had a frown on his face as he tossed his upper clothes away, and took off his already semi-destroyed shoes, leaving him mostly naked with only black pants. I hate the wise. I've always hated the wise, but it most often than not never mattered. Etrigan's words echoed throughout the surrounding, who knows when he appeared not far from Ian, looking to be in just as much of a sorry state if not worse. He had a large gap in his chest, giving a clear view of what lies behind him, a scenery of destruction. The wound had no blood but it had something worse, shimmering golden lines, acting like a virus, trying to spread. Alas, the darkness in the demon's soul was fighting back and winning. Etrigan's expression looked much calmer than before. Whereas he looked like a raging mindless beast before, now he looks like the deceitful demon that he truly is. He held his left hand over his chest, seemingly hiding it as he spoke in a chilling voice, "You aren't tired. Your energy doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon, or at all. You're decisive and wise. Quite the troublesome combination." He let out a breath as he continued, "Your staff can teleport to you from everywhere, and so does your ring. I understand how you function, but there isn't much I can do about it. Even more troublesome. But..." He took his hand off his chest, giving view to a cluster of darkness in his chest, fighting the light with more ferocity, "I and you are different. How long can you stand? Will you still live without a heart? How much suffering can you handle? I made a promise before, and I shall keep it." Etrigan caressed his sword, lighting up a spark of darkness within it. "You saw through only one of my methods but it matters not because it doesn't matter what I have to sacrifice. Even hell can burn for all I care. All I care about is to grasp your destiny." Indeed, Ian saw through his tricks. He figured out how his fingers and even his arm ended up sliced up without him noticing. He noted Etrigan has started to barely use magic at one point, mostly teleporting away. Ian's last risky move was to confirm his guess as the gap in Etrigan's chest was what caused his arm loss. Somehow, if Etrigan is hurt, Ian will also be hurt. According to Ian's deduction, the harm done to him will always be much lower than the one done to Etrigan. Ian wasn't sure exactly when the demon had cast such a spell or its limitations, but he knows it has many. He also wasn't sure what Etrigan had done to himself to cause the loss of fingers, but it must be hidden internal damage or sacrificing something Ian cannot see. The spell seemed extremely complex and Ian would very much love to study it, especially how his fingers and arms were just sliced off, just like that. It was weird but oddly specific and precise though Etrigan didn't seem to have much control on what body part will be targeted. "I do not give a fuck. Let's just fight." Ian was in the zone, one of extreme focus. He absolutely had no interest in a chat. His life force was running wild, his output reaching frightening levels, almost reaching those he has when in intimate training sessions. The sound of teeth grinding together resonated faintly throughout the hellish lands as Etrigan spoke not so calmly, "So be it." And so it continued, their fight only becoming more and more extreme, Ian constantly being put at death's door, but he had no interest in knocking on it because he didn't once use his "I wanna die" fighting style. No, that's not his goal. Death on the other hand found herself knocking on many doors, pulling demons to her lands because Ian never remained in one place for long. He was constantly changing their battle location. By accident, their constant teleportation and destruction around led them to a city, a demonic city. Yet neither of them cared. Their eyes could only see one thing, and that's the foe before them. The two were so destructive that they left behind only chaos and doom, to the point that the city literally crumbled on itself, like it was never there. The force unleashed by them only continued to increase as when Etrigan saw no point in establishing massive magic circles in the form of traps due to their constant movement, he focused more on pure destructive magic. So it wasn't very odd for the inhabitants of Hell to see meteors falling down one after another blasting them to smithereens. It also wasn't strange for tsunamis of lava to come crashing down at them. Furthermore, it also wasn't strange for tsunamis of magic arrows, swords, spheres, and shockwaves to be seen far into the distance. Ian even started using some of the more destructive spells. They usually take a lot of time to cast but that was lowered quite a lot with how wild his force was going. Most importantly, he had plenty of time to cast even the most demanding of spells because the battle went on for a whole 3 days. 120, Death Force 3. 30 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 115, Death Force 3. Most importantly, he had plenty of time to cast even the most demanding of spells because the battle went on for a whole 3 days. Strangely, the demons of hell didn't interfere, specifically the ones that stand at the top. Some either didn't care at all while others didn't want anyone else to intervene for one reason or another. Even Belial, Etrigan's father didn't seem to have an interest in intruding despite the severity of the situation. The situation in hell was very odd, but one thing was for certain. What's happening was certainly a big scheme but whether things went as the orchestrator wished or not remains unknown for now. Ha! A long everlasting breath was released from the bloody Ian, literally. His figure could barely be recognized under the blobs of blood all over his body, except for one spotless area. His long hair was no longer that long as it was cut diagonally, leaving a long deep wound on his back as well. His right leg was, well, no longer there. However, he wasn't bleeding, at least not that much. His regeneration would have allowed him to heal at a rate noticeable to the naked eye, but strangely the wounds are still there, not bleeding that much but one can say it's worse. Ak hee hee ha ha ha. How far I've fallen. The goat must be laughing at my sorry state but... Etrigan was in so much more of a sorry state. He had no missing limb, but he kinda wishes he had because the alternative was so much worse. He was on his knees, slowly standing but having a hard time doing so because his body was a battlefield for two forces. His body was riddled with holes, dozens of large gaps to the point that he looked more frightening than even the scariest of dreams. Not just that, those wounds were a gateway for Ian's light to establish its rule and expand. One settlement wasn't enough because darkness was a kingdom, but slowly and surely, more and more settlements were formed until they banded together forming another kingdom. Sure, many settlements fell in the process, but Ian was creating so many settlements that many passed by, and in the end, success was destined. Darkness was falling as light was eating Etrigan's body like a hungry worm, slowly finding its way through his thick flesh. At this point in time, his body was full of golden lines, tunnels dug throughout him. But I'm still curious. What are you? His face radiated his curiosity, looking quite genuine. This was the most honest and authentic Etrigan has ever been. How could he not be curious when he sees the odd scene before him, the scene of Ian looking more different than ever? The energy he once could only feel, now he can see. Etrigan could see the vastness of the force Ian was releasing at a constant rate. It was abnormal, somewhat semi-transparent, looking fuzzy and blurry. It was constantly switching from its blurry look to becoming invisible again, seemingly unstable. The force was mostly concentrated around Ian, looking absolutely gorgeous as it drifted along with his vast white wings, giving them a blurry appearance. Etrigan can make an accurate assumption on what started Ian's odd state. He remembers clearly that Ian had a black tattoo of the petal of a rose on his back. It was still there, but it changed as if it was finally complete, gaining the same pale blurry form. That I wonder as well. I cannot remember how many times I asked myself that same question. Trust me, there is no one in the world with more curiosity about something than I am about myself. Etrigan did indeed look scary, but so did Ian. Right at the moment as words left his mouth, he seemed like someone that should be at his death door, not someone who can talk with such calmness and fineness. He was also in a similar situation to Etrigan but in reverse as he had a dozen or so deep wounds, a missing leg, and an arm. All of his wounds without exceptions were overwhelmed in darkness. The light released by the staff was doing very little to stop the darkness from spreading, eating his flesh in the process. Light and darkness were most certainly one of the strongest elements in the world, and the staff's third vessel had them both, but as they say, a man's darkness isn't another's, so he can't really counterattack that darkness with a weaker one. However, be it darkness or light, none were Ian's concern as he gently lifted his right hand on which lightning sparks flickered. It appeared as if an orange pulse passed through his entire body, and continued to circulate until his eyes flashed in an orange brilliance which soon vanished, replaced by Ian's eyes being completely white, a bit blurry even. I see. Ian murmured as his wings flashed, suddenly finding himself standing before Etrigan, lighting faintly crackling around him, a similar phenomenon to the flash. You. The demon prince opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but instead, he just slumped down to the ground with a thud, his curved sword dropping beside him. I've lost my ways. I remained still as if frozen in time when I could have controlled time. Perhaps the demon's last moments brought him peace, calmness, and even wisdom he ignored for a long time, but Ian was still cautious of the deceitful nature of demons. All it would have taken was a bit of reflection on myself. Perhaps I would have been put in such a sorry state by a human. I didn't see this coming at all, and neither did the person who helped me get you here. The demon let out a demonic chuckle, he must be in a lot of trouble right now. Nah, I'm sure he'll make the best out of the situation. Ian disagreed. I assumed you two to be enemies. He was getting weaker and weaker by the second, and the holy light was taking the opportunity to purify him from existence. Now, we just inadvertently help each other. It's like charity, we understand each other too well. I spoke to Murphy a few weeks ago wishing for things to go wrong, and they did. Yet here we are, and I'm not so sure if he thinks the same. Etrigan shook his huge head, feeling the overwhelming energy of bullshit radiating out of Ian. Yet here we are. Ian smiled, eyeing the hell sky. It's very odd, switching from dark to glowing red, but no sun was in sight. When glowing, it looks more like a sea of fire burning bright. The two seemed to be in a daze for a while, Etrigan only speaking once he felt his last breath approaching. I have a lot of regrets. I remember the cries of souls, wishing for a second chance. Laughable, I deemed their weeps to be, yet here I am, desiring a second chance. The demon let out a laugh, perhaps laughing at himself. Who thought a demon, a prince of hell nonetheless could seem so human? But everything is relative, and his current behavior is relative to his current circumstances. You've just become much stronger, didn't you? Too bad, I would have liked to see it for myself, but I can imagine bits and pieces of the future. It's... His words trailed on as he slumped down completely. Yeah, I would have liked to as well, but... Ian let a sigh as he floated above Etrigan, looking at the demon with nothing but a sliver of life left. He held his staff upside down and plunged it down without a sliver of hesitation. His life force was already flowing into the staff, activating its devouring ability, ridding the demon of all that he has. Ian continued until nothing was left, nothing but ashes. The moment Etrigan died, the darkness trying to devour Ian settled down, allowing light energy to ravage it with relative ease. Very odd. It's almost like everything that's happening is already supposed to happen, calculated. It's all too perfect for me. What I gained was... Just what am I? How could Ian not wonder that? How could he not question himself when his force just evolved in a very peculiar manner? He could feel the speed force running through his veins, its source being the blurry tattoo on his back, acting as a medium of sorts to his staff. No, not just his staff but every artifact under his control due to the give and take process. There was however a limitation. He can use only one force at a time. He attributed that to the fact that only one petal tattoo was on his back, but more were already forming as his life force flowed into his back, slowly but surely constructing a rose tattoo. Nat, it's certainly not life force, at least not just that. It's more, a force that functions upon the principle of giving my life away. Death force, you shall be called. The man couldn't help but let out a sigh, more questions than answers. As usual. 121, Rose of Death I. 30 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 116, Rose of Death I. The man couldn't help but let out a sigh, more questions than answers. As usual. What might be troubling you, my dear? I may be able to help. An uninvited guest showed herself, but she seemed to be an inhabitant of the Hell Realms, so technically, Ian was the one to come uninvited and cause so much destruction in a battle that shall be known as the invasion of the Fiend. Ironic, isn't it? Ian faintly eyed the approaching demon, and what a demon she was, fine red wine he could describe her as, but if you take an even small breath of that wine, you will smell it, the scent of seas of poisons within. Her skin was red like fine red wine. She was adorned in a royal purple dress, tight and seductive, showing much of her ample assets, barely holding her bountiful mountains back. Her hair was long, silky, and inky black. Befitting of a demon of hell, she had a pair of horns spurting from her head, making her appear more royal but even more of a temptress, almost like a succubus able to suck the souls of even the most strong-willed of men. Seeing Ian just gazing at her without an answer, the demon released a charming smile. Excuse my rudeness. You may refer to me as Lady Blaze. Would you like to visit my... Her words remained stuck in her throat, speechless as much to her dismay. Ian just shook his head, seemingly considering something else entirely before vanishing. In the middle of my SPE. You do not even want to hear me out? Bastard. Despite the overwhelming anger she felt within her, she quickly hid it and calmed herself down lest he hears her somehow. She was afraid, but still an opportunist enough to approach. Still, the more she looked at the ashes not far from her, the more fear she felt, but also the more desire and greed. What if she can have such a man for herself? She wondered. Alas, he's gone. He was far away by this point, constantly teleporting through the realms of hell until he found an isolated area, a death zone of sorts, and of course he saw it as a perfect place to rest. Strangely, along the way, he barely came across any demon at all, almost as if he was being avoided. Ian simply couldn't believe the cruelty of hell, leaving him all alone, but he can understand. A lot of high demons, he made a deal with, and one of the deal statements was that they cannot be involved in any way or another in his death or even harm unless he attacked first. Such a restriction was actually not that hard to loop around, especially since he's in the realms of hell now, but who's to say that they want him dead? No, they want him away, as far away as possible. They not only couldn't kill him because that may start a war across all hell realms, but they also had to keep him alive. Until they realized he cannot die. Such an important piece of information was verified once even Ian's close friend, Constantine, said as much. The shame they felt of being tricked by the Fiend to such an extent was overwhelming, to say the least. Still, they could do nothing about it but watch the battle, though some of them may not be as accepting of the circumstances. The noblest of demons naturally have their ways, but Ian has just become more of a fiend. He found a lair for himself, just a cave in the middle of the death zone with flames of hell spurting from the depths of the ground without stop. It was hot, extremely hot, but he felt nothing, no pain, no discomfort despite his missing limbs and his miserable state. His focus was entirely on his newly evolved death force. The staff of all things was hovering behind him, radiating a blurry light. He was fully delving into his newest evolution as he sensed a sea of holy energy pouring into his body through the blurry tattoo on his back. A tattoo of a petal, and other petals are already showing signs of forming. The end design should be a rose. Ian Rose. Is it a coincidence? No, it's most certainly not. Some way, somehow, everything correlates to the answers I desire. Rose of Death, Ian murmured, naming his newest evolution without much hesitation. He then focused on controlling the holy energy to flow throughout his body, to his every cell, and even to his soul. Interesting, controlling it feels so much more natural than manipulating through the staff. If I had to speculate, I'd say that with the Rose of Magic, it'd take me only about 10 minutes to perform some of the hardest spells when it would have taken more than 30 minutes before. He let the holy energy flow to all of his wounds, slowly but surely healing him, and getting rid of Etrigan's darkness. It was miraculous. A genuine smile surfaced on his face, one of pure happiness, almost like a kid who has just gotten the toy he dearly desired for so long. Ian had finally gained some sense of real power, one that belongs to him alone. He can finally feel himself bathing under the warm embrace of light. Whereas to Etrigan, that light was a virus, to Ian, it was the opposite. The only limitation he saw to this new evolution was the fact that he can only use it on one power at a time. He chose to refer to the form as Rose of said energy. Now, he was in the form of Rose of Light, while before at Etrigan's last moments, Ian had Rose of Speed Force active, which led him to a wondrous discovery. The Speed Force was able to affect his brain, accelerating his thought process massively. Ian considered his reaction time to be his most notable limitation because it keeps him in the realms of humans, peak human but still a human nonetheless. Now, however, that was no longer a limitation, but then again, everything is relative, so while his newly heightened reaction time was monumental for him, there are beings out there that don't consider time a thing. Ha 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 ha. Phew, so fucking happy. Ian didn't mind showing his good mood as laid back down, eyeing the crimson rock of the cave as if it were the most precious of materials, or he was seeing through it, far into the future. The potential is. I can finally use the staff vessels to their full potential. He may be limited to activating one form at a time at the moment, but he still uses the other forces through the staff, so he could still see no negative effect of the recent evolution. The only unfortunate thing is that the Speed Force doesn't seem to affect my Death Force generation. I guess I am wishing for too much. Too much would be an understatement. He went on to contemplate the prerequisites of activating the Rose of Death because he doesn't feel like he can do the same with the Black Rose dimension, at least not yet. He does however sense such a connection from something else other than his staff, something lying dormant in his dimension since long ago, already corroded by his Death Force. So it should work based on energies. The Rose of Death may need energies to establish such a connection, but more testing is required. His attention soon returned to his current state, better than before due to the holy light, but still a miss. He was healing very quickly though, to the point even his limbs seemed to be healing, albeit at a much slower rate, seeming like it'd take days to weeks to fully restore. Is it stacking? Ian murmured with a weird look. He was naturally giving away his Death Force to activate the Rose of Light. That could only mean one thing: he was stacking his healing abilities because he can heal by giving away his Death Force and by the holy light, and that gave him a bit of inspiration. Magic stacking. That sounds like a brilliant idea. Wait, what if I stack magic stacking with magic spam? Holy fuck, I'm gonna faint. The possibilities were too much for his exhausted brain. However, he couldn't stop thinking, seemingly obsessed, and I should go get some souvenirs while I'm at hell. I'm sure Etrigan wouldn't mind giving away a bit of charity. Well, I guess he wouldn't mind giving away everything, so why not? I will at least remember you. Ian nodded at himself, exhaustion finally catching up to him. He was certainly not exhausted physically, as Death Force resists that, but mentally, he was losing it. Remaining at his peak focus for 3 days straight was certainly taxing. And so, Ian entered his dimension and fell dead asleep. 122, Rose of Death 2. 30 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 117, Rose of Death 2. Honestly, Ian has done nothing wrong. He has been brought down to hell as a guest, and the welcoming ceremony was subpar at best, so he naturally felt a bit vindictive. He was never one not to take souvenirs even in his past life. He had traveled to many places, and never once did he come out the same. Sure, sometimes that's because he comes out with broken bones, but that's just sometimes. Those little things called souvenirs are memories in solid forms, remembrances of the past. So he didn't actually feel that vindictive. He just wanted souvenirs and good memories of hell. God, like why are demons so spineless all of a sudden? Ian loudly wondered with a bit of exasperation. Like, things would have been so much easier if they just continued to act like the demons they are. Now, I'm sure I will always see their disgusting faces in the worst of nightmares. Yet. Does he mean it? Of that one can only wonder, never getting a clue as Ian pierced a demon with his staff. You, so gross. Who would have thought I was bathing in demon's blood just a week ago, and even Etrigan's? I was so in the zone that I didn't care. Ian felt like he adapts to circumstances and places very well. Like they say, when in Rome do as the Romans do. When in Nanda Parbat, he rarely spoke, remaining in silence and peace. Now in hell, he very much felt like talking to himself and letting a tiny bit of wildness out. Even his appearance looked a little wild with his still messy hair due to being cut off by Etrigan, his still missing limbs though they seemed to be regenerating, perhaps only a week or before they regrow fully. He was adorned solely in black pants, knowing that things might get messy, so need to ruin his clothes again despite several wardrobes of clothes beings in his dimension. And the speed force is weird. It doesn't feel like the speed force but my speed force. Perhaps my death force corroded it. If only he knew one of the most important reasons why his speed force isn't that fast, but still, it had just become faster, so much faster. Like now, he was in the rose of speed force mode, orange lightning crackling around him. He was hovering in the air with his wings spread out. He couldn't run because he was basically missing a leg, but he can fly, and that he did as his wings flashed, causing him to vanish. The fact that his speed force also works on his wings was wonderful. He wasn't sure if something similar is possible for other speedsters, or if this is a result of his death force because it did corrode the wings. There is any possibility though, what if the speed force in the second vessel is actually different from the normal speed force? What if it has no connection with the latter, meaning it's independent? That can explain a lot of things. Ian even theorized that the speed force is aware of him, and likely avoiding him. Many things and beings were avoiding, some even he doesn't know about, but he's aware of such a possibility. There are beings with cosmic awareness in this world, so they're likely aware, to a certain extent. Whether they're more aware of his nature than him is still uncertain. He flew through the air like a bullet, faster than a bullet, seeming like a cloud of orange lightning gliding through space with a speed surpassing 40 Mach. At such high speeds, he'd usually use his magic to resist the air friction and all the troubles that come with it, but he didn't need to anymore, the speed force was taking care of it all. Alas, the realms of hell are extraordinary vast to the point it took him several hours to reach his destination, a specific city. As for how he found it, well, it's naturally charity. He just kindly asked demons on the way, and they were so cowardly that they told him without hesitation, almost as if they know who he is. How could they not? Ian, being the charitable person he is, of course left them alive, sometimes. His destination was clear, Etrigan's domain. He was looking forward to what kind of gifts the Demon Prince has left for him, though he was a bit pessimistic because it took him a week to recover to this degree. A full week should be more than enough for the word of Etrigan's demise to spread, especially with the fascinating nature of hell. Demons are greedy, so why wouldn't they see this as an opportunity to take what is now ownerless? Fear? That's negated by stupidity and desire. However, much to his surprise, when he reached the place, it appeared very orderly with no sign of the chaos he was expecting. No scattered corpses throughout the domain, just peace and a bit of tension. Etrigan's domain was very small, mainly because he was sealed in immortal for thousands of years, but as a demon prince, he still owns a small domain with only one city. The demon prince's choice of style was evident at a glance, crimson Gothic buildings with a touch of gold. The main castle was especially splendid, albeit ominous as one might expect. Ian's still blurry white eyes landed on a figure standing alone at the castle gates, seemingly awaiting him, a familiar figure. He drifted down until he was hovering before her, eyeing her strangely. Aren't you the random demon I saw at some point in time? There was a long menacing silence before the seemingly calm demon, Lady Blaze, and it's only been a week. She even smiled amicably at the end, seemingly graced by his presence. Okay, stop it. Ian instantly responded, appearing to be weirded out. Hey. Take that smile back, it brings me chills, phew. Indeed, it brought him chills, making her even more confused, so he had to clarify patiently. Like, have some common sense and act like the demon you are. I've met demons that peed their pants just by seeing me, for Christ's sake. What is this? A reverse horror movie? And now before me is another demon acting like the kind old man on the side of the street who gives free candy. Next thing you know, you're in his basement, ready to be dissected alive. Blaze was speechless, to say the least. I mean, she was certainly not gonna dissect him, of course she wouldn't, because she isn't the old man who gives away candy. She just wants to suck his soul out after milking him for all he's worth, but she wouldn't tell him that. I think you're the one not aware of hell's common sense. Ian narrowed his eyes at her, sizing her up from top to bottom. Yeah, no. I'm aware. Anyway, care to explain? Lady Blaze was starting to regret her plans. He doesn't seem like someone who will lose himself in power and lust, but who knows what might be hiding behind his unique appearance. I took over the city after our meeting, awaiting your arrival. I want you to be my mate, and I shall be your mate as well. She let out an alluring smile as she flew up, approaching him until her body was hooked to his, her ample breasts squeezing against his chest in an act of pure seduction. She caressed his cheek, her lips an inch from touching his as she continued. Can you imagine what kind of offspring we can have? And trust me, I'll make it all worth it. You'll be living the best days of your life, and who knows? We might just be able to take over hell, together. Against her seductive and very much alluring display, Ian let out a chuckle. He found it very interesting. But at the same time, he could finally understand some speedster's troubles. Her every sultry word seemed to take minutes to leave her throat. Her expression was nearly unchanging, but those small minuscule changes were as clear as day for him. He felt like an hour has passed while in reality only a minute or so passed. This was what is called speed mode. You process things so quickly that time seemed to crawl behind even the slowest of turtles, unable to catch up. It was a fascinating experience, but at the same time, torture for those who cannot control the speed force well. Thank God my control over it is nearly perfect. His charming smile made her misunderstand, thinking that her temptations worked as she went all in for the kiss. Only for her to be in shock a few seconds later as she felt like she's gonna faint, far too overwhelmed. She could swear that last she remembered she was the succubus, yet here she is, kneeling before a man, breathless and dazed without him doing much. My death force seemed to have improved not only in quantity but also in quality. I hope Selena and Ivy don't pass out in like a second. Nah, that will surely not happen. Ian convinced himself of his own delusions before finally paying attention to what he actually came here for. 123, Rose of Death 3. 30 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 118, Rose of Death 3. Ian convinced himself of his own delusions before finally paying attention to what he actually came here for. The moment he arrived here, he had already started spreading his death force all around, making it function as a sensor of sorts. The force went on to explore the depths of the castle while he satisfied his curiosity. His death force enveloped the target. He was still at the gates while his target was far away, in the depths of the castle, yet his goal found itself in his hand. It was a simple switch from its original place to his dimension then to his hand. Ian eyed the item closely, seeming to be a book, locked with hellish chains. It had a sense of age, seeming to have existed since the beginning of Earth. The slowly recovering Blaze lifted her face, her expression speaking of fear but also desire. She seemed to have learned her lesson though and didn't act. She was confused though because she searched the castle thoroughly for anything of value, but didn't find much. It's not the real thing. Ian however had a very different reaction. His death force thoroughly explored the thing, and he even used the Rose of Magic, sensing the mystic force within it. It should be just a copy done without much effort, but it's enough. Its magical abilities are of no use to me, knowledge on the other hand. He smiled brightly, seeming in a very good mood as his wings flapped on their own. What he holds in his hand was a copy of one of the most magical and valuable books to ever be written, created by Belial himself. It's said to not only hold the history of the universe but also a variety of magical spells, some invaluable. Ian sent to his dimension before finally paying attention to the nervous Blaze. You really have no idea why I came here. The other reason I mean, but I suddenly changed my mind. His one foot touched the ground, his wings still keeping him balanced as he crouched to her level. No need to be nervous. I don't bite. Like I would believe you. Blaze so wanted to snarl at him but she could only watch in nervousness as he pinched her chin, making that odd feeling return. Her breathing became heavy very quickly and her desire seemed to ignite. She felt a fire burning within the succubus in her, a blaze of desire to jump at him like he's the most delicious thing ever. Ian on the other hand stared at her with the eyes of a scientist, ones of interest, wanting to see how his death force would affect demons, especially ones as special as her. He knows that it strengthens Ivy, but it doesn't seem to have a valuable effect on normal humans except for increasing their lifespan significantly. That however seemed to change for Selena once she gained her cat-like abilities, so he was curious how it would affect her. She seemed easily affected when she kissed me, which isn't odd by itself if not for how easily she fell. However, touching her with my hand and transferring my life force to her doesn't seem to have as much of an effect. Ian didn't hesitate at all in approaching her further and sealing her enticing dark red lips, unleashing a wild beast. It was like Blaze was given permission to let her desires go ablaze as she wrapped her arms around his neck, diving into him and exploring the depths of his mouth just as he explored hers. It was like the sluttiest kiss Ian have ever experienced because she seemed like a natural or just experienced, and her desires for him also seemed abnormal. Is that? She's a succubus. That explains a lot. Ian certainly didn't lose himself in pleasure but was carefully observing how his death force affected, though he was a bit tempted. He noticed bits and pieces of odd energy surrounding them as well as a sweet aroma, evidently produced by her by instinct. Alas, the succubus wasn't able to bear his uncapped life force as she again felt weakness throughout her entire body, unable to continue the kiss anymore, so Ian had to hold her by her waist, keeping her against him. She was however still trying as if she couldn't get enough of him, so Ian had to pat her head as he cut off his death force release. Well done, I assume even Ivy would fall long before you if I don't hold back, so relax and listen. Ian didn't wait for her to regain her breath but instantly started whispering something in her ear as his staff shone with brilliant blue light, surrounding them in a barrier. I'm looking forward to what you can do with this information, so do not disappoint. He then vanished, not giving her the chance to respond. Not that she could because she remained there frozen for quite a while, understanding the severity of the information, but also its potential. Ian didn't come here just to get the Book of Eternity but also to get some training while regenerating his limbs because even holy energy was taking a while to heal him completely. Due to that, he set off to another city, the closest he could find. This time, he was much more swift as he directly landed at its center, noting it to be quite chaotic. The city had no order as demonic blood could be seen everywhere, such as the chaotic nature of hell without a ruler, and now Etrigan's domain has lost its prince. Well, this makes things easier. Ian took a deeper breath, closing his eyes for a second only to open them again, an orange flash passing in their light before becoming blurry again. He squeezed the staff in his hand and vanished, moving at such a speed that no demon could perceive him. His death force flowed into the rose of speed force at such an intense rate his entire person became blurry, seemingly switching between reality and illusion. What was he doing while moving at such speed? He was simply trying to get used to his new evolution, experimenting with the demons as dummy targets. His quick reaction time and immense processing power in the speed mode certainly helped him in stabilizing his condition as his spear-like staff pierced through every demon in the city without exception. In fact, the speed at which he pierced them created sound and shock bombs every time without fail. They, however, happened way after he left the area due to his speed. He was after all so much faster than sound, so he got to watch fireworks at work when he left the city only to look back at it crumbling with constant explosions. And so a city has fallen in a matter of minutes. He also looked a bit different because he didn't look so blurry anymore. His power seemed to be stabilizing. Did I do bad? Ian started to doubt his decision. Should I make it worse? Can it get any worse? He was thinking about an entirely different situation. The only thing in his mind was the words he whispered to Blaze. It was honestly exhilarating to Ian as he licked his lips in anticipation. Nurgle and many high demons are dead, all due to I and Constantine's immaculate teamwork. I caused a war without trying, so now that I'm trying, what'll be the result? Oh God, please do not disappoint me, Blaze. You're someone who'll never miss an opportunity, you'll job right at it, so do so. Indeed, demons despite being cowardly, were quite talkative, so they gladly told him everything that happened in the past months, things of importance at least. And he wasn't surprised to find out that Constantine had sold his information to every demon he made a deal with. Most importantly, he made a deal with Etrigan, Nurgle's life for Ian's. Etrigan though wanted to take Ian's life by himself which was convenient for Constantine because he suddenly didn't have to do much. There were however some complications along the way as Constantine accidentally slipped, and let out some valuable information about Ian to some other demons. That for some reason started a war with the demons that made a deal with Ian and the ones that didn't as the formers dearly wanted to exterminate them. Unsurprisingly, it was a one-sided battle because Ian likes to make charity with deals with very good demons, the saintest of them all. Of course, most of this is a result of Ian's quick deduction because the low demons only knew some general information about what happened, but knowing Constantine, he was sure his guess is correct. He couldn't wait for the day he comes back to see a much different scenery of hell. Perhaps a more exquisite style, one of pure destruction. Ian still didn't leave, but remained in desolation, putting the entirety of his focus on healing himself. He certainly didn't want to go back in such a sorry state. He can only imagine what the girls would do if see him like this. He was sure at least it would be worse than if he just vanished. In fact, he was very much looking to what they were up to since his disappearance. What kind of scenery will he be faced with on Earth? 124, it was unintentional so it's okay 30 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 119, it was unintentional so it's okay Ian lost track of time. He wanted to spend only as much time as needed to completely heal, but while studying his evolution, he forgot if time was even a thing. Most of his days were spent thinking and nothing but that. The rose of speed was rarely inactive as his mind worked at a rate incomprehensible to most beings, trying to find answers. Even he had never spent so much time just thinking, and it made him realize something. He had changed a lot. He reminisced the days of his adventures, the times he sought to see how he wouldn't die. He loved to see different deadly situations and see how his power would react, just to cause a disturbance in his numb self. No more. Ian felt such a need no more. He still feels like seeking fun, like enjoying his life and living it to its fullest, but he was more okay with his numb emotions. His desires were starting to change because what he seeks now most is answers. He just wants to know what he is, or where did his powers come from, and that desire is only becoming stronger by the day. So it wasn't strange for him to use his new powers, namely Rose of Speed, to think of all possibilities only to end up with a few million possibilities, and he believes there to be more. It was not enough, he needed more, and he'll get more. Only, when he finally regained his composure and got out of the zone, he found out that a month has passed. Oops. Now one might wonder how he'd go back to Earth from hell. Well, it was actually quite simple. Ian instantly teleported into his dimension, then to Earth. His rings are all mediums to the Black Rose dimension, and at the moment, he has 3 on his person. He has 2 as earrings and 1 on his finger, the one he used against Etrigan. The other 2 rings were both on Earth but very far away from each other. One was in the underground level of his mansion in Gotham, and the other was at the Temple of Bastet, the place that brought him here. Back then, when Ian noticed the strangeness of the situation, he discreetly hid the ring somewhere around the temple, basically teleporting it from his finger to the exact spot he just appeared in. All he had to do was to send out his death force through the specific ring, and here he is, eyeing Xanadu who was standing not far away. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is it? This was Ian's first question the moment he appeared. You took too long, but it's actually not that bad, I'd say about a 5. Xanadu could finally let out a sigh of relief, carefully observing him with doubts clear in her eyes. Oh? That's it. Well, I guess I trained the team right. Xanadu could swear she was a speck of disappointment in his eyes as he spoke, making her wonder whether he wanted it to be worse or better. Not really. It was chaos. They're just a bunch of monsters so they survived through it. Well, most of them at least. Ian raised his brow at that. You just said it's 5, so I assume no one died. What happened? Ack, you're really odd, Xanadu remarked, still not used to his carefree nature. Hell, death coming out of his mouth doesn't sound like it matters. Harley, she was caught and sent to Arkham Asylum. Ian was even more confused. So what's the problem? The Roses should have told them to let her go, and she will magically escape. Well, apparently. The plans have changed as she was no longer sent to the mental hospital but somewhere else. According to your people's investigation, it appears she was forced to join a task force of sorts. Very interesting. Well, I am back and I will take care of everything. I have to wonder though, how did you find me? Precognition? Ian asked with curiosity. Madame Xanadu shook her head. No, as I stated before, I cannot see anything about you, but I can see how this place will change. It took me about a week, but I was able to detect a spot around the temple where the stand will have a specific change similar to that of footprints. She let out an amused smile looking at his surprise. Indeed, I've just appeared knowing you or someone else will step on that exact spot at this exact moment, so while I cannot see your future, I can see your effect on the world and deduce things based on that. But it should only be useful if you possess a significant amount of information, and a bit of luck because who would expect I would appear here? But it's the only lead you have, so you followed it. Xanadu rolled his eyes at his nitpicking before finally voicing her doubts. You seem different. What happened? Aside from his trimmed hair and his eyes which have gained a white hue of sorts on top of their brown color, nothing else was changed, but Xanadu trusted her instinct. There is definitely something more to it. Nothing much. I was basically a guest of honor in hell, so it all went well. Ian shrugged, finally paying attention to the main reason he teleported here. Lady Bastet, if your actions back then were pure, just wanting to keep Selena alive, then I'm thankful. Unfortunately, I'm poor because the inhabitants of hell were quite stingy. If however, your intentions were impure, then I'll know in the future, and I'll easily find you, as easy as the snap of a finger. Things will be worse if I found out you helped in the trap. Ian said nothing more as he turned around, going through the portal just created by Xanadu. Don't forget about our deal. I won't. For now, just tell me all the details. To say Ian was surprised at her recounting would be an understatement because things that happened far surpassed his expectations. Perhaps Gotham has been peaceful for far too long because chaos has sought to embrace it yet again. Nearly at the same time Ian vanished, the League of Shadows attacked the city, specifically the Wayne Corporation building. Not just that, while that was happening, some of the strongest of the Shadows secretly invaded Ian's mansion. Their goal was without doubt the underground part, almost as if they know what lies in there. However, what they weren't prepared for was that they couldn't get in, even with explosives. Perhaps they were misinformed about Ian, or they overestimated him as much as they could, but it was still not enough because the entire underground floor was protected with numerous magic barriers and wards. They didn't escape unscathed though as they found themselves faced with a few monsters in an army. The Roses had a plan just in case something similar happened, so the appearance of the monsters was expected. A Diamond Man, Barney. A dragon flying above the mansion Mike whose powers were further enhanced by Ian in his last return, allowing the man to completely transform into a dragon. Lastly a ball of hair, Ralph. There were further supported by an army of masked individuals who were actually the same person, Multiplex. And there was more, so what was meant by they weren't able to leave unscathed, it means only 2 of them survived at the cost of dozens. The League of Shadows was exterminated a week later in mysterious circumstances. It was simply a massacre, and only a few know who did it, namely Layla and Ian's team, because they were partially responsible. The other person that helped immensely was none other than Deathstroke, as he turned on the League without any hesitation. Whatever Ian whispered to him back then worked. Insanity was the definition of what happened after the Special Rose unit's return, because the fall of the League of Shadows was just the start. Next came their search for a passage to Hell, which led them to the battle that sealed Harley's fate. Their battle against the Justice League. Ian recounted the information to himself time and time again, feeling confused as he asked himself, why the overreaction? Because you're their obsession, and their love, distorted love, I assume. The one to speak wasn't Xanadu but Zatanna, because they appeared not in Gotham but in New York. Selina did very well, though, Ian murmured, ignoring her. Ivy on the other hand. Predictable. Harley, however, I didn't expect to act so crazy. Well, I kinda did. This is a bit amusing, don't you think? No, I don't, not at all in fact. Like, look at you, did you have a vacation in Hell, leaving the chaos in here behind you? Zatanna was having none of it. In fact, she looked extremely annoyed. Do you know that the crazy clown of yours tried to kill me when I refused to take them to Hell? To take them to their death? Okay, I've seen what I wanted, so just go and fix things please. Hey. Xanadu on the side, eyed Zatanna strangely, because as far as she remembers, she told her to bring him here for something urgent, yet now she's sending him away after taking a glance at him. Could it be? 125, it was unintentional, so it's okay too. 30 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 120, it was unintentional, so it's okay too. Hey. Xanadu on the side, eyed Zatanna strangely, because as far as she remembers, she told her to bring him here for something urgent, yet now she's sending him away after taking a glance at him. Could it be? Ian very much welcomed going away because the greater good was awaiting his arrival, so he vanished, appearing in Gotham besides his ring just a second later. He brought out a tablet from his dimension, connected it to the internet, and started looking through the news. Ha 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 ha, well done girls, beautifully done. Many things happened in the past month, but Ian focused only on the things he was interested in. His plans for answers require a lot of answers which are much easier to get. The roses were like a virus, spreading and moving about like ants, but very few people pay attention to them. In fact, those who were once beggars on the side of the street are now rising through the ranks of society, meaning more access to information. Layla. He murmured as he took a comfy seat on the couch. His voice traveled through the shadows, reaching her ears, and through shadows, she literally came to him. I can take away your powers at any moment, you know that, right? I can perhaps grant you something more stable. He murmured as he eyed the seemingly happy Layla. I can bear it. I have no need for what it took away from me. Layla shook her head, firmly rejecting the offer. It's perfect for me, so please allow me to continue to serve you with it. Ian let out a breath, contemplating for a bit. All right, I should be able to solve the problem at some point in time, so just tell me if you can't bear it anymore. Such are the dangers of red kryptonites. Despite his overwhelming control over it, there are still some side effects to some of the powers it grants, especially the powerful ones. Also, I want you to clean up after the girls, and help them if needed. Let them know I'm back. His orders were spoken after he created a portal right before her. This should get you close. Be careful. Whatever was happening with the task force thing, he wasn't interested in, but they Harley. Thankfully, he didn't have to interfere because the girls seemed to be planning something. He on the other hand has more important things to do. His unit has proved to be successful as they were able to contest even with the Justice League, albeit with using a bit of trickery and distractions. He continued to read through a lot of information, some public news while the others were collected by the roses. Finally, I can take charity more efficiently. A lot of heroes were appearing one after another in the world, and so were villains. It all means he has a lot to take care of, starting with going to the Lazarus Pit, the one far beneath Gotham, hidden well in a cave. It was finally found, and Ian was preparing to take a look at it. Ian only blinked once to find himself in a well-lit cave. The source of its light seemed to be the pit at its center. There was a green boiling liquid within it, releasing a green fluorescent, allowing clear vision. He walked beside it and crouched, his hand reaching out for the liquid, submerging itself within. Dionysium Hay, a wondrous liquid. Useless to me, unless... His staff appeared beside him, magic already doing wonders, praying for all of its secrets. That was followed by all of the staff vessel's forces acting one by one, seeing if any of them would have an effect on the pit. Light and darkness. Ian murmured, stroking his chin in thoughtfulness. Light weakness it while darkness amplifies it. Unexpected yet expected at the same time. A pit with healing powers and even revival of the dead, one would expect it to have something to do with an angel's holy powers, but it's the opposite. The doing of demons perhaps? I guess I will have to study the Book of Eternity first, see if anything in it helps. The book was basically a Wikipedia of knowledge and magical speed, so he really wanted to start studying it right now, but there are more important things to take care of. A few magical teleportations later, Ian found himself in Coast City, vying for his next target, something he had to wait to take for a while, not because he couldn't borrow it before, but because he wanted more. The staff behind shone in blue light as several invisibility and stealth spells were cast on him, and only then did he fly to his destination while looking through the news on his tablet, news about the Green Lantern. Working hard, hey? Well, don't mind me then. Once he was close to his target, he unleashed his death force, lunging itself toward the odd green device hidden in an apartment. It enveloped it slowly but surely until vanished, appearing within the Black Rose dimension. Did he really think just invisibility would keep the power battery from being taken? Ian was a bit confused because he expected more. That's why he took so many precautions, yet it was all too easy. Well, whatever. I cannot use it for now, but it's only a matter of time. The moment the power battery of the Green Lanterns appeared in the dimension, massive amounts of death force started flooding into it, corrupting to Ian's liking. Hope they come though. It might make things much easier. After all, what's better than absorbing the source itself? It was all unintentional. Ian would later swear because he really didn't mean for things to become so chaotic and fun at the same time. If Ian long ago was a menace without any powers, then now that he has them, what'll he achieve? Or what does he want to achieve? He of course wants to complete his collection. The route for the completion of the staff of all things was already planned, and finally, he makes some progress, a lot of progress. Before the people of Earth become too aware of magic and what it can do. The extent of its broken nature. The methods to stop it. Before it's all discovered, Ian went on a stroll around the world, appreciating nature. The day of chaos was on its way, and it all started with some unintentional events, starting with Ian landing before a mountain. Like how can gods be stingier than demons? I guess I had to come personally to get my treat. The mountain looked normal to the unseeing eyes, but Ian can see it very clearly, and he can feel the complexity of space throughout it. Somewhere within the mountain, there was a gate leading to a place, and somewhere within that place, someone spoke. I told you he'd come. You did, but what happens when a bug enters weakling's home? Likely nothing, they wouldn't even notice it. But I'm a god, so I know when a bug comes and when it leaves. I can just squash it, can I not? Responding to Hephaestus was a gorgeous noble woman, speaking of bug with a tiny bit of hatred. The god of the forge could only shake his head in bitterness. She was simply too unreasonable because none of this needed to happen, and he could do nothing about it because he was chained to divine walls of her castle. I hope you can. No, there is still time, so let me play with the bug a bit, and see it flap its tiny wings like you said it can. Her tone was strange with expectations and frustration. They weren't tiny. They were actually too big. I can only hope they aren't too big for her to handle lest Zeus has to interfere. Hephaestus kept his thoughts to himself, but Ian didn't. Olympus. Here I come to collect charity. Do you think you can just pledge it and not pay up? Ahem. 126, it was unintentional so it's okay 30 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 121, it was unintentional so it's okay 3. Olympus. Here I come to collect charity. Do you think you can just pledge it and not pay up? Ahem. Mount Olympus, the highest mountain in Greece, said to be the home of the Olympian gods, though Ian knows better. It's not their home, it's merely one of the gates established by the Olympian gods to reach Earth. Ian approached the disturbance in space, his death force already exploring it while his magic was working on allowing him to go through it, to reach his target, not some god-forsaken place. Ian frowned, a bit puzzled as he walked to the space twist, feeding it his magic, allowing it to encompass him, teleporting him into the land of gods. Way too easy. I'm starting to get the picture of why Hephaestus didn't bring me the weapon as per our deal. Wrong move. Nah, after a second thought, it's the perfect move. He spoke his mind out, not caring if anyone was listening because he knows they are. He observed the surroundings, finding himself in a beautiful forest, filled with nothing but greenery. The trees were extremely high. The grass and flowers were lovely, of all varieties, as if it were the heaven of nature. He was in Mount Olympus, the true Olympus residing in Skyland, a faraway dimension. Ian started hovering above the ground, getting higher and higher, trying to get a clearer look at his surroundings. However, the Olympian woods didn't seem to be as peaceful as he assumed because from the shadows of trees, a colossal white lion jumped at him, reaching him despite being dozens of meters above the ground. A divine beast. This is a first. The crime lord of Gotham remained calm as he spread his wings. He controlled his left wing to instantly slap the beast away with ease. Even in his fight against Etrigan, the wings remained spotless. They were his greatest treasure aside from the staff because even Ian found out that he cannot harm them in any way, not yet at least. Lucifer's wings, one of the strongest beings in the entirety of existence, perhaps even the strongest aside from his creator. Only such an existence would throw his wings away. And they were quite vast, spreading for several meters around him, so using them as a weapon was natural. I have never tasted a divine beast, so why not start now? That's all the convincing he needed to convince himself before his staff vanished, coming crashing down on the beast without giving it the chance to show just how special it was. Let's make sure before I make any hasty decision, though I hope my prediction is right. Sticking to his words, he landed before the dead beast and started cutting it to piece after constructing a few remotely controlled magic swords. He waved his staff, constructing a few more magical tools that went around helping him create a natural fire. It was all happening too fast, making him further believe that magic was the best thing that happened to the world before his arrival. Ian took a piece of wood, looking very relaxed amidst the chirping of birds, just waiting for the meat to cook. However, an uninvited guest approached. A man of colossal build, absolutely ripped. Everything about him spoke of an ancient warrior. He seemed to come in peace as he had a small smile on his face while taking a seat on the ground close to the undisturbed Ian. Human? The man questioned. Kinda. Not sure. Ian shrugged, paying close attention to the meat, sometimes increasing the heat through magic to cook it faster without risking the taste. Darkness was arriving, and the light was leaving, except for that small cozy campfire. Hercules. The man said. Ian rose. So what brought you here? Getting someone to fulfill their pledge and a bit of charity on top. Their conversation was very brief, and peaceful, not something expected from someone who lives in the lands of the gods, let alone Hercules himself. Hercules was confused, not understanding what he meant in the slightest, so he just moved on to the next subject. What about the beast? Why kill him when you can just avoid him? What if it was one of the gods' pets? It attacked me first, so it's okay. Ian shrugged again. HOH? Uncaring about attracting the wrath of the gods. Now that you put it this way. Ian articulated the words in his mind because he really wasn't interested in trouble. Oh yeah, it was unintentional, so it's okay. And then there was silence for quite a while. Perhaps Hercules was speechless, so he remained silent until Ian sent a large piece of meat hovering towards him. Have your fill. Ian courteously said before starting to munch through the appetizing meat. Wow, like. Phew, without seasoning or anything, yet it is still the most delicious thing I've ever tasted. Ian was certainly enjoying himself, but that didn't appear to be the case for Hercules as Ian curiously asked, "You're not gonna eat it? Is it perhaps below your standards?" Hercules looked dazed, staring at the piece of meat in his hand, seeming to be sweating a bit. Quite the odd thing, I feel no hunger. Oh, Ian nodded in understanding, I see. You must be eating such a top-quality meat every day to the point you've grown sick. Sick of it. He strangely emphasized the last point, inducing a twitch on the demigod's face. God, it's so delicious. Ian remarked again, taking another bite of the meat. Honestly, I should come here more often. You know, to hunt such wonderful beasts. You. What would you do if the pledge isn't fulfilled? Hercules changed the subject with a frown. The conversation turned weird quite fast. If? You mean when? I will do it anyway because I already know it won't be fulfilled, unless. Ian let out a chuckle, shaking his head as he cut off another piece of beautifully cooked meat. Unless. Hercules frowned even more. What you don't know can't hurt you. Do you know of the phrase? Ian asked something the demigod considered irrelevant, but he still answered. I do. I've heard such words before. It's false in so many ways that few people can comprehend. It only holds true for the weak. The weak-minded to be specific. What you don't know will most often than not hurt you. Ian softly explained, seeming to be in a good mood. However, to Hercules, that sounded like a threat. His frown stretched further, seeming to be stressed. You kinda know. Albeit too late, so let me ask you just to make sure, why didn't you attack me yet? Ian was still smiling but the demigod was not. I've honed my instincts beyond many, in fact, few can compare to me. Perhaps no one can. I felt it the moment I got close to you. I'm dead. Hercules clenched his fist, eyeing the lion's remains. This is your pet? Ian wondered, genuinely curious, if so, why send it at me when it's so weak? Weak? It's not. You just never gave him a chance, and you are a monster. I didn't expect things to happen so fast. Yet, I regret taking her deal. The demigod let out a sigh, giving up on life. Such is the fate of the ignorant. Unfortunately, I cannot spare. It didn't sound like an unfortunate thing from Ian's tone, in fact, he was kinda glad because they made things easy for him. I understand. It's only unfortunate that I cannot watch his cubs grow to become a well. Instantly, things changed. The air around the area seemed to freeze as every single muscle of Hercules clenched to such an instinct that his blood vessel seemed to burst, seemingly spraying the surroundings with blood. However, his actions were too fast for his blood to reach the ground as he seemed to have grown in size. The mere side effect of which created a shockwave so great it demolished the surroundings dozens of meters around him. Even Ian found himself sent flying backward by the impact only to find his head being held by the bloody colossal warrior in sort of crushing his skull, and with no hesitation he did. Ha! It was worth the try. Hercules let out one last sigh, falling to his knees. He clearly felt himself crushing nothing but air, his target nowhere to be seen, but what was seen was the staff that has just created a hole through his chest, inducing a gush of blood, forming into a fountain beneath him. Not just that, he clearly felt the staff devouring him for all he's worth as Ian walked from behind him, crouching to his level, eye to eye. It was a good try. He complimented. I know it was. Hercules nodded, losing all signs of life, and leaving Ian with a few last words. Remember. None of the gods are kind. They're only as kind as the seeing eye expects. Heinous is our middle name, and I'm no exception as I'm sure you know. Ian remained silent until the body turned to ashes, leaving his staff hovering in its place. He held it, tracing his fingers along with its exquisite form, and mumbled, another vessel filled. Kinda. Ian then took a deep breath and turned around, eyeing a certain direction. If a game you wish to play, then allow me to end it because I have absolutely no interest in playing along. The staff loomed before him, becoming entirely dark. Pure darkness was being unleashed from it. Let me show my latest vision. Trigon's flames. The darkest of suns. 127, the worst of nightmares. 31 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 122, the worst of nightmares. Ian then took a deep breath and turned around, eyeing a certain direction. If a game you wish to play, then allow me to end it because I have absolutely no interest in playing along. The staff loomed before him, becoming entirely dark. Pure darkness was being unleashed from it. Let me show my latest vision. Trigon's flames. The darkest of suns. The darkness from the staff flew above Ian, forming into an inky distorted sphere. It was soon followed by crimson flames appearing out of nowhere. The flames were very odd as they mixed with the darkness a little too well. Perhaps it was because of the dark vines flowing through it, seeming to be similar to that darkness. The two forces blended perfectly, expanding into a colossal dark sun, entirely inky black because the crimson flames weren't on the outside. No, they were compressed within. The burning flames, standing even above the fires of hell, were seeking their freedom desperately, dying to be let out of the darkness. As everyone knows, Ian is quite charitable and kind, so he gave the flames their freedom as he spoke. Here, have a wonderful dessert. Stoob. The hiss fell to deaf ears as the darkest of suns flew to its destination, accelerating quickly. It was like Ian had eyes everywhere because far away from him, beyond the woods, there was a colossal hill, and behind it was his target. Well, what leads to his target? Behind it there was a cliff, looking out on several rock structures standing extremely high, and on the largest of the bunch, there was his target. It looked like an absolutely gorgeous city made with things humans can only dream of. It had the touch of gods on it, obvious to any watching eyes, a level of architecture humans can only dream to achieve. Ian suddenly found himself standing right on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the dark sphere hurling at the city in sort of its destruction. Such a pure darkness. Ian heard someone talk as he was right next to him, but no, he was far far away, appearing before the sphere of darkness. The persona to speak, a burly man adorned in golden ornaments and a few pieces of clothing, akin to those of ancient Greek. The man's hair was dark grey, speaking somewhat of his age, but what shone most about him was his electrical eyes, and a cloak seemingly made entirely of blue lightning, an exquisite appearance befitting that of a god. The god of lightning spread his arms wide, unleashing an ocean of blue lightning enveloping the dark sphere in its embrace, seeking to extinguish it. Have your freedom, little thing, Ian murmured, clearly feeling the darkness and the flames of the sphere as if they were perfectly under his control, and he allowed them to go. The flames within desperately sought their freedom, resisting the ocean of lightning, consuming it even. Zeus frowned, feeling the overwhelming force coming out to the point that it was swiftly expanding, his ocean of lightning barely able to hold it anymore. Ha! Zeus let out a breath of crackling electricity, a breath that soon turned to a roar as his muscled arms tensed, getting shrouded in lightning, soon inflating into giant electrical arms. The ruler of Olympus then flew towards the swiftly expanding sphere, befitting of his divinity. He was extremely fast as the giant hands found themselves slapping the sphere in less than a second. Even the ocean of electricity followed, rushing at the sphere like a broken dam, urging it away. Zeus was successful in his pursuit as the sphere was hurled away, colliding with one of the other rock formations far away. The result of which was nothingness, literally annihilating anything in its way until it flared outwards, devouring a huge chunk of the cliff before vanishing. Who are you? Zeus frowned, eyeing the damage, then laying his eyes on the amused Ian, who seemed to very much like the effect of his new move. "Oh, excuse my rudeness," Ian apologetically smiled before formally introducing himself like the courteous person he is. "Ian Rose, here to collect what was promised, as well as a bit of charity." "I see. I've never met a human more audacious than you in all of my life, and that should say a lot," Zeus spoke with unquestionable authority while approaching the confused Ian. "Audacious? No, you just don't understand how generous I'm because honestly, I would have done worse if I didn't fear not getting enough charity." Ian further rubbed his temples in exasperation. "I honestly didn't see it coming. The audacity of the gods made me a bit speechless, especially when I know for a fact that the demons of hell are more courteous than the bunch of you gods, like common, do you not see the irony?" "Hey! Now it's Zeus' time to be confused, especially with how emotional Ian seemed about the subject. He honestly had no idea what he was talking about, so he asked the person that appeared behind him. "Do you know what he's speaking of, Hera?" "I do. He doesn't deserve to live." The woman behind him gritted her teeth, desperately wanting to jump at Ian to strangle him, only she wasn't sure if she can handle him. I see. As I thought," Ian remarked, eyeing the gorgeous woman before him. Hera, the goddess of women and marriage was, well, captivating with her enchanting and beautiful eyes and soft white skin. She was very stunning, tall, and even her venomous words took nothing of her elegance. Her royal attire and graceful crown only complemented her beauty. "You should be the one, right? Hera, the queen of Olympus. Only someone like you would be so vindictive for accidentally doing something you don't like." Ian was thoroughly amused, finally getting a complete understanding of why the pledge wasn't processed, but Hera was not. "Shut up. Such a waste of fine wine." Ian remarked, much to the two gods' confusion because he really looked regretful, but is it a wonder for the wine to become poisoned if you continue to sprinkle poison in it for centuries, millennials even? "I've heard enough." Zeus shook his head, uncaring about the words of who he assumes to be just one of those strong mortals. He'd even go as far as to assume that Ian cannot use the previous move again. "But it all matters not. If you had come in peace and remained courteous, then I might have heard your pleas, but not anymore. You've stained the dignity of Olympus, so be ready to fall to Tartarus for as long as your measly lifespan permits. Such is the way of the gods." Zeus had already sentenced Ian to death the moment he sensed the colossal power seeking to devour Olympus. The human's reasoning was just miscellaneous for him. "Hey! Of course. God, I miss dealing with demons. It was so easy to get them to give me charity, but it isn't so easy now, is it? Now, I'll have to." Ian squatted down, his words stopping in their track, feeling a knife almost scratching his neck. "Gods are even scummier than demons, like wow." Ian shook his head, leaping backward with a speed incomprehensible to the normal eyes, leaving orange lightning behind him. On the previous spot he stood, from the very ground erupted numerous snakes of lightning almost consuming him whole. Indeed, before the gods of Olympus, how can Ian remain defenseless? The rose of speed force was already in effect, and that wasn't the only thing he prepared. His speed certainly surprised everyone around, especially Hermes, the god that just tried to sneak attack him. Still, the swift god smiled. "I didn't expect him to be so fast, so I didn't try my hardest. He isn't so fast anyway." The gods seemed to have quite the ego. Every one of them, Ian noted. "This will be hard, and I may have to use it this time." "No, I will use it now. It's been a long time anyway." Ian murmured to himself in a bit of anticipation as he approached the gods, speaking a few last words, "Death fighting style, let's start." 128, The Worst of Nightmares 2. 32 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 123, The Worst of Nightmares 2. Ian murmured to himself in a bit of anticipation as he approached the gods, speaking a few last words, "Death fighting style, let's start." Hermes spoke the truth, he wasn't using nearly his top speed, and he was certainly much faster considering Ian's top speed with the speed force can reach up to 60 Mach. That's actually not that much when considering he holds the powers of the speed force, something that puzzled him quite a lot. It was as if something was holding his speed back but was having a hard time doing so, and he has a very good idea of what it was. "Hera, go back and await my return." Zeus ordered before eyeing Hermes, ignoring Hera's frustration as always. "Hermes, you know what to do." He did know what to do as he vanished, running at such an extreme speed he should have disintegrated into nothingness. Not just that, the entire area around him should have been destroyed at his sheer speed. However, similar to the speed force, he seems to ignore the laws of nature, physics, and all that can slow his speed down. A diving halo of sorts surroundings him, keeping his speed controlled. His speed was so much faster than Ian's even with the speed force appeared frozen for him. Hermes was just so reliable that Zeus trusted he could finish the job without any imperfections. In fact, Zeus believed Hermes was more fit than him for such situations because he was just that fast, the fastest of the gods by far. His boots touched the ground but seemed to have no impact as he was running through space, seemingly not needing a ground to move. He had 2 small knives, one in each hand. As soon as he moved, the knives were already swung because a moment later, he reached Ian, and the knives were near the crime lord's throat. However, in contrast to all expectations, especially Hermes, the physical realm actually affected him as he stumbled on a small rock. You see, the action of Zeus redirecting the darkest of suns away affected a nearby rock structure. Most of it was totally consumed, but the resulting impact still sent some rocks flying. One of those rocks had a very important destiny. It was meant to save a kind life, so it fell right in front of Ian. The strange part about the event is that Hermes didn't see any rock, so he didn't react to it. His speed not only allows him to run fast but also to react fast, so stumbling on his steps was rarer than the times Zeus was able to resist his horniness. Yet his steps led him to stumble on that specific rocks, his knives barely scratching Ian as he fell to the side. Normally, he would be able to easily get his balance back and continue on with his pursuit, but he was in shock. In fact, he was in so much shock he just remained frozen as Ian's newly flared wings smacked him down further into the ground with such a force he nearly passed out. Easier than I thought. I underestimated the overwhelming ego of the gods, Ian mused as the god killer, and Kryptonian sword both appeared in his hands, ready to decapitate Hermes. He totally ignored the lightning strike coming toward him, in fact, he leaned slightly into it to make sure it'd kill him. The odd thing however was that the lightning avoided him encircling Hermes and flying with him back to Zeus, almost as if it's solid, leaving Hermes intact. Very odd. Zeus's frown was only stretching since meeting Ian, finding everything about him strange. Hermes, wake up or I'll let you know what shock truly means. And Hermes was indeed awakened, standing up at a speed akin to that of lightning before tidying himself up though he still seemed a bit dizzy. Change of plans. Capture him. Zeus ordered, and Hermes complied, this time trying to run much faster and with much more cautiousness. Poor Hermes, he passed out. Hey? Why? Ian wondered, genuinely confused, do you not sense the magic around me? It's a magical spell called Magic Barrier, and I had literally just cast it before you, like, did you not see the staff behind me shining blue for a split second? I'm losing it. It was that simple. When Ian noticed Zeus move, he instantly cast the spell, knowing he might have noticed something a bit too fast. The following was quite simple, Hermes ran at the magic barrier, cracking it easily but also passing out in the process. Enough. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entirety of Olympus. Zeus was angry. Ian was straight up looking down at him right in his face, I do not know exactly how you work, but it won't matter soon. Tartarus will be your new home. You know, that sounds familiar, Ian stroked his chin in contemplation, looking a bit serious, oh, right. Etrigan said something similar before. Before. Oh, it's done. Ian smiled happily as Hermes vanished from the ground, appearing in the Black Rose dimension. I might have honestly been too biased against you gods, especially you Zeus. I mean you were even kind enough to stall for time for me while I'm transporting Hermes far away. For that, I'm grateful. Ian even went as far as performing a slight bow as thanks. He truly felt grateful and apologetic like never before. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Zeus laughed. He laughed like a maniac for a while, his laughter breaching the very concept of sound, reaching every nook and cranny of the Skyland dimension. No need to be so happy, man. It wasn't that big of a deal, right? Ian spoke with a bit of confusion, finding the surroundings have become a bit dark, and they were getting darker by the second. The sky across the entirety of the dimension turned dark, inky clouds seemingly forming from nothing, and the sky was raging. Zeus laughed so loudly he almost cried from laughing, 2 bright tears sliding from his sparkling eyes, and so, the sky chose to weep with him as it started to rain, heavily so. His loud voice was followed by the thundering of the sky, his every breath letting out sparkles of lightning just as the sky started spitting lightning about every moment. You come to my domain, ha ha ha. You come to my domain and you laugh at me? I? The king of gods. At that moment, every god of Olympus that was watching, and intending to help in eliminating the invader changed their minds, hurling themselves into whatever hole they lived in. Zeus has never been so angry before. This was what was in almost every Olympian god's mind, all except one, a very odd god whose attention was on Ian's magic. The said god was hiding far away, in a crack somewhere in the Skyland dimension, watching the show with interest and curiosity. Magic. Magic with an unknown source. Zeus's laughter halted in an instant. Very well. Let it rain bursts of lightning, ones of such rage never seen before and will never be again. Ian looked up, narrowing his eyes with a beautiful smile. Amazing. Fascinating. Such an unimaginable power. It was an unimaginable feat, surprising even Zeus himself. His wrath was somewhat exaggerated, and he sensed that yet he couldn't help it. There is just something about Ian that he cannot understand, and it fucking drove him mad to the point he created the spectacle before Ian. The sky was no longer dark, in fact, the dimension became more full of light than it had ever been because the sky became nothing but lightning all around. Indeed, the entirety of Skyland's dimension skies became nothing but lightning. Several Earth skies combined wouldn't be able to contend. Ha, let it lighten, then fall. Zeus hovered above the ground, the lightning shrouding him completely, seeming like a form of pure lightning energy, floating near the clouds of lightning as he commanded it all. Hey! What have I gotten myself in? Unfortunately, Ian couldn't finish his words because 129, The Worst of Nightmares 3. 32 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 124, The Worst of Nightmares 3. Hey! What have I gotten myself in? Unfortunately, Ian couldn't finish his words because a power higher than gravity took effect, raining it all down. And there is no evading lightning, not unless you can react to it. All of the blue lightning across the dimension followed in Zeus' footsteps, seeking to eliminate him. Indeed, Zeus was the first to attack, launching down at Ian with such a force he would surely be able to bring the entire island on which they stood down. However, Ian vanished using his favorite trick. He was in an entirely different dimension, looking a bit nervous because even though he was prepared beforehand, and tried to get into the Black Rose before the lightning started to fall, it still almost got him. I will only use them as last resorts lest I alert Trigon, so I have to try my best. Ian caught his staff tightly before appearing again in the dimension of Skyland only to disappear again. It doesn't matter where he appears as the lightning seems to have eyes instantly lunging at him. He was however able to do what he sought, which is waving his staff around. Numerous spells were being cast, most left in the Black Rose while the rest sought after Zeus. The skies of the dimension of Skyland became a theater for a show with fireworks erupting everywhere. It was truly a fascinating sight to behold, but getting close would only mean death. Finally, Ian murmured, strangely appearing very close to Zeus. He let out a breath before bringing his staff before him, yet not a speck of lightning reached him yet. You coward! I dare you to stay! Zeus tried, and he was succeeding, but Ian was just too much because at the moment he was surrounded by what could only be assumed to be hundreds of defensive magical spells. They weren't doing much to stop Zeus' destructiveness, but as a collective spell, they definitely protected Ian long enough. The collective spell he constructed instantly surrounded the place in the form of numerous magic circles enveloping the area, each had a connection to the Black Rose. Magic Spam Collective Instant. Ian unleashed the collective magical spell because from every magic circle, some sort of magical spell erupted all at the same time, and all purely destructive. The majority of them were simple Eldritch blasts, but they were extremely effective depending on how potent one's magic is. The potency of Ian's magic was clearly reflected in Zeus's eyes as even he feared death, but he was the king of the gods, so he acted quick, spreading his arms outwards before waving them clockwise. Every speck of lightning followed in his movement, rotating around him with immense speed and force, creating a hurricane around him. The question remains, will he still be able to survive the thousands of magical spells falling at him with such immense force its impact was able to reach the heart of Olympus far away? Ian's blurry blue eyes looked in anticipation at the spectacle because this is the first time this spell was put in effect. Just to make sure the spectacle remains in his memory in its every detail, he reactivated the Rose of Speed. The Collective Instant is a tremendous spell that has a lot of requirements, ones he found out he could only satisfy when using the Rose of Magic. For several long seconds, most of the gods of Olympus could only see a blinding light overwhelming the entirety of the Skyland dimension, and some of them could only gape in shock as the scene finally cleared up. Zeus was down on one knee. Every speck of lightning has vanished, but Zeus was clearly still alive though his face was looking down, his expression remaining hidden. Honor states that thou shalt not strike a foe when they're down, and Ian, being the generous and understanding person he was, upheld himself to that honor. However, his staff acted fully on its own accord without his control. It sparkled with orange lightning, and it even let out a burst of magic as it flew at Zeus, appearing before him in what seemed to be an instant. Only, a sigh reverberated throughout the place. Someone appeared very close to Zeus before the latter was teleported next to her. Why did it have to come to this? It was Athena, not just her, many other gods appeared one by one, eyeing Ian vigilantly. Give me it! Zeus ordered in a low tone as he slowly stood up, and Athena did, handing something akin to a bolt of lightning though it strangely looked solid. Ian wholeheartedly ignored Zeus and eyed Athena instead. She's dangerous. The most dangerous of the bunch, but... Athena also eyed Ian with narrow eyes, sizing him up more closely before glancing at Hera to the side. Why did you start this without knowing anything about him? Hera was the queen of Olympus, yet Athena didn't show much respect to her. Instead, she was obviously reprimanding her. I wanted him dead. That's all. Hera responded, also eyeing Ian with vigilance. If I didn't know better, I would have assumed you want Hercules dead. Athena shook her head, are you sure you want to continue? Her question was pointed at Ian, though Zeus responded in his place, it doesn't matter what he wants because I do. He was already hovering towards Ian as he spoke. Ian held his staff again, caressing it with a strange expression before eyeing Athena. I suddenly have a deep desire to extinguish this dimension in its entirety. Zeus! Come back! Athena yelled at Zeus, growing alert in an instant. You're smart, as expected of the god of wisdom. Ian nodded while waving his hand, and in an instant, there was only silence. There was only an eerie silence as the gods of Olympus stared at the change in the scenery, speechless. Around Ian, 7 dark spheres appeared, slightly vibrating in what could only be assumed to be immense power. The spheres looked exactly like the darkest of suns except for their immense size. Trigon, you have my gratitude for being an unlimited battery of immense destructive power. Ian gently smiled looking at their faces, already sensing the delicious charity destined for him. Long ago, Ian dictated a significant portion of the Black Rose into becoming a sea of Trigon's fire. Trigon's scroll was always swimming within it, constantly releasing its flames. It was using Trigon's dimension as a battery to create a domain of pure destruction. Now, some of the destructiveness was unleashed and even complemented with darkness to create 7 dark suns. Then Ian vanished, but the spheres still floated there, obediently holding back their hunger. Athena frowned. Things were certainly going out of his hand, especially when she heard his words. She felt like he really meant it, like he really wanted to destroy the entire dimension, and his confidence told her he can do it, that in her deduction and observation. And as predicted, the colossal spheres hovering in the skies of Skyland should certainly be able to cause quite the damage, and even annihilate the entire dimension if they don't interfere. Athena's eyes gazed in a specific direction. There, she could see a ring just like some of the other gods do, only the ones very experienced in magic. What do you want? She knew that if she destroyed the ring, he'll likely not be back instantly because it seems to be how he teleports, but the spheres will still be here, and they'll likely go out of control if that happens. Now we're talking. I want what was promised from Hephaestus, and I want to borrow him for a while to make a few things for me. The materials are of course provided by your charitable hands, the best of course. His voice floated along the winds to reach them, seemingly from nowhere, and he wasn't done just yet. As for Hermes, well, you won't have him back, but don't worry, he'll probably live. I think. It was certainly a humiliating experience, especially for Zeus who could only eye the darkest of suns in the sky while gritting his teeth. He felt defeated while Hera on the side felt afraid. She knows all of his anger will be unleashed on her, not on anyone else. I will do it. The one to speak this time was Hephaestus, who looked to be in a bit of a sorry state. He found himself limping among the gods, agreeing to finally satisfy the pledge that Hera stopped him from fulfilling. Oh, perfect. Ion's happy voice sounded right next to Hephaestus as he appeared next to him, seeming to be defenseless much to the dismay of some of the gods. Athena however seemed to notice a few strange things as she shook her head, signaling for no one to take action. Ian smiled at her, nodding as a sign of respect before walking up to Hera much to her distress, and the gods were ready to act. However. 130, The Worst of Nightmares 4. 32 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 125, The Worst of Nightmares 4. Ian smiled at her, nodding as a sign of respect before walking up to Hera much to her distress, and the gods were ready to act. However, all Ian did was hug her, leaving everyone absolutely baffled, especially after hearing his next words, thank you. He wasn't done just yet as he whispered in her ear, please try to do something similar, you know, like reasons to give me charity, and thank you again. Alright, I'm done here. Ian smiled, acting as if everyone around didn't hear his whispers. They're gods for God's sake. Hephaestus, let's go and study the blueprint. I won't know what it'll take to make them, so I'm counting on you. I will send what's needed after he's done, alright dear Athena. Athena nodded with a frown, giving Ian one last warning, do not harm Hermes. You'll only face unnecessary wrath of the gods, especially his mother. I'll keep that in mind. Ian nodded before vanishing with Hephaestus as well as the 7 darkest of suns, leaving the area absolutely quiet for a while. I want him dead, one way or another. Such is the way of the gods. They couldn't risk their own home, so they showed restraint, but they won't let his offense slide. Let me observe him first. He's strange. I have to make sure he isn't hiding something else. Athena stated, stopping Zeus from doing anything reckless. She's the god of wisdom after all, among other things. Also, what he wants Hephaestus to make may be too costly, perhaps even for us. His tone at least said as much. That night, Olympus experienced an eerie silence. Some even had dreams. Such a thing was a wonder to gods. Well, they weren't exactly dreams but nightmares. It was also that night that some individuals experienced something that might as well be a dream, just because of how delirious it was. It's not bad at all. It actually exceeded my expectations. Ian was seated on his couch in the mansion after a long tiring day. Fighting gods wasn't easy after all. Before him, on the table was a black whip, looking exquisite with beautiful engravings running along with its form. It seemed to have a faint dark glow, a testament to its peculiarity. This was the weapon Hephaestus made for Selena. The artifact he pledged but didn't deliver until Ian set foot in his own home. Ian of course didn't blame him at all. He was even thankful because that made things so much easier. That was a bit dangerous. I need more methods to avoid getting caught. That's just too much of a weakness. His greatest weakness is getting caught. He isn't afraid of getting killed because common sense forbids that, but being held a prisoner. That's an entirely different story. His biggest worry in the previous confrontation was just that. Thankfully, Hermes made a mistake, making Ian take a note of how massive of an ego the gods have. That single mistake affected not only Hermes but also Zeus, leading the former to pass out, mostly of his own volition. Zeus was also dangerous because he seemed to be able to make his lightning solid. Ian had no idea what limitations such an ability has, so he had to be cautious, and act as a bit of a coward, gladly so. Ian also knew that he definitely couldn't face all the gods at once. That was certain capture, so he used his biggest trump card. Somewhere in the Black Rose dimension, Trigon's scroll still floats about. It's still to this day one of Ian's most precious treasures, and his plans for it are just starting. Now I just need to wait. Well, I can do a few things in the meantime. Leaving Hephaestus in Nanda Parbat is definitely the move, especially with what I tasked him to do. Ian stroked his chin with a strange expression. I hope the government, and Lex Luthor aren't mad. Now that I think about it, wouldn't the Green Lantern guys also be mad? I'm sure everything will be okay. He shrugged and stood up after sensing a few life forces approaching very quickly. And just then, he noticed a dark blurry shadow entering the place, and only a second later he found Selena in his embrace, hugging him tightly. This smell, Selena murmured before licking his neck, God I missed you. That was followed by their lips entangling together in a passionate kiss. Miss your smell, and she seemed like she did as she buried her head in his neck, sniffing him like a cat. Well, her powers seem to affect her quite a lot, and she likes it. Phew, okay. Kinky but I like it. Ian remarked with a smile, gently stroking her hair while she purred cutely. The next person to join them was none other than Ivy, though in contrast to Selena, she kept a bit of distance, walking a full circle around Ian before letting out a sigh of relief and hugging from the back. You're okay. She seemed extremely happy, though her mood seemed to turn sour in an instant. Darling, can you take me to hell? I will just visit it for a bit, and I won't do anything bad. Please. She seemed to want that way too much, acting all cute and such. Usually, she acts all seductive to get Ian to help her in something, especially things that can accidentally destroy the world. She ends up being rejected most of the time, but her cute act on other hand. It was special, but she finds it quite embarrassing, so seeing her like this, Ian could only laugh. So you won't go on like a rampage, hey? You'll just go sighting? Ian questioned with amusement. Exactly. Ivy nodded with a bit of embarrassment. Sighting. I wanna go also. Also, I want wings. The all-familiar energetic voice reverberated throughout the place as Harley came running through the door in her usual outfit. Hey. She eyed the odd position the trio was in before her eyes lit up as she leaned forward with her hands on her knees, seemingly breathing heavily. I almost died trying to catch up to them. I think if it happens again, I'll definitely die from running for too long. She barely stood up straight and approached Ian from the side, giving his cheek a long kiss. Husband, don't you think I need wings so I can stay alive? Or how about this, how about a power that would allow me to reach you first? Hey. Wait. Harley wasn't done just yet as she kissed Ian on the cheek again with her eyes seeming to shine. How about teleportation? Then I can move at like 16 crushed skulls per second. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something as she eyed Ian with affection. Of course, the most important thing is that I can go to you always. So you wouldn't reject me, would you? Ian gazed at Harley with a strange expression before a light smile surfaced on his pale face. He slipped his hand out, pinching her chin before giving her a light peck. You're lovely, keep being you. Ian. Selena gently whispered, and he got the hint, vanishing with Ivy and Selena directly into the bedroom. Harley on the other hand remained frozen in her place for a while. She then eyed the table where a golden bat lies, looking exquisite. It was the god killer. She picked it up and walked away in silence to get herself a drink, only to meet someone on the way who seemed to be having a drink himself. She instantly lifted her bat up and brought it down right at his head, much to his shock. He reacted quickly though and leaped away, falling to his butt with confusion. What the fuck are you doing? Me? What are you doing? Why did you evade? Harley strangely yelled back, something that might sound unreasonable to others, but the man finally understood. Hey? No no. I'm the real one. The man was multiplex, and noticing her bat already in the air ready to crush something, he hastily created a few clones, letting her vent. A bat after bat fell on their skull, allowing her to let out a sigh of ease. Yup, nothing happened. I have dementia, so I forgot everything that just happened. However, Harley and Multiplex were both unaware that there was someone in the coffee with them, sitting in the darkness in one of the chairs, seeming to be invisible. The ghastly figure was just waiting in darkness with barely any movement, and that went on for the entire night until 131, The Worst of Nightmares v. 32 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 126, The Worst of Nightmares v. The ghastly figure was just waiting in darkness with barely any movement, and that went on for the entire night until Ian came down, instantly catching the hazy figure. Ian frowned, eyeing him for a minute before walking up to him and taking a seat next to him. It was very early in the morning, so the coffee have yet to open. A cup of coffee appeared in Ian's hand as he took a sip, causing a refreshed smile to emerge on his vibrant face. God, I missed coffee, but I had missed the girls more. Last night was... Phew. He stroked his chin for a minute or so, having a vibrant smile on his face, finally able to relax a little. Want one? Coffee, I mean. The hazy figure shook his head, gazing at Ian with a strange expression. The being next to Ian looked a bit odd, solely attired in what looked like a piece of black cloth, hiding the entirety of his body. Only his deadly pale face could be seen. He looked like a dead body as if blood doesn't flow through his veins. His hair was wavy and unkempt, but most importantly, his eyes were black, only having a white hue in the center. Ian shrugged, taking sips of coffee while waiting for the man to speak. It took the odd man a while to speak, only after staring at Ian for a long while. You're the worst of nightmares. You're also the best of dreams. The man spoke hoarsely, almost in an inquiring tone. Even he doesn't seem to understand something about his words. That sounds poetic. I like it. Ian let out a chuckle, very much loving the phrase, so he introduced himself. Ian Rose. It's pleasure to meet you. Morpheus, the man also introduced himself gracefully. What are you? What am I? Hey? Not who am I? I've been asked such question before. You know, I was gonna make a joke, but I suddenly don't feel like it. Ian's fingers tapped on the table as if by instinct as he went into a daze. You still don't know? Is it your dream to know? Morpheus wondered. My dream? Not exactly. I certainly want to know, but it's not a dream of mine. Ian shook his head, feeling thoughtful. Is it because you do not dream? Morpheus continued to question with pure curiosity. Hey! Ian hummed to himself, remaining silent for a while. Right. I don't dream, and I have no dreams. Mine sought for answers also feels like a necessity. I wonder why. He never looked more confused than now. He seemed to be questioning his life all over again. All of his meditations in Nanda Parbat for peace were seemingly forgotten for a second. The thing able to affect his mental the most was none other than himself, and he fully calmed down soon after. Perhaps answers will solve all my doubts, finding what I'm is. Ian took a deep breath, calming down, and only then did Morpheus wonder. What do you think of dreams? Dreams? Never really thought much about it because I never dream, but the thing that comes first to me, knowing how people dream, I just assume that dreams are constrained by themselves or by the dreamer. Ian thought about it seriously before shaking his head, but yet, I don't know much about dreams, so I'd rather not say anything about it. Morpheus however seemed thoughtful, taking Ian's words very seriously. The best of dreams. I have a very good idea of who that may refer to, but the worst of nightmares. I'm curious. It was Ian's time to ask. A lot. Some you've already met. Others, your steps are still far away from, yet you're all thy dream of in the form of a nightmare. Morpheus recalled their nightmares, making him frown. You're like a virus, quickly spreading through all the dimensions of existence as a nightmare. And a dream. Oh. And that he was. Somehow all of his enemies never fail to not have nightmares about him. It was a truly spectacular achievement. Some's nightmares more horrifying than others. In fact, just this night a new cluster of dreamers faced your nightmare and dreams. Dreams? Who in Olympus would have a good dream about me? Ian came to the most likely conclusion very quickly, though he still had doubts. He was nothing but a nightmare to them after all. Love, lust, challenge, desire, friendship. Morpheus murmured with an odd look. In fact, even he didn't understand how it happened, yet here we are, only two individuals. Hey! Ian was confused, thinking back on the gods of Olympus. Who would have such dreams about him? Athena for challenge, friendship perhaps? The rest should all belong to Aphrodite. She may be the only god degenerate enough to have such a dream after a single meeting. It was just a look from afar, right? However, a strange look soon emerged on his face as he wondered, but according to my research on the pantheons here, Aphrodite is Hephaestus' wife. Well, it's okay. I mean, I'm only cooking him in a dream. Ian shrugged, making Morpheus inquire, do you not have more questions? I would be happy to answer them just like you did to mine. No, that's it. I thought you'd have more questions because it is answers that you seek. Right. Morpheus let out his doubts. The answers I want, you do not have. The methods to get my answers, I already have, so. Ian shook his head though his words came to a halt, seeing a bat falling towards Morpheus' head. The bat, however, just went through him as if he didn't exist. The areas it passed by just turned into mist as Morpheus slowly disappeared. Thank you for the insights. It was a pleasant talk. Ian nodded slightly before eyeing the confused Harley with a questioning look. What was that? Hey? Ah, that, I was just testing whether I can hit ghosts or not. Harley responded, still confused. Ian laid back on his chair, looking at her strangely. Really? Of course. I mean you were talking to yourself, but you're like me, very sane, so I knew you were talking to a real ghost. I just wanted to know how my god Skull Crusher would feel crushing a ghost. Like gush. Harley even jumped around and did a physical representation of what a ghost skull might feel like. What if you were actually able to hit the ghost I was talking to? Ian asked further. Then great for me. Harley answered, sounding unsure. Of course. Yup, you're really lovely, Ian nodded with a smile before asking, Harley. Do you dream about me? Do you have nightmares about me? I'm curious. Harley looked a bit unnatural for a second. Whether it was due to the question or his remark remains unknown, but as usual, she got her composure back after thinking of crushing Multiplex's skull. Both. But I can only tell you about one, so listen carefully. It was just the two of us in a zombie world. And listen, all we did is crush things all of the day before. That's it. Pthahahaha, of course. Such an interesting dream. Ian stood up, looking amused as he shuffled Harley's hair. I will be away for a few hours. When the girls wake up, tell them to wait for me. We'll have a meeting. He then vanished, appearing soon later somewhere in the outskirts of Nanda Parbat, close to where he hid the black rose ring. A few teleportations later and he found himself standing next to Hephaestus who was eyeing the behemoth before him. It will take a long time to elevate to your vision. Well, you are a god, so you have a lot of time, and so do I, Ian responded, still fascinated by the colossal thing before him, and he was especially thankful for the fact that the roses got information about where it's held. It'll also require a lot of material and effort. Hephaestus further added. Which will be provided by the generosity of the gods. Ian nodded, quite happy. He even wanted to thank Hera yet again. By a lot of material, I mean a significant portion. You'll be hated more by the gods. The god of the forge warned. I'm already hated, so what's a little bit more hatred gonna be? More nightmares for them, but absolutely no effect on me. Ian let out a gentle laugh, imagining their nightmares. This might just be the most ambitious project I've worked on to date, Hephaestus' eyes shone with a bit of passion. I'll do my best. Great. This was the charity of a secret whatever facility under the government, so be careful with it all right. Ian suddenly had a thought, eyeing the spaceship with a bit of amusement. If Superman knew, he'd be mad, right? Nah, he's too kind. He shrugged and went back to business. 132, Best of Dreams 32 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 127, Best of Dreams Hey? You mean me? No, I wouldn't do something like that. That would be too much, no. Ian seemed confused as followed after a lady adorned in a suit, seeming to be leading the way. What? Why? Like, I was away on a vacation for a few months. Why are you suddenly blaming everything on me? Ian seemed even more confused, like. I was behaving so well. You throwing the blame on me is triggering me, you know? Like, I'm getting really triggered. The gorgeous lady leading the way looked back at Ian, giving him a strange look. Her boss told her the guest today is quite special, and she can see that though not in the way he might have meant. Okay, that's not my fault. It's you guys' fault for doing what you usually do. I mean, it's okay normally, but my people are not normally, okay? Ian shook his head, having a bit of a headache. Yet, my logic makes no sense. I would have totally believed you if I didn't think about it a lot. It just works on different laws of physics. You not understanding those laws isn't my fault. Sir, we're here. The lady reminded. Oh. Well, I guess this is it, Mr. B, see you at some point in time. Ian then hung up, rubbing his temple with a bit of annoyance. God, bats are annoying. The lady opened the door for him, leading to an office. Ian went in and she followed after him, closing the door behind her. She remained standing close to her boss while eyeing Ian as he took a seat on the single-seat couch. "Hi, glad to finally meet you. Are you?" Her boss asked quite an odd question, seated on the main chair of the office. "Oh yeah, I certainly am. I mean, how can I not? We're both businessmen, Mr. Luther, but you're above me in the hierarchy." Ian shrugged, not expecting strange questions from the man was illogical. "Not necessarily, and even if so, that won't be for long." The bald man shook his head in disagreement. "You see, I've heard of the new product coming to the market by your company, so I know for sure it's only a matter of time before you surpass me. Ivy's Garden also has potential, especially with its new magical products." "Ha, you know. I could have sworn our new product isn't public yet." Ian stroked his chin, eyeing Luther strangely. "Something that magical? How can words not slip out? It's only natural that I know." Luther smiled, calmly responding. "Nah." Ian smiled in return. "Anyway, let's get to business. I want you to create something with these beautiful things." He placed his briefcase on top of the table and opened it, showing Lex Luthor a few different but also similar stones, green and red kryptonites. Lex narrowed his eyes before gazing at Ian. "They seem special and rare, so why do you want them destroyed?" "Not destroyed. I just think their potential lie elsewhere. I still don't know exactly what one of them does, but I'm sure they're very special, and I'd like to know how they work." Ian didn't point out Lex's faked ignorance because he was sure he knows exactly what they are. Instead, he added, "So the purpose here isn't exactly what you can make with them, but it's done. You can't do it yourself? I know that you have some good minds under you, else your newest product wouldn't exist." Luther let out his doubts. "Well, I think you're just better all around, and this is kind of a test. Perhaps we can have some kind of partnership in the future." Ian smiled, placing a few papers on the briefcase. "These are my requirements in the contract." Lex picked up the papers, looking through them one by one before giving them to his secretary to double-check, Mervy Graves, whose eyes never left Ian, staring at him strangely as if he was a book for her to read. "Well, we have a deal. Also, is it possible for the payment type to be changed? I want a preserved vial of the new product." Sure. The release will be in a week, so." Ian shrugged. He already has the patent for the product anyway, so Luther was basically just getting pre-access. "Deal. This meeting has been pleasant. I hope the next will be the same." Luther shook hands with Ian as the latter responded, "I'm sure it will." It was a brief meeting but a very productive one. Luther is one of the brightest minds Ian knows, but that wasn't why he picked him specifically. He chose him because he was sure Luther is already studying what he wants, and possibly had results as well. That and other things. "We shouldn't work with him. He's dangerous. He's like you." Luther's secretary, Mercy, instantly spoke the moment he left. "He's dangerous but not dangerous enough. I know exactly who he is, so I know he lied. He knows exactly what these two stones do. I've seen him use them long ago against them. In fact, I was responsible for keeping that information sealed, so I know." Luther stood up, walking up to the window. "Let's start the plan. If it doesn't succeed, then a partnership with him is to be considered. I still advise you against collaborating with him in any way." Mercy, however, was persistent, making Luther a bit confused. "Why the persistence?" "I don't know. Call it a woman's instinct, but I feel like he's extremely dangerous." "Instinct?" Luther let out a chuckle. "What do you think I should trust, my mind or your instinct?" That was a rhetorical question, by the way. "I don't trust such a thing. Release the test product in the designated place." That will be done." Mercy sighed in defeat, though she noticed a dangerous frown surfacing on Luther's face as he asked. "What about the investigation? Did you find out who took the alien ship?" "No," Mercy shook her head, "there were no traces, none whatsoever, almost as if it just vanished." Luther's frown only became more apparent, his bad mood as clear as day on his face. "But wouldn't it be just Superman?" Mercy wondered. "No. I know him by heart. This is not how he does things. It must be someone like him. Someone who knows about it and has certain control over it. I'll find him." He was kinda angry. "As I thought," Ian murmured. By this time, he was out of the building, seated in his car. He was the one who stopped the kryptonite weapons incident from being known. All it took him was a bit of magic to listen to their conversation, though he made sure to use his death force to sense if there is any magic sensor in the building. This was Lex Luthor he was dealing with after all. But about the kryptonite ship. Did the government allow him to study it? I guess it makes sense considering who he is. Little stones, lead the way. Ian mused in his mind. He was planning to make someone angrier, a lot more. As for the test product they spoke about, he has a very good idea of what it may be, but it's not time yet. He wants to see it in action first because there are only two possibilities of what it could be, one of which he wasn't interested in. For now, he made his way towards Zaydana and Xanadu through a series of teleportations, appearing in New York soon after. Constantine. Ian let out a bright smile, seeing another person leaning on the wall on the far side of the room. Like, where were you? I missed you so much. Ian felt no shame in pulling the man into a hug. Are you hurt? Are you okay? Huh? Hey? No. Constantine returned the hug, looking a bit confused. I'm perfectly fine, mate. Are you? You mean, you're fine now but you weren't before? Ian questioned with apparent curiosity. I mean, I'm okay. Constantine slumped back on the wall, trying to ignore Ian while Zaydana on the side could only giggle in happiness. I see. At least you didn't die. That's great news. Ian nodded with a bright smile, much to Xanadu's dismay. She really wasn't sure whether they're friends or not. Anyway. Let me take a seat first, Ian murmured, sitting comfortably before a large exquisite book appeared in his hand, the Eternity Book. Ian's eyes became blurry as the rose of speed was activated, reading through the book at a speed that would make anyone envious. You can continue. Xanadu, however, remained silent, just eyeing the book in his hand, speechless. Oh, good lord. 133, Best of Dreams 2. 32 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 128, Best of Dreams 2. Xanadu, however, remained silent, just eyeing the book in his hand, speechless. Oh, good lord. Constantine couldn't help but close his eyes in a bit of exasperation. Yup, that's definitely what I think it is. God, now he will actually know some of the most intricate spells and even more. But we're friends, right? So everything should be okay. He convinced himself while Ian continued his studies, patiently waiting for them to tell him what was up. I saw danger on the way, and the center of the danger is Gotham. Xanadu shook her head, a bit used to his antics by this point. Oh? Go on. Well, the thing is that I don't know much about what's going to happen. I just know it's dangerous, but Constantine figured something out. Xanadu pointed at the downcast figure in the corner. Hey? Right? I don't know if it's exactly what you saw, but according to what I know, it should be that dangerous. Vampires are unleashed. Constantine stroked his chin with a frown, seeming thoughtful. Is there a way I can use them to get back at him? That was a question he asked himself many times, but unfortunately, he needed a bit more information. Many doubts need to be solved, such as Ian's current state. The book's pages were turning at such a fast rate they seemed to be blurry, and even the speed at which he moves his body was unnatural. Why? They had been silent for a long time. What changed? And why would they be dangerous for us? Zaydana wondered. Normally they wouldn't, but something changed. The first vampire has returned, Cain. Constantine became a bit more serious, knowing the danger ahead. Cain? Are we speaking of the first soul to take a life? Xanadu frowned. In her thousands of years of wandering around the earth, she heard many stories and learned a lot. This was one of them. Yeah, I don't know exactly how he came to be like that, but it's likely a curse of some sorts, though he may not consider it a curse. He was condemned for killing his brother. How dangerous is he? Zaydana asked. I don't know his personal strength, but I know he's strong enough to take over the Queen of Blood's vampiric army, meaning he's stronger than her by far, I assume. Yeah, now he has an army following his commands. Constantine explained before eyeing Ian. I know for a fact his target is Gotham, though I'm not sure why. The vampires' traffic all leads there, but they left traces because they were going a bit wild. Targeting Gotham specifically. Ian closed the book, looking thoughtful. Who was it? Is it them again? If so, I just need them to bounce around one more time and it'll be perfect. Constantine. It'd be better if you continue to investigate their traces while we set up a trap for them in Gotham. Zaydana suggested, and Xanadu agreed. Them assembling by themselves is good news. It would have been much more troublesome to stop them if they were chaotic. So what you're basically saying is that I should do most of the work. Constantine raised his brows at that. Pretty much. Why? Is that a problem? Last I remember, you like to do all the work yourself without telling anyone anything but lies. Despite all the difficulties of normal friendships Ian dragged Constantine with, Zaydana's detest for him didn't seem to change at all. Then again, what he did was quite extreme. Such is the life of Constantine, as he didn't say a word but just took a long smoke before leaving. He still wasn't sure to this point whether he should thank Ian or curse him. What Ian did indirectly led to the death of his archenemy as well as a lot of demons leaving him alone. Constantine of course took the chance and manipulated the odds to work in his favor, but still, Ian was confusing but also useful, in a way that can hurt him but for the greater good. Everything is permitted. Ian picked up his phone, feeling it vibrating. I'll be there right away. He stood up, opening the book again, still reading through it as he spoke. Xanadu, give me your hand. Her eyes lit up as she asked, her hope apparent in her eyes. Nothing shows her emotions more than her desire to get her magic back. Will it work? It's a two-part plan. If the first doesn't work, then the second definitely will. How long it takes will depend on if you can handle it. Ian answered as he took her hand into his. The Book of Eternity still hovering before him, its pages turning on their own. ICA. Her words stopped in their tracks as she closed her eyes. It feels different than last time, so much more potent, and it's affecting my magic in some way. No, not just my magic but me in my entirety. Zaydna on the side could only frown. What's happening here? Treatment. Anyway, let's be on our way. Also, Zaydna, I can handle this on my own, so if you have something urgent, then you don't have to come with us. Ian shrugged, pulling Xanadu closer to him because his death force was already affecting her. Wanna throw me away so fast, hey? And how can you succeed without me? Of course I have to go. Latro. She created a portal directly to his property before going in first. Ian found the team already waiting for him, namely Ivy, Selena, Harley, and Layla, with the latter being the one who oversees the team when he's away. The meeting was quite simple, basically just informing everyone of what's to come and instructing Layla on a few things. Xanadu was close to passing out by the end of it, so he let her go. Now I have a meeting to go to. You all discuss how to deal with the incoming darkness. I'll leave it to you. Ian said as he stood up. Selena stood with him, tidying up his suits nicely for him before giving him a sweet kiss. The meeting wouldn't happen to be a keyword for a robbery, would it? Nah, it literally means what it says. So a robbery in a meeting. Ha 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 ha. Ian pinched her cheek in amusement, making her pout at him though he leaned down and whispered something in her ear, making her giggle in anticipation. He then walked out. The last thing he heard was the loud noise of Harley jumping around as she spoke. I figured it out. We can defeat them all by breaking their heads. Ian shook his head, making his way to a nice building discreetly. Soon, he found himself in a meeting room along with two other individuals. Well, you don't look so well. What happened? Ian asked with compassion as he took a seat. You know what happened. Seated before him was none other than Talia Al Ghul, attired in a tight black suit that did nothing to hide the large scar on her neck. I wasn't there, so how can I know? Ian shrugged. I see you haven't changed. Talia could only let out a sigh, not seeming angry about what happened. Hugo Strange. I expected to be having a meeting with you alone. This is bad business practice. Ian remarked, eyeing the middle-aged man to the side. Professor Hugo Strange, the person who wanted to meet Ian with a tempting offer. The man had a bald misshapen head, complete with bushy eyebrows, Coke bottle glasses, and a thick beard accenting his jaw. His old age however didn't leave much impact on his body as he looked very fit, and he was very tall. Think of her as a gift. She came to me with an offer to meet you, and it was to your benefit, so why not make you happier? The man seemed prepared as he spoke while observing Ian. I see, then speak and make me happy. Ian listened, and he was indeed happy. It was almost like God gave him what he wants before he asked for it. Ian stood up, looking out of the window at the busy streets of Gotham. I'm happy, and that's something I want. It's just that there is something you need to know. Let's talk about hierarchy. 134, Best of Dreams 3. 32 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 129, Best of Dreams 3. She's definitely a snake, but her goal is way different from my first thought, Ian mused to himself, seated on the edge of a certain roof. But God, I love magic. He really loved the bullshitty nature of magic, especially as the pages of the book hovering before him turned by themselves. He was exploring the beauty and the law-breaking nature of magic. That was largely why using magic had such serious consequences in this world. Misfortune will always find you as long as you reek of magic, and she will be tough to handle, not in a way anyone would like. Ian on the other hand found himself safe and sound no matter how much magic he uses, something he attributed to his isolated nature from the magical principle of this world. His magic was different than other people's. Its fuel was his death force, and he could only use it through a medium unless the rose of death is used. The beauty and the unprincipled nature of magic were being thoroughly explored by him, something made easy with Rose of Speed. So it really wasn't hard for him to see through Hugo Strange and Talia's intentions. Hugo actually just wanted test subjects. Ian even saw fear in him, leading him to believe the man may know something, and he indeed does. All he needed was to take over Arkham Asylum, a place that Ian doesn't have satisfactory control over. Hugo's intentions were of course a bit more ambitious, but they were still in line because of his fear of Ian. Talia on the other hand was a bit special. She wants to have a baby with Ian. Yet, despite seeing through her goals, Ian was still a bit stunned at how her mind works. But Doomsday though? It's here. Ian threw those thoughts out of the window and focused on the important stuff. Doomsday has appeared, the true Doomsday. It appears that Luther released the test product he spoke about, but it was no Doomsday. According to Ian's observation, it was a mutated body of one of the dead Krypton Ians. It was soon taken care of by Superman and some of the other Justice League members. However, that was followed by the arrival of Doomsday as he freed himself from his prison. To think he'd be able to easily handle most of the Justice League. It makes sense, I guess, especially considering the strongest of them have yet to join. However, I may have underestimated Doomsday. Doomsday was a creature that was forced to endure the agony of death, thousands upon thousands of times. The memory of these countless deaths were recorded in his genes and drove it to hate all life. It was first a test subject, an experiment of sorts, but even its creator couldn't imagine its potential. Doomsday became something more, in sought of nothing but destruction. Its hate for all life was further supplemented by its special ability, something born from all the torture it went through. Infinite evolution, exactly what attracted Ian's attention. Something else soon got his attention. The grand battle was starting. Ian started floating far above the roof, looking down on the streets of Gotham. His magic was doing its job, allowing him to see things he wouldn't have been able to otherwise. The Rose's network information in Gotham was immaculate, and it's only becoming better by the day, so almost nothing can deceive their eyes. They could very well see the sudden traffic of vampires. The Rose's eyes were on them. Whenever, wherever, they see you because this is their garden. Every safe house taken by the vampires was known to the Roses, and today was what could only be called as the Blood Massacre. The team was split, everyone going alone. They're all strong enough to handle most of what can come at them. Layla however remained in the base protecting it along with Ralph, Barney and Mike. Even Harley was alone. Well, she had the monstrosity of a weapon, called the God Killer, so she was safe. All at the same time. Eliminate either by discretion or destruction. Just don't take too long. 1, 2, 3. Go. The one who gave the orders was none other than Zatanna. In Ian's opinion, she was still a bit inexperienced in leading, and she has a lot to learn, but she was the best on the squad. She's also extremely confident, and absolutely decisive, a quality that Ian values quite a lot. Ian's sight was mainly on Selina, observing her change. She didn't look much different, still just as gorgeous, but something definitely changed. She was much faster and stronger than before. Not just that, she showed the ability to control cats, and even see through their eyes, allowing her to basically scan an area from afar, and the range of the ability was quite big. Yup, definitely Goddess Basestat's powers. She was granted Basestat's blessing. And Ian knows why. The diamond known as Hope Diamond was cursed by Bastet herself, which is how she found her. It seems that one thing led to another until Bastet blessed her. Either due to Ian's words at the time or the feline powers Ian granted Selina. And now he was granted with the wondrous show of Selina climbing the walls and jumping around like a cat, except much stronger. She was so stealthy in fact that even the vampires didn't notice her. They can sense humans, but they can't sense her at all. Well, it's more like sensing the scent of human blood even when it's inside their bodies. Very interesting. Her movement allowed her to hang from the ceiling of the warehouse, undetected by the vampires below her. Her whip, the one made by Hephaestus, was already in her hand as she let go. She nimbly fell to the floor with an odd sense of gracefulness, landing on the floor like a feather. That was followed by swinging her whip around her as the short whip extended by itself, lunging at its targets like a snake. In less than a second, about a dozen vampires found themselves tied together by the extremely long whip from which long needles started to spurt, going through the vampire's tough skin instantly. It was a trap they simply can't get out of, not with numerous needles keeping them in place, supplemented by the whip getting tighter and tighter. That all happened while Selina just stood there, seemingly controlling it by her mind. Ha, lovely, very lovely. Yup, I should thank my darling again, very sweetly. She mischievously murmured to herself before pulling away the whip, making it tighten around them again as it started to get hotter, basically burning the vampires alive. Selina however didn't seem to react as she was zoned out, seemingly lost in her own imagination. She only got it back together a bit later, eyeing the scene before her. It's not my fault, it's Ian's, Selina shrugged before turning around. Her cats already told her no vampire was left in this place, but there are plenty of other places. God, I really have no say in calling Harley crazy, but she said it herself, it's hard not to be crazy amid crazy people, especially those special bunch amongst them. And a crazy person was going wild at the moment. In contrast to Selina's stealthy approach, Harley was the source of chaos as she jumped directly into action, just smashing vampire heads again and again. She was absolutely defenseless. All that she was caring about was destroying things while giggling along the way, mainly because the God Killer was protecting her, contorting into different shapes to shield her from any harm. I love this. Harley being Harley, jumped around amidst the pools of blood and giggle in happiness even as the vampires sought to take her head, so happy. She's lovely, isn't she? Ian murmured. She's just annoying and stupid. The man floating next to Ian responded. Different points of view. You see things differently than I do. While you see annoyance, I see entertainment and the mix of bright colors, giving some more life to the world. While you see stupidity, I see naivety and potential. Naivety and stupidity can be considered one and the same, but naivety is more prone to change. Ian stroked his chin with a bit of anticipation. It's like the life cycle of a butterfly. She's in the chrysalis stage at the moment, slowly but surely going through a metamorphosis before emerging as a gorgeous butterfly. He, still just a butterfly, something I can accidentally squash while playing with bats. But I see your goal. It's an entertaining game. I can think of 100 more entertaining games, but have it your way. The man spoke, giggling from time to time. He was quite the strange person. Your friend is calling, Ian murmured as he brought out his phone. I'm the opposite of you, I think the butterfly is entertaining and the bat is annoying. 135, Best of Dreams 4. 32 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 130, Best of Dreams 4. Your friend is calling, Ian murmured as he brought out his phone. I'm the opposite of you, I think the butterfly is entertaining, and the bat is annoying. Ian answered, and the bat's first words made him frown. Go to the watchtower. Why? I'm not part of the Justice League, and if you require my help, you have to make an offer. Nat, I don't do justice, I do the greater good, and now, I'm watching over the future. He further added after a while, though soon, his eyes lit up. Deal. Can you imagine a game, an exquisite game where... Nat, see you later. Ian cut the man off, sending him away back to the Black Rose prison, a small place he created recently just for the man. He smiled brightly, finally getting something for his collection. He really wasn't interested in hearing the mystery man's manipulative words anymore. Instead, Ian eyed his squad in action. He especially paid attention to Zatanna and Xanadu because the rest weren't having any trouble dealing with the threat. Zatanna and Xanadu were dealing with something else entirely, a special vampire. The squad's extermination of the vampires led the rat out of its hole. The first of vampires has appeared. Cain, the first murderer, condemned for killing his brother Abel. He was an odd person, someone with no less than several mental problems, and he finally found his freedom after being imprisoned for several hundred years. He was a man of short stature, with ginger hair and a strange hairstyle. He had a large beard, falling a bit below his neck. His attire was a simple green jacket and black clothes, nothing special. He stood before the two magicians, looking menacing with his grim expression which only went to become more ominous as he eyed all the vampires on the floor. He cared for none of them, but they were his precious tools, and things would have been so much easier with them. They were still alive though, mostly knocked out, or went unconscious through some magical means, some were also just sealed, unable to move. The way Zatanna does things was a bit different than the rest. Zatanna, I have only recovered a bit of my power, so I can't help much here. Xanadu frowned, feeling an ominous premonition, and be careful. Something feels odd. I hope Ian is keeping an eye on this lest things go awry. Something does feel odd, and it's how he isn't dead yet, so let's change that, shall we? As confident as always, Zatanna spoke with elegance as she waved her hand, muttering, Stsalb Hdirtle. Swara Arif. Please Evitselfer. Rearob. Romrasigem. Cain, the first of vampires instantly moved, vanishing from her sight only to appear right before her. He was looking much different. The outline of his veins was apparent, almost like they were gonna burst. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mouth was opened wide, showing his ominous fangs. Zatanna's magic, the destructive of which had already turned around under her control, following after him. Still, he just ignored the danger and swung his hands towards her, seeking to take her head with his massive claw-like hands. Much to Zatanna's shock, his claws were barely slowed down by the barriers as he seemed to absorb them. Not just that, even the destructive spells she launched at him were devoured by him in an instant. Tropelet. Zatanna instantly reacted, teleporting far away. She was a bit frightened, not expecting him to have such a nonsensical ability. However, she regained her cool almost instantly, teleporting away again as he had already arrived before her. His speed was unlike anything she had seen before, and she felt it. It wasn't just his physical powers but also magic in work, an odd type of magic she doesn't understand at all. Fortunately for the people of Gotham, Zatanna already created a massive barrier around the isolated area which stopped the impact of their fight from reaching people. The barrier won't stop Cain, but it will stop the impact of his attacks because even a simple swing of his claws sends devastating blasts that can bring buildings down. His mere steps break the ground underneath him, sending debris scattering all around, and he seemed to be getting stronger. Zatanna is a magician, so facing someone who can absorb magic was a nightmare for her. However, her unrivaled confidence barely shook as she started a series of experiments. It started by casting more destructive spells to the point the area became a lava zone, yet he was still barely affected. She went on to cast restrictive spells and control other objects to seal him, and even that does work. He was able to devour even the magic not in contact with him, basically cancelling her control whenever her magic gets close to him. His physical powers, which were terrifying, only continued to become crazier. His increase in strength was simply too much, forcing Zaydana to deploy numerous magic spells just to keep herself safe, and away from his clutches. The area however became hell on earth as the battle continued to become more intense, with Zaydana basically being powerless against him. Just give up. Lie down and become one of my tools. There is nothing, absolutely nothing you can do. Cain spoke with apparent arrogance as he approached Zaydana. Zaydana remained expressionless as she took a deep breath, closing her eyes, seemingly accepting defeat. Only, she started murmuring something with her hands raised high at the sky. O Tinatiravisu. Stop. A familiar voice sounded not far behind her, making her halt her words. She and Cain both stopped and eyed Ian, who had just appeared with a staff in his hand. Why? Zaydana asked, seeming a bit annoyed. If you're annoyed at your powerlessness, then just be better. Have you ever thought that just perhaps you became stale? Ian walked past by her, coming face to face with Cain. He was very close to him, which is extremely dangerous considering Cain's monstrous power. Layla. You're actually a better solution to her problem than what I can do now. Ian looked at Cain with a bit of appreciation, a common look he gives when on the verge of accepting charity. Cain straightened his posture, seeming calm as he eyed Ian very carefully. I know you, or I know of you. You will be of great help to what I want. Perhaps I won't need him anymore. As I thought. A rat summoned you here. There are exactly 2 types of rats still moving about in the slums of Gotham. Which one of them is it? Well, I'll find out after I'm done with you. Ian seemed to be in a good mood. His tone said as much. Layla was after all one of his most important subordinates, perhaps even more than that, because he trusts her the most out of anyone. He understands her more than anyone, and so does she. That's why she was so loyal to him, to the point she had to bear through a lot to have the power to support him. Cain before him might just be a solution, so Ian started walking even closer to him, ignoring the twitching face of the vampire. Cain's mentality seemed to be a bit more fucked up than he previously estimated. Your soul will stay with me in my home, in the lands of dreams, listening to tales of nightmares instantly, but that's after I'm done with you. Cain spoke venomously as he looked up at Ian, who was standing right before him. The tension was high, and they both moved near at the same time. The difference, however, was their speed. Cain was fast, extremely fast to a frightening degree, but Ian's scepter went right through Cain's chest, lifting him high in the sky before flipping the scepter around and bringing it down, nailing him to the ground. The crackling of orange lightning was very apparent to all as the blurry phenomenon of Rose of Death followed. He was in the state of the Rose of Speed. Just like you are magician's nemesis, I'm the nemesis of beings like you, beings who believe themselves immortal, unkillable. I even dare to say that I can be the nemesis of all. Even his words were spoken at such a speed that even Cain was barely able to comprehend as he suddenly felt the staff lit up with golden rays. Chains of God, Ian murmured, casting a spell not of magic but of light. It was a spell he created long ago amidst his studies of magic, darkness, and light. Golden chains erupted from the scepter like a broken dam, instantly overwhelming the stunned vampire, surrounding him from all sides. Seal of darkness. The chains of God already go in the way of the prisoner using magic, but just to make sure, Ian added a spell of darkness, getting rid of that possibility. This darkness spell on the other hand wasn't constructed by him but learned from the Book of Eternity, which has numerous darkness spells. And so, another question was added to the scripture of questions Ian wants the answer to: was he not able to absorb these spells because they weren't pure magic, or because of him? 136, Best of Dreams v. 32 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 131, Best of Dreams v. The Speed Force is one of the 7 forces of the universe. It really is remarkable. The Speed Force is tied to so many things when you pull back the electrical curtain and see it for what it truly is: time. All of time. Existence moving through reality, kinetic energy, temporal energy, and a storm of intelligence that can connect speedsters to everything and everyone. It's what allowed Ian to restrain a monster such as Cain, and it's also what allowed him to search through a significant portion of Gotham until he found his target. Who pulled the strings? Who invited Cain to Ian's backyard? Ian was standing behind him at the moment. The man was taking a sip of wine while looking outside of a hotel window. Simon Hurt. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ian rose. Ian also introduced himself as he walked next to the man. Want a drink? Simon asked, seeming quite calm. Sure. Ian nodded, taking a glass of wine for himself, enjoying the serene view before him though he was a bit confused. Why? Why what? Simon wondered, seeming even more confused. I thought I have to use magic and several other methods to find you, yet here you are, waiting for me in here. Ian pointed out, something even more strange, knowing that Simon can use magic, which is how he remained hidden for so long. I don't know. I just suddenly felt so calm, so I wanted to talk. Simon took another sip of wine, seeming to be enjoying the company. He further added, you seem to know a lot about me, but let me illuminate you nonetheless. I'm Drive, Simon Hurt. I was once called Thomas Wayne a few hundred years ago, but now you're torturing your descendant. I heard Batman was going through a lot of mysterious hardships recently. Ian chuckled. A weird smile emerged on Simon's face. Indeed. I left him one last gift. Hope he enjoys it. Left? That almost sounds like you won't exist after today. Ian remarked, taking a sip of wine after. I won't. I'm the whole in all things, but I'm also a very small hole. There is very little darkness in a place that's supposed to be dark, all thanks to you. There is nothing I can do to change it because you sir are also a hole in reality. As he spoke, Simon pulled out a knife and brought it close to his own cheek before carving a circle with it. His expression remained frozen throughout it even as his blood fell like a waterfall. The wound was quite deep. His behavior was odd, to say the least, as he stroked his bloody cheek, painting something similar to a circle on his palm which he kept looking at. You're a gap, a different void, something I don't understand. You're also like me. You don't exist. What was that? Why did you get Kane to come here? What's the point if you don't make use of the distraction? Ian wondered with curiosity, his eyes seemingly blind to Simon's odd behavior. It's a show. Simon licked his palm, taking in every drop of blood before taking another sip of wine. I wanted to watch the show. I see. Ian murmured, his eyes faintly eyeing Simon as the latter's skin seemed to crack, slowly but surely. Fa ha 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 ha, no, I don't want to go. A light smile was still apparent on Simon's face, but his expression was showing pain and fear, and tears were falling from his eyes. That change was only for a second before his expression regained absolute serenity. There is only so much that things that don't exist can handle. It's pathetic. I've seen what I wanted to see. Before he can finish his words, he crumbled to ashes in a literal sense. Hell, even his ashes seemed to turn into nothingness. Ian closed his eyes, meditating for a bit on what the fuck just happened. He opened them again after a while, taking a last sip of wine before letting the glass fall to the ground. Was I just talking with Darkseid? No fucking way that just happened. Ian was almost sweating, knowing that such a being took interest in him to such a degree. I mean, it wasn't unexpected for him. He already knew a lot of beings were watching him, but there is a difference between a lot of beings and Darkseid. As he said, he was the whole in all things, the gap in existence. He was the embodiment of evil, and his power is almost unrivaled in the entire multiverse. However, reality has a way to balance itself out, but there is a problem. Reality is Darkseid's bitch. The restrictions should still slow him down for a bit, right? Or at least take a bit of time before coming down here. Please. Ian prayed in his mind, though his expression didn't change on the outside. He just made sure Simon is dead before teleporting to the labs underneath the mansion. He found Layla waiting there for him, seated calmly by herself. Ian didn't waste time as he instructed, strip down. Layla seemed surprised for a second, but she didn't even flinch while complying, taking off all of her clothes. Ian eyed her closely from top to bottom, frowning at the sight. She was gorgeous, don't get him wrong, but the red kryptonite's effect on her was a bit special. Layla stood there with her almost entirely white hair, the only thing that hasn't changed after Ian transferred his death force to her many times, allowing her to regain her youth. She was gorgeous, seeming pure and spotless except for a few specific areas such as her abdomen. Instead of skin and flesh, all she had was a dark thin web barely holding her organs in place. Indeed, her insides were seeable, and that wasn't the only part corrupted by darkness. It's getting worse even after all I did to stop it from spreading. Darkness seems to be a worthy foe. Ian remarked, bringing a gentle smile out of her. Despite her state, she rarely failed to show such a smile to him. It's also a great helper. It's only unfortunate that I cannot brainwash it to do my bidding. In front of other people, she was much more cordial and careful with her words, but not in front of Ian. Brainwashing was a specialty of hers, and one of the main reasons why the little roses are so loyal and dedicated to Ian. I kinda can, but it will take a very long time. As I said, darkness seems to be a worthy foe. Ian waved his hand, bringing a clump of golden chains into existence. He controlled the chains to move a bit before stabbing into whatever was inside. His end goal was to fill a cup with blood. This is the blood of a vampire, the first of vampires. Ian shook the glass of blood a bit, eyeing it closely, but it might be contaminated, so let me do a little bit of testing. And Layla did just that, she waiting with her eyes glued to Ian, his every action. How could she not be stunned when he was performing miracles before her like they were nothing? He used the holy light on it, darkness, magic, and even kryptonite energy. Once a sample of blood becomes contaminated, he gets himself a bit more from the infinite generator he named, Kane 1.6. Drink it. Layla did without a shred of hesitation, almost instantly feeling its effect. Ian also acted at the same time, knowing that there might still be dangers he couldn't see, so his scepter found itself nailing Kane 1.6 again, this time sucking everything out of him with full force. The golden chain still restrained him, making him remain motionless as he was devoured alive, leaving nothing but ashes. Ian was sure even Kane's soul was utterly devoured. The staff of all things was evolving with him under the contamination of his death force. There were two things that got Ian's attention. First was Layla's transformation, becoming paler and more gorgeous. The second was the door that appeared right where Kane was devoured. The door just stood there, closed, but Ian could clearly see nothing but the wall behind it. The door was dark, having several scratches, one of which was on its handle. Is this what I think it is? 137, Best of Dreams 6. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 132, Best of Dreams 6. The door just stood there, closed, but Ian could clearly see nothing but the wall behind it. The door was dark, having several scratches, one of which was on its handle. Is this what I think it is? He first paid attention to Layla, making sure she was okay and in full control of herself. Only after a few more tests did his attention return to the door. He started by scanning it with magic, making sure it was not a trap, and only after that did his hand land on the door handle, slowly twisting it around until the door opened. Slowly but surely, it gave view to where it led, an odd place. Ian could see a graveyard with what appeared to be hundreds of graves. At the very center of the place was a medieval house. It seemed to be an exquisite 3-stories house with a sign above its front door stating, House of Mystery. Ian observed everything he could from where he stood, not going in just yet. He eyed the faint mist, seeming to be released from the ground around the house, especially concentrated on the graves. He also observed the variety of rocks floating around far above the area, gravity seeming non-existent. In fact, he was pretty sure some of those rocks were far away island, just like the house seemed to be built on a floating island. The mist seems to travel into the house, and those shadows swimming about. What are they? And those are ghosts, right? Ian noted several things before instructing, Layla, wait for me here. There is a level of loyalty that will drive someone to risk death for their leader, those who will volunteer for a death mission out of loyalty. Layla wasn't such a person. She was someone who believed all of Ian's actions and words to be the right thing. Her loyalty was on an entirely different level. Perhaps it shouldn't even be considered loyalty anymore. Ian however didn't go in just yet. Instead, he sent his death force through the door, and even enveloped it with it, trying to see if he can communicate with the house. As far as he remembers, the house has a tiny bit of sentience, granted, he was assuming this was the house he was thinking of. The circumstances at least say as much. The house was, after all, the abode of Kane, and the appearance of the door couldn't possibly be a coincidence, not when it synchronized with the death of Kane. Ian remembers quite a lot about the house, mainly because he knows a lot about the tale of Constantine, it was just that interesting. The origins of the House of Mystery are unknown, but it appears to usually exist simultaneously in both the realm known as the Dreaming Inn on Earth, next to a graveyard. The house appears to be sentient and to act as a repository for stories, normally quite horrific ones. He also noted that it exists in the realm of Dream, and he had just met Dream himself, Morpheus not long ago, so the possibility of this having something to do with him wasn't out of the question. It also needs a caretaker for some reason. And as Ian's death force came in contact with the door, the reason became apparent to him, oh you're such a sweetheart. We'll probably become close friends. Ian murmured as if talking to himself, and even he was surprised at how easy it was for the house to communicate with him through his death force. Then again, it's part of the realm of dreaming, and such a thing is easy to dream into existence. The laws on which it works must be quite convoluted and different from the norm. Well, calling it a house wasn't accurate because it was an entire dimension, a small mysterious dimension. The House of Mystery was odd, to say the least, and Ian's strange look as he spoke to it says it all. I'll accommodate your weirdness, but first, let me take a look at you. Ian murmured strangely before going in, the door automatically closing behind him. Ian took a deep breath once inside, feeling a fresh cold breeze against his skin. It was almost like the entire dimension started to adapt to him the moment he entered. The House of Mystery seems to know a lot about me, but nothing deep. It's safe to assume it collected my information through others' dreams of me. Quite the special thing. Ian was thoroughly satisfied with what he just acquired, especially after finding out its desire, a wondrous thing you are, but you're restrained. All you need is company, and all you want are stories and dreams. Unfortunately, I cannot dream. His death force was already spreading widely throughout the dimension, not just to communicate with it but also to activate the give and take process, to thoroughly corrupt the dimension with his death force. Only that will give him peace of mind to fully trust it, because that will allow him to gain full control over it. The House of Mystery, however, didn't seem to mind that, as it instead enjoyed the rich death force swimming about, seeming to be enjoying its presence, becoming vibrant. His death force has a way to strengthen some things it comes in contact with. Oh? You can actually build a connection with those who dream of me? That's useful. All the House of Mystery wanted was company and tales to enjoy, mostly horrific tales. It finds them cute. Really? Ha ha ha, yup, you're such a sweetheart. Ian laughed from time to time, even giggling at the House of Mystery's stories. Hell, even the house seems to be giggling as the entire dimension vibrates from time to time, with a variety of colors twisting around in the sky. Soon, Ian found himself lying before the house, comfortably resting on the soft heavenly grass, just enjoying its stories. He was even telling stories of his own, the ones that don't include the word charity in them couldn't be counted at all because they don't exist. Wait, really? Cain did that every 10 years? What a dedication, or what a twisted mentality I should say. Poor Abel. The most interesting of the house's stories was that of Cain. Apparently, Abel, after being killed by his brother, was brought into the dreaming, the realm representing imagination, where he became a storyteller and was given the House of Secrets to live in by Morpheus. The unfortunate thing was that Cain was also granted something, the House of Mystery. In contrast to Abel though, Cain got to be the caretaker of the house under the house's wishes itself. Of course, being next door to his brother reminded Cain of why he'd murdered him in the first place, and thus he killed Abel again, except this time Abel came back, and so this Cain resolved to kill him again and again, ad nauseum. It became a twisted desire of Cain, an obsession, and so he took it upon himself to schedule Abel's death every 10 years, killing him in different ways every time. The dedication that took was... There are no words to describe it. Poor Abel. I have to admire his mental fortitude though, not breaking down completely even after being killed again and again for what can be assumed to be thousands of years. Ian then stood up, and took a look at the ever-night sky of the dimension, its twisted form, and chaotic colors, finding satisfaction in the House of Mystery's workings. Anyway, let's do some experimenting now, shall we? And he did just that, starting with touring the house entirely, getting rid of all that he deemed useless, mostly Cain's stuff. Anything that was of no value was thrown out. Show me. At last, Ian found himself seated on the grass again, looking directly in front of him as space started twisting at his order. Many of the chaotic colors in the sky flew down, forming into something akin to a delirious mirror. Soon, more of such mirrors formed. These are what the House of Mystery refers to as the reflection of dreams. Reflected in the mirror were all the dreams about Ian, all dreamt by other beings. I'm the worst of nightmares. I'm also the best of dreams. Hey. 138, Best of Dreams 7. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 133, Best of Dreams 7. Reflected in the mirror were all the dreams about Ian, all dreamt by other beings. I'm the worst of nightmares. I'm also the best of dreams. Hey. Morpheus, dream of the endless words were reflected perfectly in the mirrors to the point Ian could only laugh spectating the worst of nightmares. Some however were a bit too extreme and odd, even by his standards. It made him wonder why he drove such horrific nightmares out of them when he didn't do anything too bad. He extracted as much information as he could from the reflections because the nightmares basically told him of all of his enemies, even the ones he doesn't know about. Hey? I didn't even do anything to her? Like, what the fuck mate? Ian was thoroughly confused by some of the reflections. Is it because I took away everything? Then why isn't Luther mad and she is? Just overreacting perhaps. A simple example of the confusing nightmares was Mercy Graves, someone he met for only a few minutes, and they didn't even talk much. Ian just handed them the kryptonites and sealed the deal, so he was a bit confused on why she had nightmares about him. It definitely didn't have something to do with the fact that the kryptonites he handed to them were contaminated by his death force. So he can sense them wherever they are. That allowed him to find where they have been put, his target which was Luther's secret labs, something even the roses weren't able to find. He then went ahead to borrow a few stuff. And what about you? Like, who are you? There were quite a lot of beings having nightmares about him, some he doesn't know of, explaining his perplexity. The best of dreams. Yeah, I'm definitely cooking Hephaestus, only in dreams though. Ian brought himself a cup of tea and enjoyed the very exquisite movie, a piece of art of Aphrodite's fetishes. He absolutely has no idea how she came to desire him so much. He didn't even do much in Olympus. He barely caused any harm. Hell, he even sent Hermes back when he was done with him. Granted, he was missing a leg or two, but he was sure the gods can deal with that with ease. Another best of dreams he watched was that of Athena, and it confused him a lot because she seemed to be suffering a lot in it. It was quite simple, a chess match between Ian and her. She just never wins, like at all. She even ended up crying a few times, yet this was categorized as a happy dream. The most wondrous of dreams however was Harley's because for her, there are two reflections, one of nightmares and the other of simple happy dreams. The catch is that nothing was simple in her case. Even the best of dreams for her was a bit twisted, let alone her nightmares. Yup, she's odd. Dreams, hey. What a fascinating thing. I really want to watch more, but unfortunately, I have a meeting to attend. And he really wanted to continue to watch, for research purposes of course. Ian left the dimension, performing a few more tests on Layla just to make sure she was okay. He studied her state thoroughly, especially her blood. The good news was that she seemed to be healing, albeit at a very slow rate, not very vampire-like, hey? Is it because? Ian tested his theory directly, making a deep cut on his arm before letting it drip into Layla's mouth much to her surprise. She could only lay on the testing bed in shock until her new vampiric urges took control of her as she lunged at the wound, devouring every drop of blood on its way out. The odd thing however was that she acted in moderation, almost like she was afraid of hurting him. She only drank the blood dripping out without biting him at all. It shouldn't be some kind of vampiric sense because Cain wouldn't be dead if so. Is it just her will and loyalty guiding her? God, Layla is lovely. As he expected, drinking his blood accelerated the process to such an extent she healed in less than a minute. Go to the underground training room and test yourself. Test everything, especially your shadows, and if you feel even a speck of doubt about the effect, don't hesitate to call me. Otherwise, tell me the results when I come back. The Watchtower was a space station orbiting the Earth that served as the headquarters of the Justice League. It was created by the combined effort of all the Justice League members after seeing Earth's non-existing defense against outer space. According to Ian's estimates, it's one of the most advanced pieces of technology on Earth as it combined the knowledge of Martians, Krypton, and even Green Lantern contributed by some alien technology, considering he's the most likely to acquire it. The one who contributed the most however was Jayons, or as he likes to call himself, the Martian Manhunter. He's a law enforcement officer from Mars who became a police detective and superhero after becoming marooned on Earth. He is a founding member of the Justice League, and the meeting involved most of the League. Batman, and his methods, so annoying. One thing Ian noticed is that Batman tries to dig for information and test him every time they talk, just like now. He gave away the bait that Ian simply can't refuse, nor can he steal it himself just yet without attracting the ire of superheroes, something totally unnecessary. If they hate him, they will become far less charitable than he desires, and the opportunities to help them will become limited. The reason why he wouldn't be able to steal it was right before him as Ian floated in the vacuum of space, right before the Watchtower, so many anti-magic methods, and God knows where he hid the thing. Batman told him to meet up in the Watchtower but didn't tell him how to reach it, something not easy considering it's in constant orbit around the Earth. As far as he knows, the Justice League members seem to teleport through some kind of device in the Hall of Justice directly to the Watchtower. I guess it really doesn't matter considering I will show some of my powers against the target. Ian mused, slowly hovering towards the gate leading to the airlock chamber. The Watchtower had an artificial intelligence that guided him to the meeting hall as Ian observed the surroundings carefully. Yup, it's definitely doable. More nightmares for you, and a lovely gift for me. To a certain extent, Ian was like Constantine, he can be very vengeful. So his mind was already working on the maths behind the future, imagining forthcoming nightmares. Ian entered the meeting room, finding himself faced with 6 people, 6 out of the 7 founding members, namely, Batman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, The Flash, Martian Manhunter, and Green Lantern. Right away, Ian noticed a lot of things. Superman was missing. Wonder Woman seemed mad. Green Lantern seemed powerless without his green suit. Wonder why? 139, I think something happened? 33 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 134, I think something happened? Right away, Ian noticed a lot of things. Superman was missing. Wonder Woman seemed mad. Green Lantern seemed powerless without his green suit. Wonder why? Ian took a seat at the forefront of the table, a seat seeming to be prepared for him because it directly faced Batman, and he didn't seem happy. I called you 10 hours ago. Batman stated. I know. Ian nodded, seeming confused about the point question. So? Batman further stated. So what? Ian asked back. Batman closed his eyes and took a deep breath, holding back whatever complaint he had. However, Diana next to him was not known for holding back as she yelled, so you should have been here 9 hours ago. Ian eyed everyone in the room, getting a very good idea of what was happening and why they seemed tense. Well, the bat didn't tell me how to get here, so I had to look for it and fly for hours until I got here. I'm a very generous person, so I didn't voice any complaints, but now. You're the one complaining. His tone was still just as calm, but his words certainly made Diana speechless as she gave Batman a questioning look. He's definitely lying. I think it took him less than an hour to get here. How the tables have turned, but Batman didn't turn with it. It doesn't matter how long it took him to get here. You should have pointed out the way to get here, so we don't have to play a game of mind games now, especially knowing of Superman's situation. This time, it was Jaeon who spoke, the Martian Manhunter. He spoke calmly without much emotion, seeming to be the sound of reason. No need for unnecessary banter. Just hurry up. Green Lantern or Hal Jordan spoke with exasperation, not seeming to be in a good mood. You're right. Just get it over with. Leave the talk for later. Diana definitely had more complaints to voice, but it wasn't time just yet. Look at these 2 videos first. Batman pointed out, activating a projection showing the videos in question. One was showing the exact scene of Ian using his staff to deal with Deathstroke, specifically using the Speed Force. The other video was showing the scene of Superman fighting Doomsday, and it was a live broadcast. They seemed to be in an isolated area with Superman mostly focused on keeping Doomsday busy. He was in quite the sorry state, looking all bloody, but he persevered. His determination has never been brighter knowing that behind him, not that far away is his city, Metropolis. If you want to ask why we aren't there taking care of the problem, it's because this thing can evolve based on the circumstances. We're only vying for time and this is where you come in. Batman stood up, opening a briefcase close by and bringing out a green shining stone. I want you to attach this to your staff and do exactly what you did in this video. Ian walked closer to Batman, eyeing the stone closely. He was able to see it instantly. Green kryptonite energy was something he controls after all, so he could sense a lot of differences in this stone. Why didn't you get Superman or him to do it? Ian pointed out to the Flash at the corner of the room who seemed to be depressed. Because it's dangerous, and it's very likely he will die with it, so be careful with this thing. The same is for Superman. Batman explained, shaking his head at the Flash who was giving him hopeful eyes. The Flash had so many questions for Ian for so long, but it seemed as if fate stops him from getting them, not yet at least. Jaeon, activate it. We'll be there right away. After which, Batman brought Ian with him to a certain room, seeming all secretive, and his next words warranted such a level of secrecy. You know who I am, and you know a lot about me. I also know a lot about you, and I am certain I know how your staff work, how you work to a certain extent, so. There was a change of plans, and the Justice League were understandably in a hurry, so before he even arrived, they set up a teleportation station close to the incident location. Ian only blinked for 1 second, and he found himself there along with Diana, the Flash, and Jaeon. The others stayed behind for various reasons. Hal's reason was simple, he was kinda powerless since the Green Lantern power battery was stolen not long ago. The other person there was drinking himself to sleep because the fact that he can't just jump into the battle was such an annoyance to him, Aquaman. Ian's staff appeared in his hand, shining blue. He directly activated his magic to teleport closer to the incident. He found it unfortunate that he didn't get to interact with them more. They are quite the interesting bunch after all, and they have a lot of nice artifacts, but he understands the emergency. Yet, Batman is too smart, but even the smartest of people have limits. He put those limits on himself, perhaps for a good reason? In fear of turning to the very thing he wants to stop, and since he understands himself better than anyone else, he must know what kind of disaster that entails. Ian mused while observing the disastrous state of Superman, and even Doomsday. Their fight seemed to have gone to such an extent that they seemed to be on the verge of death. In fact, Ian noted that Superman might have been passed out for quite a while, yet even in his unconscious state, he fought. Or at least, that's what Superman's movement told him, the movement of someone with no energy to move, like that feeling one gets when they exercise too much. That feeling like you just want to lie down and not move for a while. That's the kind of vibe Superman was giving, his body desperately wanting to give up. Well, Batman's charity was very charitable, so let me be as well. He mumbled before acting. In contrast to the expectations of those watching, his actions were very different from the plan. Well, at least very different from what they thought would happen. The only one who didn't seem surprised was Jaeon. In fact, he seemed to have expected this. He was that kind of monster, one on the side of good though. Ian launched the plan. What Batman gave him instantly appeared surrounding Doomsday, making sure the monster was away from Superman before teleporting the colossal device out of the Black Rose. The thing seemed like a massive tube, quite similar to the teleportation device that brought him here. See you later, Ian murmured as he also teleported with the device, going along with Doomsday being the nice person he was. Despite being confused, the Flash still acted according to plan, getting Superman the hell out of there. He used the teleportation station to take him back to the watchtower to get him some help. The symbol of hope didn't resist at all, his body giving out the moment the threat was sent away. You know what's happening, right? Diana asked with a frown. I do. Batman is changing, due to that peculiar human most likely. Jaeon nodded, eyeing the sky, or specifically the darkness of space. Care to explain? She further questioned, not liking being kept out of the loop. Let's just say that Batman saw the danger of the monster more than most of us, so he made some sacrifices to not only get information but also to get rid of it for good. Indeed, Ian changed Batman indirectly. He made his much more cautious. The fear of the unknown that is Ian drove Batman to go further and beyond, making preparations and hypotheses for everything. What Batman sacrificed to get Ian to act were a few things, a few collectibles, and information, very valuable information. It wasn't just Batman, Ian directly or indirectly changed the fate of the world many times. Things that seem inconsequential to him weren't to others. But the teleportation machine was something he wants. It was way too valuable to miss, and Batman handed it to him on a silver platter without knowing that Ian already wanted Doomsday. The teleportation device is a two-way transmitter. In this case, the source of the one that sent Doomsday and Ian away. The destination, on the other hand, was floating aimlessly in space though it was very close to the sun, and this is where they appeared. Ian seemed to move freely in space, and even breathe. Hell, his voice was even able to reach Doomsday in the vacuum of space. The latter however was having a bit of a hard time as its desire to lunge at Ian was apparent to all. You might just be the most dangerous creature in the universe if given the chance to grow, but... You're too delicious to miss, Ian frowned, throwing himself a questioning look, that kinda came out wrong. 140, I think something happened? 2. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 135, I think something happened? 2. You might just be the most dangerous creature in the universe if given the chance to grow, but... You're too delicious to miss, Ian frowned, throwing himself a questioning look, that kinda came out wrong. He shook his head, convincing himself that he was imagining things before eyeing the monstrosity that is Doomsday. Doomsday is a monstrous genetically engineered being from the depths of prehistoric Krypton. His creator imbued him with few feelings, mostly hate and desire for destruction, which led to his destroying worlds and eventually finding Earth. The thing was like 15 feet tall. Its skin was grayish. Well, calling it skin doesn't do it justice because it was like an armor on top of an exoskeleton. Doomsday's hate and desire for destruction allowed it to be a universal phenomenon, allowing it to achieve the feat it just did. The vacuum of space restricted its movement in contrast to Ian who can use magic, so Doomsday naturally solved the problem by creating extremely long tentacles out of his back. The colossal teleportation station was still hovering beside them, allowing Doomsday's tentacles to move around by clinging to them. Its infinite evolution seems to also work by necessity because it really does seem to want me dead now, Ian remarked, eyeing the horrific creature lunging at him. He had no interest in fighting it just yet, instead, Ian just teleported far away, observing the creature at work, evolving by the second just to reach him. More and more tentacles were being created from its back spreading everywhere, seeking to create a web to allow movement. Is it just pure instinct? Its behavior is quite smart when needed. Ian further theorized, is it possible to induce reason to it provided the right circumstances? It seems likely considering how it works. He was kinda entering a researching state because that's just how interesting this creature was, but its hate and rage will definitely get in the way. Ian observed the creature carefully, not using magic on it just yet knowing that it might just grow resistant to it. Doomsday was extremely fast even in the vacuum in space, and he noticed it was keeping up with Superman back then, even showing a tendency to surpass him despite its colossal size. Doomsday however surpassed Superman in durability, still, Ian deemed that if the fight had continued, they would have both died. The monster's state was just as bad as Superman's due to the latter's relentlessness. Still, in the middle of Ian's observation, the creature has already recovered. The only reason Ian didn't find it hard to evade the creature was the fact that he was in the rows of speed mode, thus allowing him to act quickly, and it doesn't take him much to teleport around. What if I send it to hell? Will they be happy? Ian's eyes shone with numerous possibilities, his mind running high on speed force. Will they train it well? First let's get what I want. Ian flashed his wings into existence ready to use his greatest speed. The amplification of the speed force, Lucifer's wings, and magic were. Well, a speed that'd be felt only the strongest of speedsters. All Doomsday could see were flashes of blurry orange and blue before feeling things digging into its own flesh. Not just that, Doomsday felt itself being slightly devoured. Something was trying to eat it and its infinite evolution didn't like it, as O predicted, it's starting to gain resistance to my staff's devouring powers. What a freak, like, is there something more freaky than you? Hey! Ian suddenly stopped and looked around. He could swear he felt someone facepalm at him, The fucking audacity, but I'm busy, so I'll let it slide. He teleported away, observing Doomsday and his surroundings, seemingly waiting for something. No reaction. Hey? I must have been imagining things. His focus returned to absorbing Doomsday's energy bit by bit, vying to fully assimilate his energy. Despite Doomsday's resistance and constant adaptation, the staff still took bits and pieces of him like a hungry beast. It would have definitely not worked as well if not for Ian constantly feeding it his death force, making it the monster that it is today. Its potential was quite limited at the start, but now, it's one of the greatest artifacts in the universe, mostly due to his force. It took Ian approximately 2 hours to fully assimilate Doomsday's energy, and by the end, his staff barely had any effect on the monster. Doomsday's evolution power didn't only evolve to resist his devouring powers but also to resist the staff's piercing power. A good thing about fully contaminating things with his death force was that Ian gains absolute control over them, knowing every single detail about them just like he understood exactly what the new energy he just absorbed was. Force of evolution. Hey! What I just assimilated may be more broken than I thought. A bright smile surfaced on Ian's face, feeling quite happy. He even started to hesitate about if he should destroy Doomsday. After the creature's kind's charity, Ian simply couldn't find it in his heart to kill it, so he seriously considered the only other option, which is taking it as a pet. Ack, but you're so ugly. Can you transform into a cute wolf? The only response Ian got was a colossal punch constructed of tentacles seeking to eliminate him. You were given the 2 options, and you chose one of which on your own accord, so don't say I'm unfair. Ian let out a sigh, feeling pity for the creature, but well, he chose his own destiny. So Ian teleported a few miles away, eyeing the beast from afar. By this point, Doomsday was looking like a colossal octopus probably 50 feet tall and 30 wide. What Ian devoured out of him didn't seem to make Doomsday any weaker, almost as if it's infinite. Ian brought out the green kryptonite Batman handed him, looking closely at it. It's definitely been modified, and something was injected within. What'll happen if I mimic its undulations? And he did just that, aiming his staff at Doomsday with that specific green kryptonite attached to its tip. It slowly started to shine green as he activated the first vessel, releasing the green kryptonite energy at full force, not only driving it into the stone but also mimicking how it works. Doomsday seemed to feel the danger as almost by instinct. Every tentacle surrounded him, forming a barrier of bones and flesh around him strong enough to remain intact even against tens of nuclear explosions. However, right at that point in time, something unexpected happened. Ian sensed a force approaching, one he knows for a fact to be some kind of speed force. And almost instantly, a speedster appeared not too far from him, looking at him with confusion as he asked, "Who are you?" Ian narrowed his eyes, the speedster's voice reaching him across the vacuum of space. Reverse Flash. He definitely knows who I am after our latest confrontation? From another timeline perhaps? You know who I am, don't you? A speedster I don't know about from another. Reverse Flash noted the micro changes in Ian's expression leading him to such a conclusion. However, his words came to a halt. They were both speaking at such a speed inconceivable to most beings, so fast that merely a second passed since they started conversing. Yet, despite that, they were both surprised at what happened next. Ian knows his speed isn't nearly as fast as Reverse Flash due to him having no connection to the Speed Force. In Ian's case, the Speed Force is his own creation, living solely within the staff's vessel. It was a new growing seed, waiting to spurt. He was able to compensate for that weakness through magic and Lucifer's wings to a certain extent, but it still wasn't nearly enough to react to what happened next. Reverse Flash stopped talking because he saw his death. He felt it through time. He sensed someone coming towards him through time, something unimaginable. No! Reverse Flash's scream was like a reoccurring wave as he finally came to understand something. The beam that just annihilated him wasn't aimed at him, but at Ian. He merely appeared there at the wrong place and the wrong time, saving Ian's life by accident. He tried to move. He seriously did, but all he could do was a micro-movement before the red beam evaporated half of his body. Ian blinked twice then thrice, feeling a bit of the residue heat and energy from the beam, something he feels would be able to deconstruct him to atoms if he wasn't using so many defensive magic spells. What in the actual fuck? 141, I think something happened 3. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 136, I think something happened 3. Ian blinked twice then thrice, feeling a bit of the residue heat and energy from the beam, something he feels would be able to deconstruct him to atoms if he wasn't using so many defensive magic spells. What in the actual fuck? He eyed the surroundings, feeling all the magical barriers around him slowly fading. Just the remnant heat from the beam seemed to affect the space around them to such an extent. Even the broken-down teleportation station not far from them was slowly being consumed by the heat. Doomsday however was still hidden under the mountain of flesh, though his hate forbid him from completely standing still as some tentacles dove towards Ian like spears, unaffected by the boiling heat. I think something happened. Ian murmured, Pretty sure of himself. He rarely imagines stuff that isn't actually there, so he was pretty sure. His attention returned to Doomsday, teleporting to the other side and releasing a combination of a magic blast, kryptonite energy and the modified stone. Batman looked up at the sky with a frown, observing the prominent green brilliance apparent to even the most normal of eyes, overshadowing the glow of the sun for a split second before fading away. As I predicted, Batman mumbled, his eyes shining in a strange light. He was of the firm belief that he understands Ian more than anyone else, and that brilliance only affirmed his belief. He knows exactly what the result of the explosion would be, and it wasn't anywhere near the current result. What Batman couldn't observe however was what followed after that, pure darkness. Doomsday was monstrous to such a degree that he survived the explosion, so Ian had to act again. Ian was still hovering in space, observing Doomsday's remains from a few tens of miles away. He watched the remnant flesh of the explosion expanding and getting attached to each other, seeking to form again. What a monster you are! Ian murmured before unleashing every speck of Trigon's fire he saved up across the years. Combined with darkness, it gave birth to the darkest flames overwhelming the space around them in an instant. Ian hid far away, eyeing the blazes of destruction consuming Doomsday. It was but a simple colossal dark sun, bigger than anything he unleashed before. It blended with the darkness of space perfectly, though such a large spot of darkness can be detected. Ian knows it can because it's stopping light from passing through. If someone was looking at the sun in line with the dark sun, they'd see a dark spot, a trace of what just happened. Doomsday really didn't have much to do. There wasn't much he could do but be completely devoured in a matter of seconds. His infinite evolution simply wasn't fast enough to adapt to Trigon's flames and Ian's darkness. A red beam, hey? Yup, something definitely just happened. Ian returned to Earth, using his dimension as a medium to go back. He was definitely targeted, of that much he was sure. Once he was on Earth, he made his way back to the watchtower knowing there was more business to take care of. Where is the bat? Ian asked as he entered the watchtower. Unavailable. The AI responded to him before leading him to where the others were. Does it have something with what Simon Hurt or Darkseid told me before? A gift left for the bat. Well, it doesn't matter much, I told the roses to watch out for Gotham in the meantime, so nothing should go wrong. His steps led him to the medical section of the watchtower where he found some of the Justice League members, namely Jayon, Diana, and the Flash. There was also Superman resting on a large white bed with bandages all over his person, seeming asleep. What happened? Diana turned her attention to Ian, asking. I think something did happen, but I'm still not entirely sure what it was. Ian stroked his chin in contemplation while answering seriously, much to Diana's annoyance again. Let me ask a simpler question. Was the job done? She asked again. Hey? Oh, you were talking about that, yeah, it's done. Ian nodded, walking up to the side of Superman before bringing something out of his dimension, an exquisite golden tube. Let's see how well it works, Ian murmured, opening the vial and bringing it closer to Superman's mouth. It only took an instant for the Flash to act as he caught Ian's hand in place. What are you doing? I'm completing the job I was assigned by Batman. Didn't he tell you? Ian looked confused, though it didn't take him much to understand that Batman is quite secretive even in his friend group. Let him do it, Jayon spoke calmly, not seeming cautious of Ian at all. Are you sure? Diana frowned, still unsure. She of course didn't have a good impression of Ian. First, he's a crime lord. Second, he's the only crime lord in Gotham. That would tell anyone a lot about his manners. Most importantly, he was indirectly responsible for the robbery of the Hope Diamond, and it was stolen under her nose. Moreover, she knows she's not gonna get it back. Batman stressed that very much. He's telling the truth. Jayon nodded, his attention returning to the vial in Ian's hand, staring at it intensely. It's understandable that you don't know what it is. This product will only launch 2 days from now with little to no advertisement whatsoever. Ian smiled, continuing with his work. That makes no sense whatsoever. The Flash remarked, seeming confused. Well, this thing can only be afforded by a few people. Those at the top, because each vial costs $1 million, so only the very few at the top were informed of its existence. As he spoke, Ian poured the very little golden liquid within the vial into Superman's mouth, instantly producing a reaction from Superman. The man's entire body started shining golden for a few seconds as the liquid took effect, healing him completely in what seemed to be an instance. This. Why? Diana's reaction was a bit different. She was definitely grateful, but, why are you restricting such a thing? You must know how much help that will bring. Ian raised his brow at her, glancing at Superman one last time, noticing he was waking up. The supply is limited, very limited. It's also very costly to make. I kinda have to sacrifice a lot to make it. Most importantly, it's business. You should understand perfectly how these things work. The Golden Rose, Ian's newest product was quite the complex thing. Technically, Victor Fries, formerly known as Mr. Freeze, created the formula using the holy energy Ian left for him. However, only Ian can create it through his staff using that same formula. Ian's control over his staff and the energies within is near perfect, so as long as he figures out an application of the said energies, he can replicate it with ease. The holy light energy in the third vessel is technically infinite as long as he continuously feeds it his death force, so he can infinitely create the golden rose. The catch though was how much energy is required to create a single drop of the golden rose. It was too massive, limiting Ian to only being able to create 500 golden roses a month. It's called the golden rose, and 100 will be delivered to the watchtower in a while as per my deal with Batman. Oh, yeah, I've given the Justice League priority, so as long as you order a certain quantity of less than 250 a month beforehand, we can have a deal. Diana remained silent for a bit. I'm sorry for my manners before. I was harsh on you unnecessarily because. I'm sorry and thank you for protecting my home back then. It's okay. Ian gently smiled, I understand. The situation somewhat deserved that response. Honestly, I would have had a similar reaction, and perhaps as an apology give away some cool artifact. You know. The Flash could only stare at him, speechless. Ha 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 ha, Diana on the other hand couldn't help but laugh out a little, you're exactly as Batman said you were. Not bad, Ian nodded with a newfound appreciation for the most wondrous of women. He has to say that she deserves that title because. Not bad what? Diana asked with a bit of confusion. Well, I didn't think you're also good with distractions. You know, changing the subject from what I clearly insinuated, but well, there are stingy people everywhere. I wasn't. And I'm not stingy. And you? Ian turned his attention to the Flash who seemed to be holding back a lot of words though failing to hide that. If you want answers, just find me starting a day from now. A game of cat and mouse you could say, but you only have 1 year. Then he vanished, leaving question marks hovering all over the room. He was certainly an odd individual, but they have a lot of work to do, an example of which was Where Has Batman Gone? Well, I think something happened. 142, too calm for too long 33 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 137, too calm for too long There is a quote Ian has come to live very much, against boredom even gods struggle in vain. It holds true quite well, and it again goes back to the words in Ian's mind, words he can't remember who they were told by. I've met a few immortals in immortals' clothing, but I've met a lot of mortals in an immortal's clothing. One thing Ian knows for sure, he doesn't want to be a mortal in an immortal's clothing. However, that's exactly what he was at the moment. He is most certainly an immortal, but he is also immortal. An immortal form but a mortal mind. Is there an irony greater than this? It's just like boredom, Ian knows of tales and dreams of gods who died due to boredom, either directly or indirectly. Most gods he came across so far felt more like mortals, controlled by circumstances and destiny. And Ian was no exception. There is however another quote that says the cure to boredom is curiosity, so Ian found himself barely bored in his journey for answers. He was curious to such a point that he was able to bear what many would call torture. You see, the Rose of Speed allows Ian to basically become a speedster in mind and body. It allows his mind to work at a speed inconceivable to the normal mind to the point it distorts Ian's view of time. While for others, only a year passed, for Ian, it felt like 100 years because there were very few moments across the last years where the Rose of Speed was left deactivated. He exploited the hell out of the speed force, something very few would be able to do due to just how torturous the experience is to the human mind. Imagine a snail moving before you on a branch. Imagine it was raining. Slow down the scenery bulletin a few hundred times and wait for a drop of rain to reach the snail. Wait for the snail to make any noticeable movement. That was basically Ian's daily life by choice. According to what he remembers, such a phenomenon wasn't rare for the Flash, it was just hard to control. For Ian however, it was under perfect control. For the Flash, it was a process that usually lasts an hour every month or so without his control, and it almost drives him insane with boredom. Can you imagine watching someone speaking, but every word takes an entire hour to be spoken? How can one not go crazy due to that? Moreover, Ian upheld himself to living that way for an entire year simply out of necessity. He fought boredom not just with his curiosity for answers, but also because of necessity. It was also those two things that got him to understand just how broken the Speed Force is. It also made him wonder why the Flash isn't just the strongest being in all of existence. It only took him a second to come up with an answer. Not everyone is as committed as him, and certainly, no speedster would be able to handle what he went through. Such are the ways of necessity. It drives one to achieve things they wouldn't be able to do otherwise. And well, he did achieve a lot in the last year while staying out of trouble, mostly isolating himself in the House of Mystery with the girls. Just like now, Ian was resting in a strange land, a chaos of colors. He had his back leaning against someone else, both had a book in their hands. The other person was Raven, adorned in a purple pajama while Ian had a white one. She definitely looked older, like she had grown up quite a lot despite not a lot of time passing since she left. And she wasn't actually there. It was Ian who was with her, in her dream, literally. It was a cozy dream, the best of dreams for her. And it was a common occurrence as Ian checks up on her from time to time, going into her dreams through the House of Mystery. All he does is what he's doing now, studying next to her in silence. Sometimes she rumbles about her experiences, and he listens. Sometimes, they talk about magic and other things, but they mostly enjoyed the company. And like always, he leaves silently, going back into the House of Mystery. Dreams are real physical entities in the realms of dreams. They're real, a place reachable by the willing, but most dangerous of realms. The House of Mystery brought a lot of surprises to Ian, most thanks to him feeding it his death force endlessly. One of which was its ability to send Ian to certain dreams, only the ones that have a connection to him. It not only allowed him to visit Raven without restraining whatever she was preparing to face Trigon, but it also allowed Ian to communicate with any being that dreams of him. Such an example was Athena. One could say they became quite the good friends, playing games of minds together about one time a week. Athena was extremely competitive, Ian not so much. Still, he did his best to accommodate her fighting spirit as there was a lot to learn from her. She was truly a frightening goddess because even with the Rose of Speed, he still found it extremely hard to defeat her in the mind games. She wasn't the goddess of wisdom for nothing as Ian continued to grow stronger and stronger by the day, the vessel of speed growing endlessly, meaning his thinking and comprehension speed already increasing. Yet, despite all of that, he had only come to be even with her, sometimes losing and sometimes winning. He had come to understand why she was largely considered to be the most dangerous of Olympian gods. On that note, the House of Mystery also changed a lot in appearance. The dimension became much more orderly, becoming one small island on which the house is situated. It doesn't look as chaotic as before though Ian can change it at any moment. All it takes is an order. He gave the entity known as the House of Mystery way too much for it not to give him absolute control of it. Well, it was more like he took away the ownership, gaining absolute control without any need for consent. One might even say he was participating in the act of nothing, he had full consent. Ian came back to the rejuvenating air of the dimension. How could it not when all Ivy did was to leave her touch on it, basically changing the island into a jungle, and decorating the house with nothing but plants. Finally, Ian reacted instantly, catching the figure jumping at him as if he had predicted it. In reality, Harley jumped at him like a rabbit was a daily occurrence since he told her about a gift he was preparing for her. He allowed himself to fall back gently with her, and even let her shower him with kisses like always. Where is it? Ian let out a sigh, like I've been saying for the past 3 months. When it's ready, I'll give it to you all right. But you have been saying that for 3 months. Harley complained. Yup, I shouldn't have told you about it, but there is good news. It should be ready in less than a month. Ian smiled. Even he was feeling a bit of anticipation because he was finally getting out of the house. Really? Yup, really. Ian nodded, getting another shower of kisses from her as she giggled and mumbled. Wah, finally. She then went to sleep, right there and then. She was the kind of person that would lose the desire to sleep in anticipation of what was to come, and she could finally have peace of mind. Really? I guess I also need to relax. Ian followed after her, closing his eyes in sort of sleep, finally turning off the Rose of Speed. Time was finally moving normally in his perception. It was also important to note that this is the first time he went to sleep in months. To a certain extent, he was preparing himself for the life of immortals, what he perceives to be a true immortal. Whether his perception is right or not remains unknown, something he hopes his sought for answers can solve. Unfortunately, there was no rest for the wicked. 143, Too calm for too long. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 138, Too calm for too long. Whether his perception is right or not remains unknown, something he hopes his sought for answers can solve. Unfortunately, there was no rest for the wicked. Ian held back a laugh, instantly teleporting inside the house and placing Harley on her bed. Next he was in his bedroom, getting attired in a suit, just a simple black vest above a white shirt, black pants and shoes. He was in quite a hurry because everything was done with the speed force. Babe, hand this to Layla, all right? She will know what to do with it. Tell her to tell him it was found by the side of the street. He placed a green lamp right next to the yawning Selena, getting her out of her reverie with a long kiss before leaving. Hey. Selena's attention slowly drifted to the lamp, drawing a confused gasp out of her. By the side of the street? I wish things like this are so easily found. She couldn't help but complain at Ian's choice of words. By this point, Selena has done many robberies of extremely valuable things across the world. She became one of the most notorious criminals even among criminals because they weren't spared either from her perception. Anything that caught her eye, she gets it. It didn't even matter to her anymore whether she needs it or not, it became more of a lovely hobby at this point. However, the thing in her hand was a bit too valuable because Ian talked about it before. It was the Green Lantern power battery, and it's finally ready to be released to the world again. However, if it was not apparent enough, Ian had more urgent things to take care of, such as the changing world. Ian sensed it clearly, there was a shift in the timeline. What a disappointment. I guess more extreme measures have to be taken, or I can just wait. Indeed, Ian was quite disappointed in the Flash because he couldn't find him, not even when he left a lot of clues for him. Well, not exactly. The Flash just couldn't run fast enough to reach the place he wants him to reach. Ian was subtly manipulating him to do something. However, it seems, hey. Ian frowned, eyeing his surroundings. He teleported from place to place, observing the changes and coming to an interesting discovery. Gotham barely changed. Ian noticed some changes, but they were few and far in between. The flashpoint doesn't seem to change much, not in Gotham at least. Except for whatever the fuck is happening before me. Ian rubbed his eyes, making sure he was seeing things right. The flashpoint was something he was expecting. He was quite interested in seeing what it'll change with him as a variable, but he definitely didn't see this coming. Time is quite fascinating, isn't it? Indeed, this all happened because of time, a crack in time to be exact. It was called the flashpoint for a reason after all. It all started with the Flash running fast enough, way faster than the speed of light, to travel back through time and save his mother. Ian kept in touch with things happening on Earth, so he knows most of the Flash's adventures, such as the confrontation between the Flash and Reverse Flash, the one from this timeline. One thing led to another, damaging the Flash's psyche to a certain extent, so he made the fatal mistake of going back in time, trying to stop Reverse Flash from killing his mother. As far as Ian remembers, the intricacy of the matter was that the Flash pulled the entire Speed Force into him to stop his arch-nemesis. However, he ended up being the bullet-shattering windshield, going so fast that he shattered the timeline and reality. He must have been able to achieve such a feat because of his emotions, his desire to save her, so to get him to do what I want, I can. A brilliant plan surfaced in his mind, but for now, however, his attention returned to the majestic scene before him. Ian was hovering in the Batcave undetected by the individuals within. The individuals were two Batmans looking extremely similar. The only noticeable differences were the colors of their suit. They were still mostly black, but one had a bit of blood red color, especially prominent around the bat symbol on his chest. They were both walking about in a circle, observing each other closely with something akin to confusion. Where one sought answers, the other chose violence as the red-eyed Batman attacked, leaping at the other Batman with a knife in hand, something not normally used by Batman. Moreover, his attacks were deadly. It was obvious to the evading Batman that he was being attacked with the intent to kill. They both seemed to be master fighters, but Batman seemed to have the upper hand. However, the red-eyed Batman's violent methods made up for whatever gap in skill they had. The red-eyed Batman didn't shy away from using guns with full intent to cripple whoever is in front of him. The reason or the circumstances didn't seem to matter to him, those were left for later. If Batman survived, then there are plenty of torture methods to get him to talk. The red-eyed Batman even ignored his adversary's words, trying to tell him to stop or wait. Hello. They both froze and instantly leaped back, eyeing the other person in the cave. Ian? Batman asked, a bit unsure about what was happening. Yeah, I'm not sure if you noticed, but something happened. Ian nodded, smiling at the duo. Yeah, I think something happened too, Batman went along with Ian's sarcastic nature, eyeing his red counterpart. There is another Batman before me, adorned in a suit made of the same material as mine, and he appeared in my place so suddenly, out of nowhere. The red-eyed Batman remained silent, observing the duo, perhaps planning his course of action. Out of nowhere? So you were here before he appeared? Ian smiled, finding his effect on the flashpoint to be very interesting. Yeah, I was working before he appeared. Batman nodded, understanding that Ian knows something about what was happening. However, he didn't get his answer from Ian, but from the red-eyed Batman himself as the latter spoke. You are the one to appear out of nowhere in my place while I was working, so speak, who are you? As he spoke, he brought out a phone, seeming ready to activate something. If things come to an outcome I don't like, I will activate a self-destruction sequence that'll destroy the entire place. Batman remained silent, his mouth trembling, seemingly finding it hard to speak even a single word. He glanced at Ian just to make sure he was not imagining things. And only then did he mutter, Dad. 144, too calm for too long 3. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 139, too calm for too long 3. Batman remained silent, his mouth trembling, seemingly finding it hard to speak even a single word. He glanced at Ian just to make sure he was not imagining things. And only then did he mutter, "Dad." The only response he got was a bullet to the head, or at least that was what would have happened if Ian didn't react fast enough. Batman seemed to have hit a nerve because the red-eyed Batman didn't seem happy. In fact, he seemed to be barely holding back his anger. It's me." Batman was unfazed as he took off his mask, seeming nervous. The red-eyed Batman watched with bated breath, and trembling lips as Batman's face came to view. No, that's not possible." He couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. He couldn't recognize Batman's voice to know who he was, mainly because the latter changes his voice, but even without it, he still wouldn't be able to recognize it. What he remembers last of his son was a childish voice, but now that he was grown up, there is just too much difference to be recognizable. Batman however recognized the man's voice instantly, and he identified it to be his father's despite how inconceivable that is. But he put things together as Iam's appearance made him sure something supernatural has happened, even if it's this ridiculous to the point. The red-eyed Batman shook his head again in denial. "No, yeah, someone is messing with my head. None of this is true." The subject was understandably a touchy one for him, as it was for Batman. He was in disbelief even as he looked at Bruce's face. It wasn't too clear, but he was definitely similar to him, and he just felt it. This man was his son. "Bruce, if the Flash comes here, let him know I will be where the Speed resides. Perhaps there can be a solution there. He will explain things for you better than I can." Then he vanished, leaving the father and son to their reunion. He did Batman a favor by the end, spelling his name for the first time in ever, Bruce. Bruce. The red-eyed Batman took off his mask, giving a view of his face. There was a long silence because despite Bruce expecting to see that face, expecting something and seeing it for yourself are two different things entirely. Thomas Wayne. Whereas some saw a disaster, Ian saw opportunities, so many chances spurting everywhere. His plans weren't so thorough that they can survive through change, no, they change with the circumstances. His plans were in constant change, adapting to the circumstances, just like now. Ian clearly sensed the Speed Force to be weak, extremely weak. Most importantly, he sensed something he couldn't before, something he was vying for a long time, a surge in a force taking advantage of the weak Speed Force. The force was the opposite of motion, something Ian couldn't not desire, but its conduit was a bit too cautious for reasons unknown. However, the weakening of the Speed Force got him out of whatever hole he was hiding in. Finding him wasn't hard for Ian, not when he has plenty of forces and energies in his staff, working together perfectly to allow feats impossible otherwise. The staff of all things was shaping up very well, but it was still not enough for Ian. He feels like the universe wasn't charitable enough, quite unfair. And he has a point, his staff only has the following forces and energies. First vessel, Kryptonian energies, red and green. Second vessel, orange Speed Force. Third vessel, light and darkness. Fourth vessel, magic and mystic energies. Fifth vessel, divinity. Sixth vessel, force of evolution. Yup, the universe definitely wasn't charitable enough to him, so he now has to take things into his own hands. Ha 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 ha. Finally. I thought I'd fail, but the opportunity was handed to me on a silver platter. Laughing like a maniac was a very old man, whatever was left of his hair was completely grey. He had wrinkles all over and seemed to be on his deathbed. His actions however say otherwise. He was standing before a strange machine with his hands in direct contact with it. And it could clearly be seen that he was releasing bursts of green energy from his palm at a constant rate, unending just like his maniacal laughter. The Turtle, quite the fitting name. Ian, who was standing right behind, noted, eyeing the short hunched old man. He was like a turtle. Even his power has a certain symbolism to turtles because Ian could see a few things floating around the machine. It wasn't due to magic, it was because of motion. Motion was denied around him as even Ian, who appeared close to him, felt the restriction. The entirety of the place had faint clusters of green energy, denying motion any freedom. Reality has ways to balance itself out. There was the Speed Force, so a counter force needed to exist. The Speed Force is a cosmic force based around velocity and movement. It is the representation of reality in motion, being the very cosmic force that pushes space and time forward. Then there was the Still Force, a cosmic force based around entropy and inertia. It's the negation of motion, the opposite of speed, and its conduit is right before him. He ha 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 ha, it told me, but... Ha 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 ha, so easy. Turtle laughed even more manically as he turned around, seeming like a madman. He eyed Ian as if he expected him to arrive, as if he sensed him the moment he arrived. Quite stupid, hey? I really don't see why it was afraid of you. Escape. It said like a fucking bitch coward. Bok. Fucking chicken, screaming in my head non-fucking stop. Yeah, he was definitely crazy as he scratched his head and yelled, even mimicking the clucking of chickens. He then eyed Ian more closely as the latter seemed defenseless, remaining frozen before him. Ham, I feel it kind. It feels different. What a wonderful genuine pig you are. Quite the specimen, ain't that right? And Ian was truly frozen in his place, unable to move at all. The moment he teleported inside, he was already under the man's spell, fallen into the trap. Ah, right, you can't speak? Let me help you with that. And all it took was a snap of a finger for Ian to regain a bit of freedom, only able to move his mouth and what's necessary for speech. It told you? What do you mean by it? He seemed quite calm, much to Turtle's surprise. It? Yeah, it. The opposite of what you have. He, it's laughable, isn't it? I want what you have, but it doesn't want me to have it, so why should I listen to it? Hey. He was certainly mad, but his words at least told Ian one thing. The Still Force warned Turtle of Ian's intent, as the Speed Force is likely doing, though on a much more hidden scale. The Speed Force is definitely resisting my Speed Force, limiting my progress. I mean, whereas the Flash can travel through time, I can only travel at about 1,000 Mach per hour, so unfair. Once he complained enough in his mind, he asked the most important question, oh, and what's that machine? Did you make it to stop me? Hey? You? Don't kid around. Turtle eyed Ian with disdain before crouching near the machine, caressing it with fascination. This is for something bigger. This is to stop all motion in existence and break it out of its egg. He spoke with hate and venom in his mouth, causing a sparkle of brilliant light to pass through Ian's eyes as he chuckled aloud. I see. You want to destroy the Speed Force. Coincidentally, I want to do something similar. Hey. Turtle turned around, his eyes going wide at what he saw. Nothing, and that's the problem. Ian was nowhere to be seen, but his voice could still be heard. You see, there are a lot of problems with your powers. Just like there are in almost every power. Reality has a way to balance itself out, so we need to compensate for that unless, of course, reality is our bitch. Show yourself. Turtle was understandably panicking, but he still released the Still Force with all he can, seeking to protect himself. Unfortunately, reality isn't my bitch just yet, so I have to compensate with other things. You didn't. Your powers have too many weaknesses, so here we are. 145, too calm for too long for. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 140, too calm for too long for. Unfortunately, reality isn't my bitch just yet, so I have to compensate with other things. You didn't. Your powers have too many weaknesses, so here we are. Liar. This must be an illusion, right? No, I'm dreaming, yeah, that's right. If he wasn't insane before, then now he definitely was. The Flash ended up being a kind of a disappointment. Perhaps I expected too much without using some extreme methods. Turtle froze because he could swear he heard the voice right behind him. Turtle turned around in horror, finding Ian's right hand on the machine, though strangely Ian seemed frozen, meaning the Still Force was working on him. However, Turtle felt no glee because he felt himself frozen also. He felt numerous chains surrounding him, keeping him in place. Magic, quite the wonderful thing. The interesting thing is that your powers can affect it, but what happens if I can teleport my magic right onto you, just like I did now? What Ian didn't include, however, was that his Death Force didn't seem to be affected by the Still Force at all. It could move freely, allowing him to have access to his dimension, which is how he could teleport around. Wait. That means that you cannot do anything to me. Ha 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 ha. Turtle's laughter was interrupted midway as he heard Ian's words, not quite. I really don't have to do much. After which, Ian vanished, leaving Turtle confused. Not for long though, as the scenery around him changed in an instant. He suddenly found himself amidst the darkness, expansive darkness of nothingness. He felt it immediately, breathless. His mouth opened as if by instinct, trying to take a deep breath with his mouth and nose to no avail. There was simply no oxygen to take in. Pain attacked him instantly, unimaginable pain spreading throughout his lungs. Turtle, however, was a scientist, a very good one, so he reacted instantly. He judged the source of the pain to be a simple phenomenon that happens when in the vacuum of space. The vacuum of space will pull the air from the body. So if there's air left in the lungs, they will rupture. Oxygen in the rest of the body will also expand. Such circumstances will cause one to balloon up to twice their normal size, but they won't explode. They'll still die though. Turtle knew that, so he acted quickly, using the Still Force on himself and his surroundings. Instantly, he froze. He didn't need oxygen anymore, but he also wasn't functioning, nor was he thinking. He was simply frozen in time, indefinitely unless he himself wished so. Quite the interesting power, he froze himself completely. Did he set a timer or some time? Ian stroked his chin, easily estimating that someone like Turtle wouldn't mind setting a timer of centuries just to live. The still force can be negated to a certain extent with the speed force, but not mine. His force is just so much stronger than my speed force due to his connection to its source, but... Ian floated down next to Turtle, his hand reaching out for the old man only to stop halfway from him as if it faced a barrier. Well, this is a nice question to how would frozen time be interacted with from the outside. Before him was a very faint green barrier, its glow seeming non-existent, but its durability was almost infinite. An almost unbreakable shield of frozen time. Hey? Lovely, very lovely. Ian nodded in appreciation of Turtle's gift because the latter was unaware that he just handed himself to Ian on a silver platter. What a lovely gift! Is this the universe trying to make amends? Well, I'll gladly accept it. Ian smiled and got to work. What Turtle didn't take into account was Ian's death force, or perhaps he just didn't have a choice. Ian noted before that the still force works on him just on an exterior level. It can certainly keep him in place, but it didn't affect his body completely. He could feel his blood flowing smoothly despite being frozen. His entire insides were unaffected due to what he presumed to be his soul. The still force affected his outer body, but going any deeper would mean freezing his soul, or at least that's his assumption. His death force also could swim freely through frozen space and time, but it didn't have much effect alone. However, he can use it to control his dimension and staff, just like now. His death force was unleashed, surrounding Turtle freely, and just like before, Turtle was teleported away without consent. On that note, Ian was quite the controversial figure in the world, mostly because of his shady past and actions. The most controversial of which was the gold rose. As one might expect, word slipped out, then the world knew about it, and everyone wanted it. A full heal potion, who wouldn't want that? Hell, people even went as far as coming to Gotham to riot under the banner of Human Health Matters or something like that. It was honestly quite entertaining, how everyone expected him to kindly donate the golden roses, and he would gladly do so if not for something important stopping him from doing so. Something mysterious even he doesn't know of. It's not like he wanted to keep the profit to himself. He just was unable to do so. He even complained that people were asking too much from someone with a disability like him. That naturally caused people to hate him, which is why he started laughing the moment he teleported Turtle away. If people knew about this, he could imagine them protesting under the banner of TP Consent Matters. Ian got a laugh out of his imagination before following after Turtle, appearing right in the middle of a sea of fire, formerly known as Trigon's Flames, but now they are under his control as he hovered in their midst, remaining intact. As expected of you, Ian remarked, his desire for the forces of the universe only growing by the day. Despite Turtle being basically teleported directly into the Trigon's flames. It didn't seem to affect him, or more like, it doesn't have time to. If he were to cancel the still force, Turtle would die instantly. Until then, however, he will remain alive and well. Unless my speed force grows strong enough to be able to cancel you, so my dear, why don't you just give up? A very kind smile emerged on Ian's face as he eyed Turtle, though, from his words, he definitely didn't seem to be speaking to the man. To stress the importance of his point to the greater good, Ian brought out the machine created by Turtle himself. He said it will work on the speed force, so it should work on you in theory. Also. His staff appeared behind him, shining orange. His actions were obviously a threa. A kind free hint to what could happen in the future if it doesn't comply. However, there was no response. There was only silence. No? I see. Ian shook his head, feeling a bit annoyed. I never wanted to do any evil, but I guess I have to. No, it's a necessary evil for the greater good, thus it's good. Ian nodded to himself, taking a deep breath. Now which curse should I use on her? 146, too calm for too long v. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 141, too calm for too long v. Has it been calm for too long? Ian voiced his doubts as he eyed a certain individual. Perhaps it was too peaceful for too long, so reality decided no more. Ian nodded, quite sure of the conclusion, so that means everything that happened and will happen is reality's doing, not mine. He nodded again with a smile as his staff appeared in his hand. Then reality, I will humor you because I want no trouble. He may find out, well, he will find out, but it's not my fault. The entirety of the staff turned black in an instant, looking ominous. Dark spell formations started getting constructed, all forming a grand formation. It would have taken me dozens of years to fully read the Book of Eternity without the Speed Force, but thankfully, I have the Speed Force, given to me by the Flash, so thank you, this wouldn't have been possible without you. Ian showed his appreciation before casting the sinister spell only after complementing it with a bit of pure yellow Speed Force. The color of his Speed Force was orange, but it's just a combination of yellow and red, so he simply reverted the process, and voila! The air around Ian changed, feeling a bit chilly, but he seemed to enjoy it as the spell enveloped a certain individual without their awareness. And they could only flinch at his cruelty, absolutely uncaring about how his actions would make the Flash feel because the cursed individual was none other than Iris Ann, the love of Barry Allen's life. Ian, however, would beg the difference. He would say instead that they flinched because of how far he was willing to go for the greater good. Ian remained embroiled in numerous magical spells hiding his existence just watching the spell in effect. It was a very sinister spell, one of the many in the Book of Eternity which mostly contained dark spells. The spell however was modified to become perfect for the situation as Ian cast it with both darkness and magic, complemented with the yellow speed force specifically. At this point, Barry was still blissfully unaware of the changes he caused. He was just happy his goal was met, and his mother was alive and well. Very strange. The world has forgotten I exist, and Ian still had contact with the Roses back in Gotham and they had just informed him that they were being investigated. Why? Because according to this world's networks, they don't exist at all. Very few people know of the Roses. A paradox was created. Most of Gotham's people know of the Roses and all of their achievements. There is even some information about them in the local network, but for the rest of the world, it was like Gotham's reality has just been twisted, some even suspected alien invasion. So naturally, people were sent to investigate, a lot of people. Some of which were a tad bit dangerous. Ian also contacted Zatanna and Xanadu to see if they remember him, and they did. Very few beings in the universe noticed the change, or at least, that's how it was supposed to go. Now however, an entire city noticed something odd. The main point was that Gotham remained invulnerable to the changes caused by the Flashpoint. There were also a few people outside of Gotham who noticed the change, their memories remaining intact, and there was one common point about them, they had come in close contact with Ian one way or another. But that doesn't explain why the entirety of Gotham was immune. Unless... Ian closed his eyes, trying to sense something far away. Perhaps it was very faint because he couldn't sense it. He allowed his death force to roam free. He used everything he can to test many hypotheses to no avail. He still came to a conclusion though. It definitely has something to do with my death force. Perhaps I stayed in Gotham for so long that I corrupted. The give and take process took effect, but it's still not enough because I cannot sense or control Gotham like the other things I own. What was happening was intriguing, to say the least. Ian noticed a trend, he rarely gets answers, instead, more and more questions came about to the point even his Speed Force-powered brain was having a hard time processing everything. Anything that got a specific dose of my death force would become immune to the changes of time. Just like how Bruce is still in the world despite this world's Batman being Thomas. Wait. Ian's thoughts came to a halt as a dangerous pre-motion emerged in his mind. Nah, no way. I mean, the rules and the ways it works shouldn't be the same. Right. He closed his eyes for a second trying to throw those nonsensical thoughts out of the window. I mean, the current situation in his view was a recipe for a universe-destroying paradox, but it couldn't possibly be that simple, right? Definitely, Murphy has nothing on me in this one. If it was so easy to create a paradox in this multiverse, then it wouldn't exist by now. Many people have likely achieved something similar, so yeah definitely. Ian nodded to himself again, more convinced, so he had a bit of peace of mind. He went ahead and got himself a cup of coffee while waiting for things to move along. It's already taking effect? She doesn't seem to have noticed it though. Ian observed the changes in Iris which weren't many. Just a few small wrinkles emerged in some places while in other places, the opposite happened. God, that is such a fucked up spell. Who came up with such a thing? It's entirely on them. Ian couldn't help but feel bad for her, especially as he watched her interaction with Barry who was absolutely clueless. He was still in that mirage of happiness, thinking everything went perfectly though it only took him another hour to notice a few things. This world doesn't have the Justice League. There is no Superman, or if there is, he is nowhere to be seen. That naturally caused bells of alarm to ring in his head as he started doing a bit of investigation. Until Batman contacted him on his own. Hello? Ah, right. Of course. Yeah, right. Of course. Yeah, right. Fuck off, Murphy. Not this time. I wanted to summon you so many times before but you never took effect until now. Ian was a bit worked up for some reason. The Flash wasn't the only one to receive some bad news. As a good friend, Ian had to share his burden. Boss? What? Ralph on the other side was listening to Ian's complaints with nothing but confusion. Oh, right. Don't worry about it. I was just speaking to the Christ of bitchiness. Anyway, I will be there right away. Ian got his composure back, speaking calmly. And right there he was in a matter of minutes, attired in very casual white clothes, simple white pants, and a white shirt, nothing special allowing him to go unnoticed. Because of magic. Ian found himself standing in a specific street in the middle of the night, but it was quite bright. The sirens of the numerous police cars around gave a clear picture of the cause of Ian's worries. The place was closed and surrounded with several scientists going about in what appeared to be a hazmat suit. They were inspecting two dead bodies lying on the street. Ian's steps led him very close to them, taking a closer look at the two perfectly identical bodies, seeming quite odd. They had prominent blue veins running throughout their bodies, seeming to be on the verge of exploding. In fact, one already did, and from it spurted a spiky blue branch, running through the air and reaching the sky. It looked like a fissure in the very time and space, threatening to unleash something from its ominous gaps, too calm for too long. This is the universe's calling, not mine. It's the universe's fault, not mine. So be it. 147, An Odd Paradox I. 33 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 142, An Odd Paradox I. It looked like a fissure in the very time and space, threatening to unleash something from its ominous gap, too calm for too long. This is the universe's calling, not mine. It's the universe's fault, not mine. So be it. The man stroked his chin in wonder, seeming a bit confused. Is it? Hey. Ian turned around, eyeing the blonde man that has just appeared next to him with a bit of surprise. Is it not? What if it isn't? The blonde man further wondered. Then it'd have to be. Ian shrugged, not too surprised at the man's appearance. Lucifer Morningstar. Ah, of course. Lucifer nodded with an amused smile before eyeing the dark blue fissure, forming cracks in space. This is odd, very odd. Time is my friend, so I know a lot about it. However, curiosity sparkled in Ian's eyes, knowing Lucifer is definitely more knowledgeable than him in this regard. However, I was never able to create something like this, nor did I ever come across such a thing despite walking along the river of time many times before. And Ian swallowed in anticipation, curiosity killing him. The universe is breaking, slowly but surely, and I think the process will only accelerate from now on. Perhaps a few hundred years max before its end. Lucifer couldn't help but stare at Ian with an odd glint, all because of you. What's with that look? You're planning something, aren't you? Honestly, you don't have to plot behind my back, you can just use me however you like as long as a bit of charity is given. Ian smiled, trying to remember things about this world. What could Lucifer possibly give him that's useful? Well, a lot of things. Lucifer however took things the wrong way. Use you. Lucifer sized Ian up with an odd look. I don't mind. That could be fun. Hey. Ian's eyes sparkled with an orange flash for a second before it dawned on him. Oh, I see. Bye. Hey. Wait. Despite saying that, Lucifer didn't do much to stop Ian from teleporting away. He just let out a sigh. Why so shy? His attention returned to the crack in space and time. But this. What if? Today was certainly an ominous day for the world, and it's only getting worse by the day because Ian's first step after vanishing was to check up on Iris to make sure she's okay before amplifying the power of the curse. Things outside of his expectations were happening, so he had to adapt. He could certainly tell the Flash how to fix the problem, but won't get all of the benefits that way. Ian was in a hurry, so he acted fast. He was pretty sure he caused a paradox somehow, and despite Lucifer saying it would take hundreds of years for something to happen, Ian thinks otherwise. What if another paradox came to be? This one happened due to two of the same person existing in close proximity to each other in the same space-time. So who's to say that won't happen again? In fact, it was already happening, and Ian wasn't willing to stop it because it might just accelerate things to exactly where he wanted. It appears that Lucifer also wants the paradox to spread. But other beings shouldn't want that, right? Perhaps he is the one stopping anyone from interfering. Ian observed as Iris, Barry's girlfriend in his dream, started getting older and younger at the same time. Parts of her body were getting older at quite a fast rate while other parts, it was the opposite. Amplifying the curse naturally made her aware of her change very fast, and she naturally went ahead and asked the Flash. Her state by this point wasn't that bad. She just had an arm of wrinkles and another arm becoming like that of a baby. It was a truly emotional moment for the duo as the Flash especially freaked out, knowing this might be his fault. He had talked with both Batmans, so he knows he was responsible for this. Now he just needs to find the solution, and if the paradox spreading wasn't enough to push him to his full potential, then Iris's current state will certainly do. Batman warned him that Ian might be planning something, but did he have any choice in this situation? He caused this by going back in time to save his mother, so he had to solve it somehow. Hello, darling. You wouldn't believe what's happening. There are Suoyua blue things going crack. It looks so cool but I can't break it. Do you happen to know how? Ian couldn't help but let out a small laugh, listening to Harley's coy voice, trying to seduce him into her usual schemes. This one happened to include breaking a paradox, something Ian has absolutely no idea how to do. Well, how about we go to the beach and have some fun? To the beach? No, I must have misheard, you mean to the house pool, right. Ian could hear Harley rubbing her ears in befuddlement, bringing a strange look out of him. Well, I kinda misspoke, I meant the ocean, and is it so rare for me to go out? No, it's not rare at all, you only leave the house about one time every 3 months. So boring. Ian hung up instantly in fear of an ear-splitting paradox getting born due to her voice. Why so rude? But well, while he was here, he thought he might as well see if this timeline's people are more charitable than those of the previous, for research purposes only. So he teleported directly to Harley, and she seemed to be waiting for him as she was in his arms in an instant, yelling, "Let's go. We gotta hunt a kraken, right?" Hey? A kraken? I mean, we aren't actually not breaking anything on a vacation? That's not normal. Ian smiled, holding her in his arms while eyeing her closely. Perhaps we will. You stopped putting on your makeup. No, I'm just changing it. I will make it better. The best makeup there ever was. Harley giggled, getting lost in her imagination until she found the scenery has changed. They were now hovering above the ocean, not far from them was an island. Harley could see dozens of women walking around in ancient-looking armors, quite the odd thing. Most importantly, she could see someone familiar, and that someone also noticed them. Wait, isn't that? Yeah, it is, just not the same person. Ian's words came true almost instantly as he narrowly avoided a spear making its way to his head. The one to attack was none other than Wonder Woman herself, Diana. She attacked with the intent to kill, assuming them to be enemies. Oh, so are we here to crush her? I'm down. God Bat is down too. The God Killer formed from a bracelet to a bat in Harley's hand, obediently showing itself as they landed before Diana. You're no Atlantean. Who are you? Diana questioned, already approaching the duo with a sword in her hand, a sword rivaling the God Killer, Ian noted. So I'm basically from another timeline and someone there wanted me to retrieve a certain item either by peace or force. I think his name was Arthur or something. And he wants the Trident of Neptune. He also wanted me to stop the current Atlanteans from losing themselves too much for a certain price, so here I am, asking for a guide to their land. Ian eloquently introduced bits and pieces of his past and spoke the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. 148, An Odd Paradox 2. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 143, An Odd Paradox 2. Ian eloquently introduced bits and pieces of his past and spoke the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Wow, hee. Harley couldn't help but let out a giggle, drawing an odd look from Diana. That sounds like a lie, and I hate lies. Diana started approaching them as she spoke, and Ian has to say, she seemed quite different from how he remembered her to be. This timeline's Diana went through a completely different life. She went through a lot that led her personality to be shaped as such. Quite ruthless. You see, in this timeline, Hippolyta is dead by Aquaman's hand nonetheless, and the latter is also different, never gaining sympathy or love for humanity because he had grown in Atlantis. There were other smaller details in the matter, but the gist of things was that the Amazonians and the Atlanteans were at war. So Diana's actions were understandable, which is why Ian remained defenseless against her. He is quite kind and understanding after all. Lies won't be a thing under my hand, so please don't move. Not that she needed him to not move as she moved at a surprising speed, bringing her lasso out and swinging it at Ian. Diana was quite strong. In fact, Ian believes her to be one of the strongest beings in the universe if she unlocks her potential, but even now, she is blessed by a few Olympian gods. Not just that, she has 2 godly weapons on her person, one of which was the sword and the other was a lasso. A weapon that seems quite similar to a whip, a golden lasso named the Lasso of Truth. It does exactly what its name entails, anyone caught within its grasp will tell no lies unless they want to be burnt alive, though it never comes to that. It's Wonder Woman's primary tool and weapon, a magical golden lariat that forces anyone captured within it to obey the wielder's commands and tell the truth. It's quite a precious artifact to the point Ian was almost willing to change his plans to get it just for research purposes, as he can do what it can with magic. He was under the banner of magic supremacy after all, but he stopped himself and continued with the distraction. Quite obedient, hey? Well, thank you. She at least seemed sincere, totally ignoring Harley, who was doing some research, trying to break her head open only to be met with a shield, reflecting the force at her and sending her away. Harley, not the time for games, so chill out a bit, will ya? Ian gave her a death stare, drawing a pout out of her. His expression soon turned to a gentle smile as he eyed Diana. I guess I really didn't have much contact with you at all, so you like most remembers nothing. Then again, I really didn't have much contact with the Justice League. Anyway, ask away. Diana frowned, observing her lasso and the man, and noting that the Lasso of Truth didn't have any reaction to his words, meaning he didn't lie, what's your relationship with the King of Atlantis? None at all. I mean, we were kinda in the same room in my timeline, but I think he drunk himself into a different realm, so I don't know if that counts. Ian let out a laugh, followed by a giggle from Harley as she agreed. Yup, perfect logic. If you weren't seen, then nothing happened. It's just like when I broke something some time ago. The broken thing wasn't aware, so nothing actually happened. She couldn't help but nod at her fantastic deduction. Ian eyed Harley strangely, having no idea that happened. It's a skull, right? A live skull. He shook his head, throwing those thoughts outside though to Diana. The two looked like a clump of insanity, acting so weird that she found herself a bit confused. You two. Never mind, what do you want from the King of Atlantis? Of course, to bring a bit of peace into his cloudy mind as his counterpart desired. The greater good basically. Diana frowned, feeling no reaction from the lasso. He was telling the truth? She wondered, but a hunch was constantly bugging her mind, telling her not to trust anything about him. Furthermore, she picked something from his words. What about my counterpart? Did she tell you to stop me from what I want to do? She further questioned. Nop. Ian's words came to a halt as he found himself getting choked by the Wonder Woman herself. Yup, fast, extremely fast. She won't be able to keep up with me too much in the rose of speed, but she's not far of. That wasn't just intimidation, no, she was actually choking him with what seemed to be the intent to kill. Do you believe me to be stupid? I don't know how you ignore the lasso's powers, but you made a mistake. You lied. She seemed quite mad, more emotional than he'd believe her to be. I guess the circumstances really took a toll on her. You had little to no contact with the King of Atlantis, yet here you are, saying that you were sent here by him. She still had her guard up though, keeping him fully imprisoned, unable to move at all, and Harley didn't seem to have any desire to participate, likely because of the dozens of Amazonians already surrounding the area, watching their queen's every move. A rookie mistake, isn't it? I mean, of course, someone like me wouldn't make such a mistake. I was kinda just joking, so please let me go. Much to Diana's surprise, she heard Ian's voice despite how tight of a hold she was keeping him in with not only her hands choking him but also with her lasso. Well, it was obvious to her that he didn't speak with his mouth. His voice just somehow reached her. Wah. You see, the thing about distractions is that they always work if done right, just like one because the next moment, Diana somehow found her mouth sealed by his. Her hold of him seemed like nothing. Neither she nor her people expected this to happen. Hell, even Harley didn't see this coming. She believed Ian was planning something like always from his behavior, but this, God, that's so hot. Hey! When is my turn? Her yells were ignored as Diana found herself sucked into the abyss of charities, gracefully returning the kiss in what seemed like confusion. However, she reacted quickly as her hands were clenched into a fist before they were brought down at Ian, seeking to break his ribs, and she would have been able to if not for the invisible magic barriers he had around him. However, she didn't give up and attacked again, breaking the barriers in seconds much to Ian's surprise. She was a fucking monster, and he had no interest in playing with her, so he instantly teleported away from her while bringing Harley with him. The poor Amazonians could only watch, unable to break through the bigger barrier that was surrounding the trio. Ian seemed to be prepared as if he expected things to go this way or at least in a similar way, though his goal was a wonder to everyone but himself and Harley. Well, Harley at least knows that she knows despite what she knows to be the truth being not the truth. That was so hot. Glad you finally let go, let's get lost in seas of pleasure and degeneracy. Let's feed our desires and let them grow. Starting now. Harley have never seemed happier as she jumped into Ian's arms, clearly expecting it to be her turn. Her face spoke of glee, but Ian's face was of nothing but confusion. Hey? What are you talking about? That was for scientific purposes. Right, now hurry, and let's start. Harley let out a giggle while nodding, obviously taking his words like air. You too. 149, An Odd Paradox 3. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 144, An Odd Paradox 3. Hey? What are you talking about? That was for scientific purposes. Right, now hurry, and let's start. Harley let out a giggle while nodding, obviously taking his words like air. You too. Ian turned his attention to the seething Diana, ignoring Harley's odd words. How do you feel? He asked with curiosity. Haha, how I feel? Ha, Diana couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. This would be the maddest she'd gotten if not for Hippolyta's death. You're really? I'll bring you down. Of that, I swear. Diana took a deep breath before she leaped at Ian, seeming to be flying through the air, reaching him in an instant. Why? Ian was confused as he teleported away, barely avoiding her. Her anger seemed to be fueling her, augmenting her prowess. Diana's reaction was fast as she totally ignored his words, her lasso already traveling through the air close to where he appeared, clinging to a tree. All she had to do was to pull with such force that it brought the tree right out of the ground with ease. That still did the job though, thrusting her towards him on the ground. She hopped right back into the air with her sword already ahead of her, seeking to decapitate the target of her wrath. This all happened in less than a second, at a speed inconceivable to those around them. Yup, she was extremely fast as she is blessed by Hermes. To those around them, there was only a flash. And that's it because their brain simply couldn't comprehend how fast they were moving nor were their eyes able to keep up at all. However, Ian still felt something amiss. Diana wasn't trying her hardest, in fact, he felt like she was going easy on him. He deduced the reason in what can be perceived to be an instant, she wants to lead me away from the island. Only then can she do her best. Ian glanced at the Amazonians or the island a bit away by now as she carefully guided him away, gaining the ability to somehow glide through the air at someone, or perhaps she just saw no need to use it before. Yeah, the speed force is broken. Nothing of this would have been possible without it. Even her warrior instinct is far above mine in every regard. She is simply a beast in combat. And unleashing her full force will certainly cause such destruction that it would bring down the entire island with her. Moreover, she wasn't exactly sure how strong Ian is, but what she saw was enough to make her wary. I can teleport. I can use magic. Ian stated while glancing at the island. It was obviously a threat that was followed by his desire, let me continue with what I was doing. You won't have the chance. Diana was much calmer than before, and she also seemed a lot more determined as a cluster of white energy started circling around her feet, almost forming into tiny wings. She held a sword in hand and the lasso in her other hand, looking graceful and grand, basically taking control of the entire scenery around her. Harley, be a dear and wait for me in darkness. Harley didn't react because even their words were spoken at hyper speed. Harley just found herself in his dimension, a dark but warm dimension. A sun could be seen within though, a sun that provides little to no light, in fact, it seems to be trying to absorb all light. That was no sun, but Trigon's flames constantly getting sucked out of his scroll, forming something akin to sun, an entire realm of flames. Very well, I like this very much, so I'll play with you and see if my experiment is a success. Ian smiled, bringing out his staff. He doesn't really need to have it in his hand. He mostly leaves it floating in the center of his dimension, but it's way more effective in hand. He can transfer his death force to things not in contact with him due to how masterful he had become, but it's much more potent when in contact. It's even more potent when in contact with things he likes, such as a simple kiss. Who knows, perhaps that was just an experiment, yeah, it was definitely for scientific purposes. An experiment? Yeah, of course. Diana was already before him as her voice reached her, seeming to reach him instantly. Her sword shone deep golden as she swung it at him, truly going for the kill without hesitation. Only, Ian vanished yet again only to find her appear almost instantly right where he appeared again, I'm faster. Ian murmured as his feet touched the cold water of the ocean, vanishing again instantly. This time, however, he used the speed force to evade before piercing directly into her heart with the staff. Yet I'm better, just better. Diana countered with an easy dodge, seeming to have predicted his attack and the one following after, and so on. Ian was a monster in combat, but she was something else entirely as if she was born for just this. She was such a monster to the point that Ian found his ribs broken despite being much faster than her, way faster. All it took was her taking a few sacrificial hits from him as her lasso found its way to his legs, and teleporting took an instant which was too long with how close she was. At least he was able to redirect her sword away from cutting his neck with his staff, the result of which created a noticeable fracture in the very core of the ocean around them. There was nothing but chaos around them, whirlpools and tsunamis everywhere, and even cracks on the ocean floor were very visible to them. Thankfully, they were far away from the island, or else it'd be an underwater island by now. Diana gave him absolutely no sympathy or time to get himself back together. His broken rib was of no concern to her, in fact, she wanted it more broken. From punches to her sword slashing at him, then her lasso trying to keep him in place or even squeeze him into charity juice. She did her best. Ian on the other hand did not. The most he was doing was a bit of magic to amplify his defense with magic barriers and such. He was mostly relying on the rose of speed to keep up while using all that he had learned from Richard Dragon, switching from one fighting style to another. Being in the speed mode allowed him to constantly improve, and eliminate his mistakes, yet it was as if everything was for naught because Diana didn't budge. In the end, Ian was the one to find himself profusely bleeding with most of his clothing shredded. Several parts of his entire body were blue, other parts were obviously completely broken. His attention however was on his neck. There was a cut there, making his expression a bit weird as he murmured, that was close. You almost died. Well, likely died. Diana for the first time gave him time to speak, not out of charity but because of his staff. It was blazing with energy very familiar to her, divinity. I would have died. She asked with confusion while her eyes asked the other question as they were obviously focusing on the staff. I have no control of it despite how far I have come, and I really like you, so I should really take a bit of control despite it being from indirect means. Ian let go of the staff allowing it to hover behind him, still releasing that rich energy that feels very similar to magic to him, especially after he had come to understand a lot of things about divinity. You like me you say? Yeah, that's why I wanted to see if your memories can be preserved. I wanted to see what kind of wonder can be created after the timeline comes back to what it was. I wanted to see if you can remember your other memories, but it seems that I failed. Ian let out a resigned sigh. It was unfortunate for him. Playing with people's memories is certainly a bad thing, but to him, it was just a simple experiment. Very well. Rose of Divinity. 150, An Odd Paradox 4. 33 chapters in advance on Patra.on. Chapter 145, An Odd Paradox 4. Ian let out a resigned sigh. It was unfortunate for him. Playing with people's memories is certainly a bad thing, but to him, it was just a simple experiment. Very well. Rose of Divinity. Not much changed once he spoke those words. Diana noted that his figure still looks just as blurry, and the only change she can see was what appeared to be blurry butterflies flying around him. Do you know the difference between magic and divinity? Ian smiled, taking off what was left of his shredded shirt, giving a view of his back. On it, there was not one petal, but two. The last time, he only had one, but a year has passed and things changed. He worked very hard, so he deserves this, the ability to use two roses at the same time. The rose of speed and divinity. No? Well, let me tell you. They both have limits and restrictions. Magic is extremely vast, its field of applications being nearly infinite, but it's costly. Divinity is a very narrow road, but one can run through it effortlessly. Indeed, magic costs a lot, but it's nearly infinite. Divinity is special, one's road is predetermined, and it's narrow but broken at the same time. The new gods are all gods of something. That's a positive and a negative at the same time. For Ian however, it's a completely different story. I studied divinity for a long, ever since I acquired it. I especially mine. It's a bit special, exactly what I needed. The method I gained my divinity with was special, very different than those of gods. Shut up, Diana took a deep breath before speaking, you're no god. I know what gods are like, so you must have done something to gain what you have. No, even that doesn't matter. What matters and what I know is that you're an enemy. Ian couldn't help but let out a chuckle, eyeing Diana with a bit of delight. Nah, you're wrong. It does matter because I was enjoying our battle very much, but you're a very dangerous opponent, and you almost took my life many times. I can't allow you to die just yet. Hey? What? To say Diana was confused was an understatement. I must have misheard things, right? No, I don't mishear things. My divinity can minimize my death, thus minimizing the chances of your death, so dear, let's continue and please, do your absolute best. Ian wasn't interested in using magic or any of his other powers because he wants to fight. No one he met so far was nearly as much of a warrior as her, someone who forged a bloody battle with him. Diana on the other hand understood a few things from his words, but this wasn't the time to give them any thought as she focused on the battle, being a bit more cautious. However, much to her surprise, Ian didn't seem to be any different, he was still the same. Even when she comes in contact with the blurry butterflies, nothing happens. It came to the point she started to wonder about his divinity, so she became more aggressive, still dealing more damage to him than he does to her. She did however notice his injuries healing extremely fast, but she didn't see that as a problem because her goal was one deadly strike. That will be enough to finish him. She succeeded. An opportunity presented itself, and she took it. Her sword reached Ian's neck yet again. However, much to her surprise, her sword changed its course, and no matter how much force she put on her hold of it, she couldn't change its path. It ended up evading Ian's neck of its own volition, seeming to be swimming along the white butterflies. Ian instantly retreated with a frown, you're good, the best even. I had hoped I won't need to use my divinity, but I don't have much of a choice. Anyway, let's reset. Diana remained silent as she observed Ian more thoroughly. She stayed composed even under the strange circumstances. And so, the battle continued for what appeared to be hours of non-stop devastation. The two state was certainly bad, to say the least. They didn't go easy on each other at all, both going for the kill. Both looked completely fucked up but didn't seem exhausted at all, in fact, their battle reached an odd state of mutual enjoyment. Neither of them wanted it to end. However, the world wanted it to as both of them stopped and eyed a certain direction. They could see a tsunami lunging their way, literally. It was an odd tsunami, the likes of which Ian has never seen, so massive and strange. The source of the weirdness appeared soon after, swimming along the tsunami with surprising swiftness. It was a blond man adorned in strange clothing, what appeared to be a suit combining the color of gold on its upper part and vibrant green on the lower part. The suit seemed to be made of scales of creatures never seen before, quite the exquisite thing, but nowhere as exquisite as the trident in his hand. Aquaman has appeared. Aquaman moved along the water seamlessly, arriving before them very quickly before glancing at Diana. I didn't think you'd be so stupid to lose yourself in the heat of the battle while at war. He then eyed Ian's state, you won the battle but lost the war. Indeed, Ian lost. His arm was broken due to his staff and her sword colliding with such a force it broke his arm, but not hers. She even found ways to break both of his legs in the hopes of limiting his speed. Well, it didn't work at all. Oh. Ian finally looked at himself, sizing his state. He regained some clarity from the heat of the battle as did Diana. I'm becoming kinda a masochist, hey? This is happening often. No, it's always been happening. I really can't escape getting fucked up in most battles. It was the same for the battle against Etrigan. Ian let out a sigh, getting used to this was certainly not a good thing. It feels like destiny wants him to suffer at this point. At least he can't feel any pain due to his death force, but the same can't be said for Diana. She doesn't have such a way to eliminate pain, but she might as well have because she didn't seem to feel any pain. And she had her fair share of injuries, deep wounds due to his staff, and a broken arm, though she had a quick fix for that in the form of tying her lasso around it to get herself back some control over her arm. Still, the battle must have left a toll on her, so she's bound to not be in her top form, something that can be used against her by Aquaman. Today is a good day, Ian smiled, hovering dangerously close to Diana, seeming defenseless while she on the other hand was on guard. Oh? Why is that? Aquaman wondered, feeling curious about this human. He heard nothing of what they said, but he felt the vibrations of the ocean resulting from their battle, so he sought to investigate. The result was, well, delighting, to say the least. Someone was weakening his enemy by the minute, and he wanted a piece of the pie. He even wanted to thank Ian. Alas, Ian's words broke any positive image he had of him. Why? Because I not only got to have a wonderful battle, but my prey also presented itself on a silver platter. Prey. Aquaman chuckled, his previous smile slowly forming into one of anger. I see, then. Yup, as Ian noted, this Aquaman is very different, seeming quite savage, but still a bit emotional because he started the battle right there and then, showing why he can contend against Diana, barely so. 151, An Odd Paradox v. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 146, An Odd Paradox v. Yup, as Ian noted, this Aquaman is very different, seeming quite savage, but still a bit emotional because he started the battle right there and then, showing why he can contend against Diana, barely so. And as predicted, the only reason he could put up a fight against her was the Trident of Neptune, one of the strongest artifacts on Earth. With the swing of his trident, the ocean rose to the sky. Not just that, Aquaman enveloped himself in a massive sphere of nothing but water, hovering in its center. To reach them, one would have to enter where he shines most, water. All while numerous tsunamis started to form around them, seeking to devour them whole. Diana, however, wasn't worried at all. Instead, she was worried, not of Aquaman but of Ian, who had an odd smile on his face. Exquisite. Lovely. Fascinating. Wonderful. God, I love my life. Ian let out a small laugh before vanishing, deciding to finish things quickly. I've wasted enough time, so excuse my rudeness. Ian's voice reverberated through the area as he emerged right next to Aquaman, his staff already seeking destruction. However, as expected, it wasn't easy to take down the Lord of the Ocean as instantly. Ian felt the water around him become heavy, so heavy in fact it brought down his speed a few notches. Aquaman was nowhere near his speed, but he made up for that with his trident. In fact, Ian speculated it to be acting on its own, protecting its master because Aquaman seemed to barely react to his movement. With near-perfect coordination, Aquaman moved away with the water, squeezing his trident so hard his hands bled. He barely evaded Ian's blow, but still chose to deliver one of his own, knowing that Ian might just be a bit more dangerous than he first assumed. In fact, Ian even used his divinity to make sure Aquaman's trident was hitting a deadly spot, a sure instant kill by redirecting its trajectory slightly. That was Aquaman's mistake. Well, it wasn't a mistake per se, because how could anyone ever assume water would fail the Lord of the Oceans himself? He never imagined his powers to fail him even in his worst dreams. Indeed, Ian felt the heaviness of water suddenly disappear. He could even perceive the body of water surrounding him and Aquaman falling down. Even the tsunamis lost their guiding forces. Only a moment passed as just as Aquaman's eyes started to widen at his missing connection with the oceans, Ian moved faster than he could perceive, driving his staff through the man. Shush, it'll be all right. This didn't happen, so everything will be all right. Ian gently spoke, comforting the man while sucking his life force. H.O.W. That was the last thing Aquaman spoke before Ian finished the job with a swing, tearing him apart. How hey? I absolutely have no idea. Do you? As usual, Ian had no idea what happened that saved his life, so he turned his attention to the trident in his hand, the one he had just taken from Aquaman. He felt it vibrating, releasing such an incredible force it threatened to tear him apart to the point he had to focus on pumping all of his death force into the rose of magic, switching from divinity. Every speck of his magic was solely focused on resisting the force of the trident as it sought freedom from his terror. A bit annoying. It could take hours to fully envelop in my death force. Ian saw something like this coming. The trident after all chooses its master either by fate or on its own accord, and it definitely didn't want him. He wanted to send it to the Black Rose dimension to deal with it later, but something else he predicted was that it will take quite a while to do so. You see, everything has a resistance, some more than others. Something, he can envelop in his death force in a matter of a minute to teleport to his dimension. Other things would take hours, days even depending on their power and resistance, and well, the trident was quite the powerful artifact, and it was resisting to the point it seemed desperate to get away from him. Ian spread his wings, knowing he could no longer use magic to move about. Speaking of things that are resisting his control, Lucifer's wings were one of them. So much time has passed since he acquired them, and he rarely stops feeding them his death force, yet they are still not under his full control. He can certainly use them to fly at some unimaginable speed, even surpassing his speed force if pushed too much, but he knows it's nowhere near their full power. He knows Lucifer is broken, so how could they be so weak? To dare to move at only a few thousand times the speed of sound, utterly pathetic. But it will happen, eventually, everything will be given to him because of how much he gives away. Ian is extremely proud of how charitable he is, so it's within expectation for the world to give back. Wanna have dinner while I get this bad boy under control? Ian asked the cautious Diana. I see, you're an angel, quite the ruthless angel. Makes sense, gods are cruel, so why wouldn't angels be the same? Diana shook her head with a bit of exasperation, disbelief even. Her arch-nemesis has died just like that. Moreover, she could see now that Ian wasn't using his full arsenal against her, likely meaning he never wanted to hurt her. I have no idea how, but him almost successfully killing you led to losing his connection with the ocean. Diana couldn't help but rub her temple, facing the oddest circumstances ever. I even saw it clearly, the butterflies swimming about, guiding his trident to cleanly kill you. I'm kind of speechless. Just kind of. She ignored him and continued with her speculation. Let me guess, your divinity likely has something to do with redirection, redirecting attacks either away or to you. It seemed restricted though, only able to redirect one thing at a time, and the angle of redirection seems limited as well. You were truly trying not to kill me before, using your divinity to avoid your death, thus my death somehow. This is utterly ridiculous. Ah, not really? If you think about how kind I am to try and fix the entirety of time myself, then it's no longer strange. The universe loves me, as do I. Sometimes. No. No what? Ian asked, confused. No dinner. I'm afraid of losing my sanity talking to you, so if you can please just leave and never come back. Diana seemed serious, her eyes never leaving his, a bit apprehensive of him going back to her home. However, much to her relief, Ian just shrugged and turned around, preparing to fly away. Wait. You have yet to tell me. Why did you kiss me? None of this had to happen if you didn't. Despite the circumstances going largely in her favor, Diana was still curious. Kiss? Ah, right, I did do that. Perhaps because you're lovely. Ian seemed to be in a hurry because he just spurted some nonsense before vanishing into the horizon. Liar, and you didn't want dinner in the first place, Diana grumbled softly to herself before eyeing the patch of skin sticking to bones floating in the ocean, Aquaman's body. It was unfortunate she didn't get to do it herself, but her next action at least brought some satisfaction to her. Her lasso found itself around the body, circling it numerous times before she tightened the lasso with all of her strength. The result was the body becoming pieces of flesh and bones, painting the ocean red. It started to rain, thunder, lightning, and nothing but enormous waves. The ocean seemingly wailing in distress of his passing. I really don't know what just happened. Diana let out a sigh before hastily going back to her home just in case things get worse. I really don't know what just happened. Ian let out a sigh, kind of annoyed by how little control he has over his anti-death powers. And he didn't have much time to contemplate things because the world was dying at an accelerated rate, much faster than Lucifer anticipated. Quite odd, isn't it? 152, An Odd Paradox 6. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon.on. Chapter 147, an odd paradox 6. And he didn't have much time to contemplate things because the world was dying at an accelerated rate, much faster than Lucifer anticipated. Quite odd, isn't it? You see, this multiverse is quite odd in the sense that everything and everyone finds a reason to seek its destruction at some point in their life. The world is very fair in that sense because of how many timelines and alternate worlds there are. That led to everyone basically experiencing the taste of destruction in one way or another. In this current timeline, in this universe, there are plenty of people or beings like that. They wish the universe would cease to exist in a snap. And now, there is an opportunity. It might take a while, but the paradox was certainly creating destruction to the point a large portion of Gotham became uninhabitable. Cracks could be seen everywhere, quickly expanding. Getting close to them led to nothing. You just cease to exist, or at least that's the assumption made by the scientist of the US. While Ian was away, Gotham was formally declared to be a dead land. Everyone was quickly evacuated before the city was closed down. There was one exception to that, the Roses. They're a mystery to this current timeline's people, so most naturally assumed them to be associated with the paradox somehow. Naturally, they'd want to hold them in captivity for interrogation. Alas, the Roses acted quickly as they simply vanished. They scattered away like ants crawling through holes invisible to the naked eye. The Green Lantern power battery is still with Batman. Too bad. My main timeline would have had way less destruction if it reached its destination in this timeline. A gleam passed through Ian's eyes as he observed a few things. Giving away the power battery wasn't a thoughtless thing, but a scheme for a greater plan. One of the things he finds to be the most fun in his pursuit of answers is collecting things. It all started with robbing grocery stores with the boys. It escalated quickly from then to running an entire grocery robbing business. What followed was the heist of the diamond from the Gotham Museum of Antiques. And it only went on to grow. His collection grew to unfathomable heights. He even acquired the Batmobile, and the Batwing, handed to him personally by Batman as a reward for getting rid of Doomsday. Those were one of the rewards of the job. The most important of which was of course information Batman acquired somehow, but he still valued the addition to his collection. Now, it reached a whole new universe. His collection involved things of unfathomable power, and he'd say it's growing well. The staff of all things, an artifact quickly growing to be one of the strongest artifacts there ever was. Filling each vessel with a new thing is such an enjoyable thing to him it became addicting. Not just that, combining different energies together to see the results is even more fun, especially since he wants to perfect every energy in the vessels, and he knows he's very far away from that. Indeed, he felt it long ago, none of the forces in the vessels feel perfect. He always felt something was missing despite the exquisite collection he had going on. First vessel, Kryptonian energies, red and green. Second vessel, orange speed force. Third vessel, light and darkness. Fourth vessel, magic and mystic energies. Fifth vessel, divinity. Sixth vessel, force of evolution. It was an exquisite collection, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't nearly good enough for all the good work he has done for the world, and the world agrees because what happened next was very fortunate. You see, one of Ian's scariest opponents was none other than Reverse Flash. The guy has a goal, and he will stop at nothing to achieve it. The changes in time definitely didn't affect him because he's also a conduit of the Speed Force. Moreover, he was way faster than Ian, and it isn't even close. A lot of time passed since their last confrontation, and Ian worked hard on developing his Speed Force, but it's still so much weaker than the true Speed Force, a force supported by the universe itself. Ian knew that even with his speed supported by the Rose of Speed and Lucifer's wings, he'd still look like a snail to Reverse Flash, so avoided him for a long time. The only method he could see working out against the speedster is setting up a trap, but Reverse Flash must be very cautious of him after their latest interaction. In fact, he should be even more cautious knowing he isn't affected by the change in time. Luckily his work was cut out for him because before Ian's very eyes was Reverse Flash taking his last breaths with a sword in his chest, bleeding heavily. So unfortunate. I wanted to do it myself. Ian crouched next to the man, looking into his desperate eyes and sought of any satisfaction. What Reverse Flash made him go through was... Well, Ian hated it despite it not being much, he just led him to become a piece of charcoal as well as feeling that sense of powerlessness under the power of motion. It was one of his most hated moments in this world if not the most, so it was truly unfortunate that he felt no satisfaction knowing he didn't make him suffer himself. However, a bright smile emerged on Ian's pale face as he eyed the man, but worry not, we will meet again. I assure you of that. I've already met a different version of you, so meeting you again shouldn't be a challenge, right? Ian even went as far as to pat his shoulder to assure him, who knows, perhaps we'll even. No, I better not spoil my gift for you. That'd be rude. He could see traces of fear emerging in his eyes. He knows exactly what Ian means when he says a gift, he just doesn't know what'll happen when the gift is opened. As I thought, you were planning something, Batman stated, who was surprisingly standing next to Ian, and next to him was also another Batman. Two Batmans at the same time, and one would be even more surprised to find out that they were the ones to put down Reverse Flash. Well, it was specifically Thomas Wayne, the Batman from this world. The man was the true terror of the crime because he did nothing but kill. In fact, he'd consider it a failure not to kill his targets, and so, Reverse Flash naturally ended up lying on the floor, dying with Thomas's own sword in his chest. What's even more surprising was that Bruce didn't seem against it, or at least, he didn't seem bothered by his father's action. The duo of father and son must have talked through things and reached a consensus, surprisingly. Yeah, and you two are weird, like, how did this happen? Ian, however, is always focused on the important questions. How the fuck did two normal heroes with no superhuman abilities to speak of kill someone faster than light? Like, Ian has never been so confused. I mean, he remembers something like this happening in Flashpoint, but this is different because the Flash isn't here. He knows the Flash is far away, so things couldn't have gone the same way. In the Flashpoint, Reverse Flash was distracted by the Flash, allowing Thomas to kill him. Even that doesn't make much sense considering Reverse Flash's speed. He'd have plenty of time to move away once he felt the sword peck him because it will be in slow motion. However, he can ignore that because the word distraction was involved, and distractions can't be measured with common sense, so it all made perfect sense. Now, however, seeing Reverse Flash, one of the fastest beings in the entirety of existence, fall before two relatively powerless mortals, Ian was kinda speechless. It would take 25,000 years to reach the nearest galaxy to ours if you traveled at the speed of light. In Reverse Flash's perspective, that's how long it would take for the sword to go through him, starting from when he felt it poking him. So one has to wonder. What the fuck happened? Bruce's answer was, it's complicated. As he wisely stroked his chin. I see, Ian nodded in full understanding, you bought out the universe, didn't you? The most charitable of them all couldn't help but let out a sigh, as I thought, the universe is a corrupted piece of shit. 153, An Odd Paradox 7. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 148, An Odd Paradox 7. I see, Ian nodded in full understanding, you bought out the universe, didn't you? The most charitable of them all couldn't help but let out a sigh, as I thought, the universe is a corrupted piece of shit. A weirdo, Thomas to the side calmly pointed out. Why so rude? I even went as far as to kindly reunite you two of father and son. Ian shook his head at people's rude behavior before bringing out his staff and bringing it down on the dying Reverse Flash, accelerating his death. The body turned to a mummy before the two Batmans could even react, and Ian vanished directly after. What a weirdo. Thomas couldn't help but point out again. He is, and I've just learned a lot more about him, Bruce nodded, very much agreeing while stroking his chin. Don't you think it's weird? Thomas wondered. What is? Bruce asked, not seeming too bothered by what Ian had just done, quite odd of Batman. The fact that he doesn't care about giving out information. It's just like last time, he didn't seem to care about us knowing more about him. Bruce shook his head, knowing way more about Ian than basically anyone else, he's just not afraid at all. Not afraid of what I might do, and I think I know why, aside from his obvious powers which he certainly didn't have before. Thomas nodded, eyeing the body one last time before making his way back to the Batwing not far from them. Let's discuss more in private. Their matter of speech was quite odd for a father and son, almost like they were speaking business. Perhaps they had their reunion tears, and now they were pursuing something else, something like saving the world. We shouldn't have much time, so let's act with haste. Let's find the Flash, and test a theory of mine while at it. Batman nodded with a frown, knowing the severity of the situation more than anyone else, perhaps even more than the Flash himself because the latter failed to take a variable into account. Ian rose. You see, the Flash was desperate to the point he had to ignore Batman's words because they were inconclusive. He didn't want to lose Iris, nor did he want to lose his mother, and the world was threatening their lives both. Iris was suffering the most because she had to watch herself growing older by the hour. If only it was that simple, because she also had to watch herself get younger, and not in a good way. The curse Ian used on her was one of the most sinister in the Book of Eternity, using one's own life force to produce the intended effect. And what's meant by getting younger is literal. Parts of her body are slowly but surely turning into those of a baby, and what follows is death. It's a spell that brings nothing but desperation because many tried to use it to attain youth again to no avail, almost as if it was made to bring despair. Iris's state was indescribable to the point it almost broke the Flash. Not just because of her appearance, but because he sensed specks of his speed force in her. That naturally led her to believe that him messing around with time somehow led to her current state, a punishment of sorts, a very cruel one. Ian was certainly commendable because he truly felt bad, but what was done had to be done for the greater good, and he was willing to bear the burden of guilt. If asked, he'd say he is the one to suffer the most in this situation because he had to do something bad for the greater good. And what is his greater good, one might say? Well, the Flash wants to find out as well. Batman told him Ian's words. Let's meet where the speed lies. That was a mistake, but in fairness, Batman had no idea about Iris' situation, so he didn't know the Flash would be so reckless as to try to reach the true speed force. The how was simple. Just run fast enough. That was the solution to most things, so he ran and ran, seeking to reach a certain point beyond time, but he felt something stopping him, a barrier of some sort. Ian knew it will likely take him a long time to do it, so he used that time for other things, such as a vacation. While people were panicking, he was having the time of his life. While people were making conspiracies, he was laughing his ass off. While people were dying, and chaos was spreading, he was taking sips of juice while enjoying the show. What show, one might ask? Well, Ian was back in the empty Gotham. There were very few people in the city, all from the government and secret agencies, keeping it confined. However, he went in without any trouble. In fact, he took over the incident location. Ian was resting on Sun Lounger, drinking orange juice. He was attired in a casual aqua blue shirt in memory of the late Aquaman, giving him the respect he deserves. That was complemented by white shorts and glasses, quite cozy under the warmth of the sun. Laughter and cries of surprise surrounded him as everyone enjoyed their time. Yup, he wasn't alone. He was accompanied by the girls, namely Selina, Ivy, Harley, Zatanna, and even Xanadu. Unfortunately, Raven wasn't here because she was studying as usual. And they were having lots of fun. Ian was mostly just relaxing while observing a few things through magic, and thinking things through the rows of speed. The area they were in was supposed to be a closed area, tightly guarded by numerous soldiers, and it was as such until he arrived. The area was special because it was the source of the paradox with numerous cracks spreading outwards. I feel like something is weird. Zatanna couldn't help but point out as she eyed the other girls. Xanadu was calm, well, she was heavily breathing as she was holding Ian's hand, his death force constantly flowing into her. She was the calmest of the bunch. The others, on the other hand, were special cases because the calmest of them was surprisingly Ivy. All she was doing was standing next to a paradox fracture with dozens of her plants surrounding her. Her face was constantly twitching as she watched her plants vanishing into the fracture one by one. Not only that, she lost connection to them. What she was basically doing is some scientific experimentation, using all kinds of different plants to see how they'd react to fracture. Her plants were of course not normal. She worked hard along with Ian to create some magical and nonsensical plants with a variety of uses. Most are results of biological studies and chemical reactions, some contain some odd energies. Unfortunately, no matter how she tried, the fracture remained still, seemingly frozen in time. And it was making her annoyed to no end, especially since her plants are dying one by one. So be it. I'll use it. Ivy nodded with determination before she waved her hand, releasing a massive flower. Its petals were luminescent green, and they were closed, seemingly hiding what was inside. Not for long though as the flower bloomed, showing a small glowing crystal within, its green radiance overwhelming the area. Ivy carefully picked up the crystal with a sweet smile. This was her baby, her and Ian's baby, or at least, that's how she considers it. It was created with their collaboration after all. Hell, she even called it Sweet Rose in his name. She then threw it into the fracture. Nothing happened, it was all silent minus Harley's giggles, and Selina trying to stem the paradox somehow. I see. Nothing. Perhaps I was too hopeful, Ivy let out a sweet laugh, not seeming annoyed at all. Instead, she just walked back to Ian with a sweet smile. Darling, mind sending me to the labs? I want to get our babies. Ian's face slightly twitched though he tried to hide it to the best of his ability. God, he hates that word, but he still complied, allowing Ivy to go crazy. Sure. His death force moved, triggering a door to appear right next to him. The gate to the House of Mystery. I'm starting to regret booking a spot on your team. I suddenly feel like I'm joining a bunch of graduates from Arkham Asylum. Zatanna rubbed her temple in dismay. 154, An Odd Paradox 8. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 149, An Odd Paradox 8. I'm starting to regret booking a spot on your team. I suddenly feel like I'm joining a bunch of graduates from Arkham Asylum. Zatanna rubbed her temple in dismay. Oh my! Lady Zatanna afraid of crazy. Ian chuckled, feeling amused, and this isn't crazy at all. They're just trying a few things for scientific research. Zatanna shook her head. Scientific research? You mean how the cat is trying to collect cracks of the very core of space and time to sell later? And the other is trying to make the cracks worse by breaking them with bats. Ian shook his head. You're mistaken. What Selina is trying to do is collect an unnatural anomaly for later studies, and she will of course donate some to other researchers for faster progress. It's all for her science. It's definitely not for money though, some considering how valuable it's. I'm sure all of them will be willing to donate something back in the name of science. He then eyed Harley, barely holding back a laugh. The girl was giggling to herself. Her insanity seemingly manifested around her in a cloud of delirious chaos of colors. She had dozens of bats around her if not hundreds. She was using them one by one, swinging at the fractures in space. However, all that is left is just about nothing but the bat's handles, as every speck of the bats that went through the fractures just evaporated silently in an instant. Harley, on the other hand, is just enjoying herself while testing her powers in a few theories. She has powers now. Zaydna ignored his first words, used to his nonsense by now, and instead asked with curiosity. No, but who knows, she might awaken some if she hit hard enough. Ian shrugged, enjoying the view above him, feeling the warmth of the sun slipping out through the gaps to reach him. Most of what he can see wasn't the sky but numerous veins acting as a barrier against the intruders, trying to enter without permission. The vines were so massive they could bring down buildings, complemented with smaller but faster veins, they formed into a formidable barrier. And the vines were quite obedient. All it took was a word from Ivy for them to act mostly on their own, stopping the owners of the land from entering their land without permission. The people trying to enter were quite strong, sent personally by the United States to diplomatically have a conversation with Ian. Amongst them was someone quite dangerous, Cyborg. So the vines weren't the only protection against them. There were a few magical barriers and wards below that, followed by a few sweet roses, waiting to launch their crystals. Zaydna was having a headache as she looked around. The world is ending, and yet you all. I must be losing it because I also feel like trying a few things. Well, go ahead. Don't be shy and enjoy yourself. Ian smiled before focusing on the ones still trying to get in, seeming even more desperate. By this point, things have already reached an unrecoverable level. Many beings did their share of experimentation and manipulation, leading numerous paradoxes to appear. All they had to do was to discover duplicate things that can cause a paradox. This universe is odd as in even if the same person meets a past or a future version of themselves, a paradox won't be triggered. Yet in this special scenario, it did. That naturally made many beings across the universe confused, and curious. And they all noted something: duplicate versions of people only appeared in Gotham. It was almost as if a bunch of people were just going about their daily life until they started noticing peculiarities. Those peculiarities quickly turned to loneliness as you suddenly realize you are in a completely different world. The only ones you can lean on for comfort are those like you. You'll find that you don't belong there. The world rejects you because you aren't the version the world wants you to be. Depression, suicidal thoughts, or you can meet your other self and vanish with it. It's just like the first paradox victim. It happened in the spot right before Ian, which is why his current location is so important. Why it's deeply desired and why the governments would stop at nothing to get it back. It's patient zero. Where it all started. The source. The first paradox, it was named. The important part for basically everyone was that Ian had something to do with the paradox. And indeed, it's everyone on Earth's problem because by this point, the fractures in spacetime had branched out so far out of the Earth. The phenomenon was inconceivable to the point it made most people on Earth desperate. There isn't much time, hey? Ian noted while stroking his chin, drawing a question out of Xanadu. What's your purpose exactly? I would very much like to know. She seemed truly curious, hopeful even. My purpose? It's of course finding the tools to get answers, but most important of all, it's preparations for the future. Ian smiled as he brought Xanadu close to him, gently stroking her hair. He then added, one can have numerous goals. Some might be born out of necessity. Some out of desire. There are plenty of things that can give birth to goals. Xanadu's eyes lit up, understanding that he understands what she truly wanted to ask, and what gave birth to yours. A few things. Mostly necessity and fun though. I have to rise, but there is no problem having a bit of fun along the way. Ian stroked his chin with a frown, suddenly sensing something, but he still gave her one last piece of advice before finishing things up. You know what they say. There are skies beyond our skies, so explore the extent of those skies, and surpass them. Perhaps you can find a goal amidst that, or who knows, perhaps your goal will be to surpass those skies. Ian frowned even more as he eyed one of the paradoxes, seeming in more of a hurry. BTW, aren't you like thousands of years old? So why seek me for advice? I thought you'd have plenty of goals by now. He was truly curious, but the odd smile that surfaced on Xanadu after hearing his words somehow drove a chill through his spine. I'm only a few hundred years old, okay? And I look fabulous. Ian raised his brows, failing to see the problem. I mean, yeah, you're gorgeous. What's your point? Xanadu seemed speechless for some reason before she let out a sigh of dismay. Right, I almost forgot who I'm dealing with. She then took a deep breath, feeling waves upon waves of energies swimming through her. You'd be surprised at how many beings have no purpose, most even older than me, so thanks for the advice. I've regained my powers. Ian nodded. Yeah, I noticed like a week ago, which is why I was confused why you handed me your hand a week ago, because I thought you're already immortal and you don't need my force anymore, but I still did it because whatever. And then there was silence as Xanadu appeared frozen in time, drawing a mischievous smile out of Ian. I wonder why? Anyway, I'm off. And then he vanished, appearing very close by, right in the middle of the fractures actually, in a very hidden spot. Yo Lucy. Lucifer. Lucifer corrected. Why not Lucy? Why? Good question. I'm just worried for your life and happiness because something tells me that if you continue to say it, something bad might happen. Lucifer wisely advised. Oh, Ian nodded, eyeing Lucifer weirdly before remarking, what a weirdo. Anyway, what might you be doing here? In here means amidst the intricate tunnels shaped by the numerous fractures, very dangerous tunnels because touching the fractures will likely mean death. This was the source. The first paradox which led to numerous paradoxes spurting out, branching out. The fractures branch out in an odd manner as it instantly happens. At one point, they're small and the very next moment, they become massive. That unfortunately means that the fractures took a lot of lives and significant portions of land. The entirety of Earth was being swallowed. No, the entire solar system, and if not stopped, it will continue on to overwhelm the entirety of existence. So Lucifer's answer to his question wasn't too surprising to Ian, to keep it going. To watch the show, and I'd very much like you to obediently watch the show with me. 155, An Odd Paradox 9. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 150, An Odd Paradox 9. So Lucifer's answer to his question wasn't too surprising to Ian, to keep it going. To watch the show, and I'd very much like you to obediently watch the show with me. Oh, I see. You made the paradox worse. Ian stated, not seeming too disturbed. Not just me. Many helped. The destruction of reality is quite an attractive idea. It's so easy to manipulate anyone into desiring it because in everyone, there is a speck of fire, and I. Lucifer halted his words for a second before continuing, I was the Lord of Hell. I still fail to see it. What do you want from this? The question was genuine. Ian absolutely had no idea why Lucifer would want that because he knows a bit about him, and his goals are a bit different. Answers. Lucifer smiled as he glanced at Ian with a knowing smile, I'm just like you in a way. I just want answers, and those answers will dictate my future. Ian still threw a questioning look at Lucifer, wondering what kind of answers he desires. I want to find someone or something. It vanished a while ago, and here I wonder. What happened? Lucifer didn't mind clearing Ian's doubts, though it was obvious to the latter that he left out a lot. I see. Ian waved his hand, teleporting 2 comfy chairs next to him before taking a seat on one, followed by Lucifer doing the same. I'm so weak. Ian rubbed his temple, finding his circumstances unfortunate. And that is a lie, my friend. Lucifer shook his head as he in turn summoned a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Everything is relative, so that is true relative to you. Ian took the glass of wine, taking a sip to calm his mind. Lucifer didn't disagree as he enjoyed his wine before asking, I wonder though. What's your goal in all of this? My grand goal is to be prepared before I acquire the answers I want. My goal here is to break something, to free things I can prepare, so they fly into my embrace. Ian smiled, still proud of his plans despite the possibility of them not succeeding, becoming extremely high with Lucifer's meddling, but I assume you knew that already. Kind of. I usually like to leave a shield on my powers, limit them I should say. Yet I couldn't not feel the paradox taking place as I'm sure everyone worthy felt. So I basically didn't, but now I do. And? Ian further wondered. And the Flash won't succeed. Both of you and the Flash have very little understanding of the forces. You missed a point. Lucifer seemed to be in a generous mood as he answered his every question while leaving out a thing or two. A contemplative look emerged on Lucifer's face as he asked a question of his own, but preparations, hey? What did you mean by that? How should I say this? The answers I seek are the abyss, and if I am to dive into two, I will surely be damned if I'm not ready. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. Ian murmured absent-mindedly. Ha ha ha, Lucifer couldn't help but let out a laugh, noting something, I know that quote, one said by a mortal. I believe the abyss to be oneself. Is it the same for you? Do you fear yourself? Do you fear that the you who found the answers? Perhaps. Ian had no desire to answer that question. Perhaps even he didn't know the answer, but that question certainly hit hard. How far? How far did the paradox reach? Ian asked. How far, hey? It's fascinating, completely ignorant of time and space. At one point, it barely enveloped our solar system, then the galaxy, and now an entire cluster of galaxies. It seemed amusing to him just how much destruction was brought by those thing branches. The branches that were surrounding them harvested billions of lives by this point. Whenever you go on Earth, you'll see them. They aren't too clustered together, meaning people can live in their midst as long as they don't come in touch with them, but they're still everywhere. By this point, Ian was very sure planets fell due to the paradoxes. Perhaps they've been decimated into aimlessly floating rocks by the fractures. Strangely though, the Earth didn't seem that affected despite numerous fractures going through it. That's interesting. Say, how many beings are watching out for me, making sure I don't stop the paradox? Ian let out a chuckle, his expression suddenly morphing into an odd one. Color Lucifer interested as he raised his brows at Ian's expression. Many, why? Say, do you know that I can create a paradox whenever I want to at this point? Ian further asked. Yeah, why? He basically admitted to peeping on Ian, and he didn't care. He saw him devouring Reverse Flash and he knows exactly what that means. Say, do you know that I can stop the paradox whenever I want to? Ian asked again, not seeming to have any interest in answering his questions. No, or kind of. I have many assumptions, but I'm not sure. Lucifer honestly answered. Then let my next words be heard only to you. Ian's smile widened even more as he spoke the words directly after. And indeed, no one else heard the words, literally no one. That's how broken Lucifer was. He might just be more broken than he assumes himself to be because literally no one heard those words but him. Ian's lips moved, but no words were heard by anyone but Lucifer, until his lips stopped moving, and then Ian stood up. You see, as he said, Ian is quite weak, way too weak to the point his chances of using the alternative plan were close to zero if he didn't speak those words. It was a sacrifice. He stood up, and suddenly his clothes changed in an instant, becoming adorned in a classic tuxedo, looking absolutely handsome and elegant. If he was to do it, he was gonna do it in style. This was a last resort of mine. Only if everything else failed will I do this because I really have very little control over my power. Ian turned around, tidied himself up, making sure he looks the best he could, almost like he was trying to go out in style. He was. However, before he could start, he sensed something. Everyone strong enough sensed something, but they couldn't see anything. Something was definitely happening, but no one could see it because the world suddenly went dark, completely dark. The sun had seemingly vanished, but that shouldn't be the case because darkness would be the least of one's concerns if that happened. No one could see what was happening except for Lucifer, it seems, as he spoke. Don't worry about it and just go on, entertain me. Ian nodded as he glanced at the darkness of the sky. It was literally like every source of light in the entire universe was cut off, and Ian knows that the only reason he isn't held in a container right now is because of Lucifer. Ian spread his hand while taking a deep breath, hopeful things would go as he predicted. Then he let go, his balance slipped away as he fell back. It all looked like slow motion to Lucifer, and as if he could see the future, he saw Ian's head reaching for the fractures, certain death. He was going out for style, but whereas for others, going out with style usually means death, for him, it means something else because something happened that forbids his death. There was no fracture anymore, instead, he almost fell to the ground, his head almost colliding with the ground instead of a paradox. Magic came to the rescue as Ian's fall stopped midair, then as if time reverse, he started going back up until he was standing again. And so the impossible happened. Lucifer almost felt the urge to facepalm as his cosmic awareness sensed everything that happened in an instant, and nothing made sense anymore. 156, An Odd Paradox X. 33 chapters in advance on Patreon.on.